السلام عليكم. لا 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 لا. أهد مبارك لكم. جماعة انتم ما سامعين؟ انتم ما سامعين؟ صوتي ما واصل؟ معقولة صوتي ما واصل؟ كده تعال فوق انت ذاتك يا جوزيف. صوت واصل بكون انت عندك مشكلة يا جو. انا في زول تهد قاعد يقول له سامع.
لا انا قلت لك صوت واضح.
اوكي
صوت واضح شديد.
اوكي تمام نمشي قدام.
كان واحد من الرفاق جا كده انا صبت وبعدين
لا
انا بنزل
لا ما في مشكلة. انا عشان الليلة بنستضيف ايمانويل اجاوين، مولانا ايمانويل اجاوين ومع استاذ تيتو. فتوبيك الليلة هيكون حاجة تانية براو، لكن انا هبدأ بالرهن السياسة اول هتكلم حبة، لكن ده هيكون توبيك مثير جدا فيتطلب انه الناس كلهم يحضروا.
شكرا.
في حاجة بنتي؟ اوكي.
I worship you, Lord. You are my defender, comforter. Bless your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. The land is an idol. Umanya obejeri lokuwa. Sekuri kuri, alibijere mabukaba. Itara bona rabona, ifutukulu. Musana muwalako, teisimtaki. Bidaya wanihaya, teisimtaki. Ita mabigeru, ita la sawa sawa. You are my defender, comforter. Bless your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. I worship you. Kilala geni leita, afima shaki. Kilala fadulu leita, afita joro. Kilala geni leita, amaru wape. Kilala fadulu leita, arijama. You are my defender, comforter. Bless your name. You are the Alpha and Omega. I worship you, Lord. Kilala geni leita, Yesu Masia. Hata fi mashakil ketiri, kumata dunia ketiri awi. Kilala geni leita, kuna. Emmaanuel Alamanina. Kilala fadulu leita, kuna. Kilala geni jambita, kuna. Anaya leita yawe. Itadenga fimanina. Yesu Masia. Kilala geni jambita, kuna fisama. Kilala fadulu leita. Kilala fadulu leita.
انا طبعا لايف في اسمه شنو في يوتيوب. انا قاعد نسالكم، انا صوتي ما واصل هنا؟ انتم ما سامعين؟
صوتك واضح شديد، صوتك واضح، ما عنده كلام.
يا انت اطلعي برا يا بنتي، اعمل ليف، امشي اعمل ريفرش للسكرين بتاعك لان انت ما قاعد تسمعني. سو معلش. اطلعي كده وتعال. زي ما انا قلت الليله الضيف بتاعنا هيكون ضيفين. الضيف الاول امباسادور مانويل اجاوين، الضيف الثاني هيكون استاذ تيتو، وهنتكلم جزء كبير فيها حاجات ارتباطه بالتاريخ والحاضر مهم جدا. لكن قبل ذاك انا هعمل شو امين هيتكلم عن الرهن السياسي في بعض مقتطفات بتاع اشياء كده اقدر اتكلم فيه في اسم شنو في جنوب السودان. يلا بعد ذاك هم هيجوا، هم هيواصلوا. فانا اقدر نقول لكم كلكم احد مبارك ليكم كلكم. كان في زول ممكن يمشي في يوتيوب يعمل كوبي لللينك، ولا يعمل كوبي لللينك ويجي ينزله هنا في ده، واحد من المودريتورز فوق هنا.
I appeal to the African Union and the international community to immediately stop bloodshed and genocide in South Sudan. If you want sustainable peace, stand up for justice. And non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. And non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. And non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. And non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. And non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. And non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. The same people who kill people in Malakal. And the Galia, the same people who kill people in Botown. The same people who kill people in Bentiu. The same people who kill people in Rumbek. The same people who kill people in Bibor. The same people who kill people in Kwaja. And the Galia, the same people who kill people in Walltown. For the crimes against humanity, get ready to face the court, international court. And for the crimes against humanity, get ready to face the law, international law. For the genocide you have committed, get ready to face the law, international law. For atrocity on our people, get ready to face the court, international court. For the rape, looting and robbery, get ready to face the court, international court. For the killing women and children, get ready to face the law, international law. For kidnapping innocent people, get ready to face the law, international law. For detentions without trial, get ready to face the law, international law. For the poisoning of important people, get ready to face the law, international law. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. The same people who kill people in a will. And the Galia, the same people who kill people in a the same people who kill people in Yambio. And the Galia, the same people who kill people in Juba town. The same people who kill people in Katikaji. The same people who kill people in Lokiliri. The same people who kill people in Magui. And the same people who kill people in Munri. The same people who kill people in Mangala. The same people who kill people in Kondokoro. The non-gunmen killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. Non-gunmen killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na Mutu Ketiri. Anagalia Pana non-gunmen, Gijibule na Wadagaliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na Kore Ketiri. Anagali Jukabi non-gunmen, Gikadolo Nubi Kuyo. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na Mutu Ketiri. Anagalia Pana non-gunmen, Gijibule na Wadagaliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na Kore Ketiri. Anagali, non-gunmen, Gikadolo Nubi Kuyo.
Fandan da ismu Jimmy Santrolina Arika. Yeah.
Give thanks and praise to the Most High NMI for the people of South Sudan, Let's come together so we can resolve.
زي ما انا قلت الضيوف بتاعنا بعدين هيكون امباسادور ايمانويل اجاوين واستاذ تيتو هم هيجوا هنربط ما بين الحاضر والماضي. وقبل ما نبدا في التوبيك انا هتكلم عن الرهن السياسي والكلام الماشي كتير وبعد ذاك we'll continue.
Problems. Peace and unity is more important to our country. أنا دي أصل مشكلة حكومة شنو؟ كنانينا دي أصل مشكلة حكومة شنو؟ كنانينا دي أصل ما دي توما جيبو سلام. Kananina di asalo lifu de kulu de shuno. Kananina di asalo wito mayu salama liatu. Yaki adina di asalo wito mayu salama liatu. Kananina mazin salam tashukulu waziri. Anina mazin tifagia tashukuna ebreis. Anina bigatabanin kalamugasi musulta wa mafi salam yaki junubin bigatabanin kalamugasi musulta wa mafi salam. Anina di asalu mushkila bitakum shunu. Santi gidion di asalu se mushkila bitakum shunu. Naskika di asalu mushkila bitakum shunu. Yaki awalam di asalu se mushkila bitakum shunu. Itunkulu ya siyasi ya muminin ya kutamanadani. Taano tugani fulata kulana fi round table. Taano tugani fulata kulana fi round table. Ninagali taano tugani fulata kulana fi round table. Wana suma shakita bele tena. Ikhlas Muhammad. Wana sukati ya tajunub kulana zeyal junub. Wana suma shakita bele tena. Bekel bawahi. Wani asalo nufus na kaman. Yake mushkila lepada minwen. Kalina asalo nufus na kaman. Siyasi, kalina asalo nufus na kaman. Insecurity da jahilwen. Kalina asalo nufus na kaman. Mutune jahilwen. Kalina asalo nufus na kaman. Karahia de jahilwen. kelina asalo nufus na kaman kebelia deja inwe kelina asalo nufus na kaman kalam fasade ya inwe kelina asalo nufus na kaman yakamuwata deja inwe kelina asalo nufus na kaman zulumu badun deja inwe. Anina mazin salam tashukul wazir Anina mazin tifakia tashukul naib rais Anina bigata banin kalamuga simusulta wa mafi salam Yake janubin bigata banin kalamuga simusulta wa mafi salam Salam, salam al-hakika, salam fi baladana, salam di wahidudina, salam al-hakika, wa yalla narfa baladana, salam al-hakika, wa narfa junubna, salam al-hakika, narfa baladana. Salam al-hakika, kelina narfa baladna fo. Salam al-hakika, narfa baladna fo. Peace and unity is more important to our country.
يا السلام عليكم أخواني وأخواتي في الداخل وخارج جنوب السودان. أنا بسلمكم في يوم بتاع أحد الليلة أحد 22/2/2026 في زمن بتاع الليلة ده. أنا بشكركم كلكم في ظروف اللي قاعدين مربوا جنوب السودان، ظروف بتاع تحديات الجنوبيين فعلا تعبانين شديد. وانا قاعد معاكم هنا عبر برضو في يوتيوب وهنا برضو في كلاب هاوس. ورسالة ده انا برسل للجنوبيين كلهم. زي ما انا قلت احنا هنتكلم عن توبيك بتاعنا هنا يتكلم بانه the history of South Sudan from the perspective of nation building، بمعنى احنا نقدر نربط الحاضر مع الماضي والمستقبل اللي احنا فيه واحنا ماشيين. طبعا تاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان في نفس الوقت فيه بعض المزايدات. في زول بيحكي تاريخ على حسب مزاج بتاعه برضه عشان تفيد their narrative. ليه؟ لأنه عشان هو دار يكون عنده in order for them to have like more power and more incentive and more engagement and more of recognition, you know, political power and also their social power or rather economic power. So أنا هنيجي نتكلم عن الكلام ده في topic بتاعنا بتاع الليلة ده. But before I actually embark on this topic, first of all, I want to salute the people of South Sudan, the resilient people of South Sudan, for really standing tall all these years with that kleptocrat regime in power has reduced them to level of slave, like they become a slave. And when you listen to some of those misleaders who call themselves that they are leaders, but in fact they are misleaders, like what Professor Lumumba said, that those African leaders, majority of them, they are misleaders. When you hear somebody like Martin Elia Lumoro is stating without any hesitant or hesitancy, saying that we are working for silver care. This is exactly what we are saying, that we don't have a government. Because today, if you're an individual who are working within the so-called government, first thing will come to your mind, to across your mind, that you're there to serve people, meaning you're a servant, you're not master. You see, whatever the capacity that you have, the ability that you have, and you're actually put in that position, the ministerial portfolio, you have to show the people of South Sudan that you're there for them. You see, that they are there for them. You see, and when you hear somebody like Ezekiel Lul, when he was saying, Jama, lo Kir Damasha, if Kir now leave this power, all of you itu hina hatta al-nas al-ismu shunu al-bisamu shunu al-shala kan ita wazir wala ita gafir, ita ba'dak ma had kun inda gal shunu, ita you will not have this position. This to tell you that they are there only for power, but they are not there for people. This to show you that the level of understanding of such people. Sometimes when I look at them, when you look at them wearing those suits, walking, you think that they have brain. I don't mean that they don't have brain in reality, but they have low IQ. Because if you have a brain, the first thing that you have to understand that the government itself, in a simple definition, is a group of institutions. Those institutions will be functional to function in a way that to broad service to people of South Sudan, or to any group of people that they are leading. Okay? Meaning they will provide water, clean water, education, road, security, control of the border, okay, paying of the salary, chapter 1, doing all this. You see, in a state like ours, the budget of the presidency of the president is higher than the budget of the healthcare. Healthcare is the most important thing for the people. Today, to be healthy, you need to see a doctor. You need a medical checkup at least once a year. You need a complete medical checkup to know whether this year your blood pressure is higher. Maybe you have actually got some sicknesses in your system and you don't know. So you have to do this regularly. You see, imagine the budget of the president في رئاسة بتاع presidency is much higher than the budget of the health. Health, you have only 1.3 budget بتاع health في جنوب السودان 1.3. That's show you that it's completely zero. That's why we're in the bottom of the poor countries. Poor country, ما هو poor country ده بيتوقف على شنو؟ بيتوقف على الجي بي تي بتاع البلد كله. بيتوقف على education, health, security, roads, water or utilities in general. ده بيتوقف على الكلام ده. إذا ما عندك الكلام ده بمعنى إذا you go to bottom. يعني احنا we are now below Somalia اللي كان زمان بيوصفوك عليه يا اخي والله الصومال ده احنا we are below Somalia. شفت كيف؟ and yet you seeing these people لما يجي يتكلموا كلام زي ده انت بتستغرب. انت تتخيل ده او ناس اللي كان بيفتكروا احنا بنفتكر بانه والله حركه شعبيه ده والله حركه خطيره. انت تستغرب. انا ذاته sometimes my humble self Teresa, I find myself that if I'm put in that position, I will deliver service even more than those people, with the kind of resources that they have, with the kind of money that is flowing in the hand of those ministers and plus the regime. You see, if I'm put in that position, I'm sure I will deliver. And then the other thing is the opposite of this. You will have some of the citizens who don't know their rights. يعني ما بيعرف حقوق بتاعهم. They are seeing if today one of the minister كان roads and bridges دير يعمل حاجة صغير يعني عمل نيونغورو سيكا ممكن 1 كيلومتر even نص ممكن ربع عمل شارع ده ماشيين يحتفلوا ولا minister ده كويس minister ده بلانينا شارع. You see this is what they are saying. minister ده كويس minister ده بنالينا شارع وما عارف انه this is his job. ده شغل بتاع minister ده شغل بتاعه مانديت بتاعه يجي يبني شوارع قروش قالوا قاعد يبني شوارع ده قروش بتاعكم ده قروش بتاعكم بتاع الدولة ده ما قروش جابوه من محل تاني ده قروش بتاعكم لأنه ده شغل بتاع حكومة يبني شارع يجيب لك موية يجيب لك خدمات كل خدمات ده يجيبوا لك. يوم ده لما نعملوا كبري بتاع قال بتاع فريدوم ده وكبري ده ما جنوب ده ما ساوث سودان يا بنا ده ما قروش بتاع جنوب السودان ده منها من Japanese. They came mind them fadia taban. They always like to come and brag in front of something that they did not participate in it. يعني يحتفلوا يعني بابا يعمل show off. اسمه ويا اتلي ويا زي كلام تاع بولدوزر بيه يعني يقولوا اتلي ويا. This is the only thing that they have. اسمه بس ما في حاجة ثانية. اسمه ويا ده آخر حاجة الفضل لهم. يعني يحتفلوا في حاجة هم ساهموا فيه. شفت كيف؟ ده بوري المواطنين كمان ناس ماشيين بيقى قاعدين يجوا بال قاعدين يعمل شنو because we have citizens some of the citizens who don't know their rights ما بيعرف حقوق بتاعهم لانه انت لو بتعرف حق بتاعك انت ما بتخلي انه السيستم الزياده انه يعمل حاجه زي شفت كيف لو دارنا نتكلم واحنا قاعدين هسه احنا في وضع بتاعنا ده هسه الهروبات ده كله جاك حصل يا موضوع بتاع 2013 جاء 2000 وقع اتفاقيه بتاع 2015 جاء موضوع بتاع 2019 امين 16 حرب بتاع J1 دوغ فايت حصل تاني ناس رجعوا في حرب تاني يا ماشيين حسه احنا ماشيين ليه حسه ده الوضع اللي احنا اسف فيه وقع اتفاقيه بتشوف انه السيستم ما داير ينفذ الاتفاقيه واحنا طبعا معلش يا جماعه قاعدين ندي كلام ده بسيط كده لانه باشو انا عازم ناس مولانا ايمانويل اجاوين هم هيجوا واصل معنا. الحصل في موضوع ده كله انتوا شايفين الاجريمنت الحصل ده اجريمنت بتاع شنو ده 2018 الاجريمنت هم دايرين ينفذوا اسهم ماشيين لحاجه اسمه C5 وما ادراك ده C5 ده ناس منو ده ناس ايجاد يا اينهم عشان يجي شنو ينظر في الكلام بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان. لكن انت كان سالت نفسك الايجاد ده ناس منو ايجاد ده يا نفس ليدرز الكثير منهم اللي هم في الدول ده اللي هم يا ليدرز تانيين في الدول ده ما قاعدين يدوا ديمقراطيه في البلد بتاعهم. يا عندك في يوغندا هنا عمل انتخابات قفلوا كل انترنت جابوا نتيجه بتاع انتخابات قدر مقاس بتاع يوري مزفني ده زول قاعد يقول للشعب بتاع بني يا اخي انا ادوني بس ده اخر فتره ادوني له بمعنى هي اوريدي ديترمند ده يا نفسه نظريه ده يجيبوا لنا. انتوا شفتوا نفس حاجه ناس روتو ناس منو ناس زول حتى بتاع رامونفاسا ده بتاع سير رامونفاسا بتاع ساوث افريكا جايب نفس الفكره انه يا اخي والله احنا هسه هنمشي ندي يعني لازم الانتخابات لازم يقوم والشعب بتاع جنوب السودان واحنا عارفين كويس يا جماعه we know very well we know 100% that what they are saying is actually the agenda of the regime is just being passed among them. mahum في النهايه those are the group of the presidents of these countries when they go and meet in their coffee time they will discuss. They are not discussing, they are not putting our agenda first. You know this notion of saying we want to silence the guns in Africa. They're supposed to silence the corruption. They're supposed to start with silence the corruption. Number one. Number two, they have to silence what is called this fraud that they are actually implementing in the system, all the system in Africa. I mean by this fraud الهو انتخابات بتاعهم الكل قرن زهده كل انتخابات القاعدين يعملوا ده كده لاحظ كان حصل وين في الدول ده كله ليوم يا بنجا لحد ناس سمية دكتور سمية سلوه اللي هو في تنزانيا هي في تنزانيا كده شوف الحاجة اللي هو عمل thousands of people were killed at the end of the day قالوا يا نجح ويا شباب كله جنسي كله في شوارع في عمارة شنو بيصوت لكن قالوا جاب نسبة بتاع كم 90%. So في النهاية إذا كان نظرت ناس C5 ده ناس منو ناس إيجا ده ناس منو they are نفس ناس ديل ياو دارين وكمان دارين يجملوا علينا. What do we want to tell the people of South Sudan? And I'm sure the C5 and their groups they are watching وجماعة بتاع جوبا لازم تشوفوا تسمعوا كلام ده. We as the people of South Sudan we are not actually obligated to listen to C5 or the C5 to tell us what to do, because those presidents within the C5 they are actually elected by their people there. They are only obligated with their people. And we the people of South Sudan are the one who will choose our president in our terms. ما حاجة إنه دارين يعني to legitimize Silva Kiir and his group to power في election اللي هم جايبينه قاعدين طلعوا بس حاجة من الاتفاقية من 8 chapters of the agreement. Instead of implementing the 8 chapters, they left everything. They started first ما حاجة اسمه اللي هو power sharing chapter 1, they left chapter 2, chapter 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, they went up to the last chapter. Now they are talking about election. This election, who will guarantee this election? If you did not implement the chapter 2 of security arrangement, permanent ceasefire and security arrangement, if you did not actually bring the people of South Sudan back home, and those who want rehabilitation, compensation, when we talk about chapter 3, I'll be calling on financial sector. I'll Kiria Musaiter view. Nama nitkalam an chapter 4, sorry, chapter 3 debit rehabilitation. Nama nitkalam an chapter 4, they are hobita finance sector. Then chapter 5, I'll be calling on shinu, bitkalam and hybrid code, transitional justice and hybrid code. الاتنيوغي يطلعنا يقول لنا بانه يا اخي بانه رياض مشار now is under trial in this court is incompetent. This court is incompetent. يا زول اللي اسمه اتنيوغ تسميتوا كلام بتاع اتنيوغ قالوا بعد شويه يا جماعه انا هجيب ناس اللي اسمه شنو المتحدثين، لكن خليه اول انا اتكلم شويه في كلام ده فرحنا السياسه، لانه الكلام اللي مولانا ايمانويل هيجي يتكلم فيه مع استاذ سيتو ده او عنوان بتاع توبيك. نمبر اتنيوغ يجي يتكلم في نقاط يتكلم فيه. نمبر نتكلم يا جماعه حتى الاجريمنت بيتكلم عن permanent constitution. انا بستغرب انه اتنيوغ ده انا ذات غير نسال اتنيوغ ده زي هو قاعد ده هو زول درس قانون. اتنيوغ ده تسي درست قانون قصص سمينه قال قرار في قانون في نيجيريا وشنو. اتنيوغ said something very controversial and I will play this video. One, I'm going to respond him. انا بعمله في فيديو تاني براو. انا I will respond to each response في كلام اللي هو قاله. اتنيوغ بيتكلم في كلام بتاعه بانه يا اخي ما في there is nothing called قال there is a permanent constitution. Really؟ قال ما في permanent constitution. قال في واحد بس constitution في اسم شنو؟ قال بس يا في بريطانيا in UK. يا جماعه انا ذات استغربت. قال بس في UK وما بيعرف بانه قانون دستور بتاع بريطانيا ده بتاع UK ده دستور عرفي. دستور بتاع بريطانيا يا اتنيوغ كمان قال ازال قال از وقال كلام كده انا ما ضحكت. قال يا اخي از قال as a journalist. طبعا هو صدق نفسه هو journalist. هو ما بيعرف بأن الدستور البريطاني ده دستور عرفي. ده دستور عرفي بمعنى is a customary constitution أو law في بريطانيا. ولازم كأنت تعرف يا أتنيوك بريطانيا ذاته ما أبو القوانين. أبو القوانين بدأ مين في العراق؟ قانون بتاع حمورابي. قانون بتاع حمورابي ده قانون قديم جدا، أقدم من قوانين بتاع الدنيا ده كله. بدأ من هناك. سيبوا قانون ترابون ألو كان كتو في جوا في بدأ من في أدن اللي في فردوس الكتو كان فوق آدم وهوا ده معرفة الخير والشر. سيب كلام ده ربنا قال لآدم قال you can eat from all the fruits of the paradise here أو في أدن here except from this tree of knowledge اللي هو شجرة بتاع معرفة الخير والشر ده good and evil. إنت ما تأكل من شجر ده دستور بشكل آخر. بعد ذلك قانون بتاع حمورابي ده ينتشر في الدنيا كله، لأنه قانون ده بدأ بصرامة وبعد ذلك شوية يتغير مع تطور شنو مع دراسة في قانون. وقال يا أخي ما في دساتير دائمة. ده كتب ساكت في أمريكا في برازيل وفي دول كثيرة دساتير الدائمة في الاسم شنو ده في العالم ده. أنا ما أعرف ناس ديل يعني عندهم كان ده هم صفراء كده قاعد يجيهم مرات ولا هم بتاع ويكند ما معروف فواحد بيستغرب جدا لما انت تسمع ناس قاعدين يتكلموا يا جماعه في permanent constitution في الدنيا ده في دول كتير. نديكم اكزامبل بسيط. في دول عندك في زي بتاع يونايتد ستيت في بتاع دستور اقدم دستور برضه بتاع انديا. اوكي انت الدستور بتاع انديا ده من 1949 بتاع يونايتد ستيت في 1788 ده برضه قديم ده دايم. المانيا 1949 you see. وانت عندك ده كمان ده بيسموه شنو بيزك لو موجود. انا ذاتي عندي لو كوبي بيزك لو. اوكي عندك يابان عندك برازيل في 1988 عندك برضو في نيجيريا ذاته اللي بيتكلم عنه ده. حتى دولة قطر القريب ده برضو في 2003 ده كله. وده بس انا بديك اكزامبل. في دول كثيرة عندها دساتير دائمة. السبب ليه احنا why we insisting on the permanent constitution. permanent constitution طبعا هو قال يا اخي بتاع ده قال يا اخي والله برلمان يا بيشتغل لا. واحنا ليه why do we copy Britain. ليه احنا why should we copy Britain. قال يا اخي برلمان بتاع بريطانيا يا بيعمل اعداد بتاع الدستور. بريطانيا ده دولة قديمة تم تأسيس بدري وكان استعمر عالم ده كله كويس. why we are actually focusing on permanent constitution because we are actually want to establish a state. احنا لسه دارين نبدأ. احنا دارين نبدأ ليه؟ لأنه انت لازم تعمل على تأسيس منصة بتاع تأسيس بتاع الدولة. وإلا والله انتوا ديل ناس جماعة بتاع الحركة الشعبية دي كان تشاكلوا في حاجة تانية برا ما عنده علاقة بالدولة. لأنه انت لازم تعمل على أي دولة انفصل حديث. Any country that actually split from the mother country, you have to start with a permanent constitution. The constitution that is actually participated in it, the people themselves. So this document will come supreme. لأنه constitution بتاع دولة جديد ما بيكتبوا الأحزاب. شفت كيف؟ So كلام بتاع زول اللي اسمه أتنيوك ده ولازم يراجع راس بتاعه. لأنه السبب when we are talking about permanent لأنه when he's saying there is no permanent constitution then ده بيثبت بأنه أنت ما قريت أنت ما درست القانون ذاته. لأنه الدستور الدائم بيكون دستور دائم ليه؟ لأنه بيساهم في عملية تعداد بتاعه اللي هو الشعب. عبر مناديب بتاعه فئات بتاع المجتمع، وبعد ذاك بيدخل في عمليه بتاع الاستفتاء الشعبي. لما يطلع في استفتاء شعبي ده شفت قبليه بيكون خطه في قوالب قانونيه دستوريه، وبعد ذاك بيجيبوا له الشعب بيصوت له، بعد ذاك ده بيكون وثيقه، بيكون قاعد وثيقه ثابت في البرلمان، ما بيجي اي زول يقدر يغيره. كان في اي تغيير دير يحصل فيه بيحصل عن طريق شنو؟ الشعب ده يا شنو برضه كمان بيصوت في الدستور ده عبر ريفرندم او استفتاء شعبي. عشان كده احنا قاعدين نشدد موضوع بتاع مؤتمر دستوري ده، لانه ده حاجه السودان الدوله السودانيه فشل فيه. الدوله السودانيه بيديروا بدستور المؤقته لجمهوريه جنوب السودان. امشوا دقوا بس في جوجل ده شوفوا دستور دستور السودان ده اسمه شنو؟ الدستور المؤقت لجنوب السودان للسودان. الحاجه اللي غير ده بقى هم جا عمل شنو؟ لانه الاتفاقيه بتاع 2018 الاتفاقيه بتاع 2005 يا جا بقى شنو؟ جا تم تضمينه وبقى وثيقه دستوريه يا كان بيتكلم عنه دائما بانه اتفاقيه 2005 ده هو المعدل منه بقى ناس حركه شعبيه لما جه في جوبا هنا هم جا عملوا شنو؟ جا عمل دستور بيشبه نفوسهم. ودستور بتاع حركه شعبيه اللي قاعدين يقولوا الدستور بتاع جون لوك ده ما جون لوك يا كتب براه، ده كلام افكار بتاع حركه شعبيه. عشان كير ذاته في نفس الزمن اللجنه العمل الاعداد بتاع الدستور اللي هم 55 عدد بتاعهم براسهم اللي هو ليد جون لوك، مولانا جون لوك ما ليد مولانا تيلار ده. مولانا تيلار يا كان ديبيتي بتاعه في اللجنه ده، وفي اللجنه ده من 55 ده 45 كله حركه شعبيه، 10 بس ما حركه شعبيه. فانت تخيل معي كان احنا دايرين نعمل الاعداد بتاع الدستور، اعداء بتاع اللجنه ده كله، قول اعداء 3/4 بتاع اعداء بتاع اللجنه ده كلهم ناشونال سالفيشن فرونت، 10 منهم ما ناشونال سالفيشن فرونت. افكار اللي هيجي هنا ده هيكون افكار بتاع شنو؟ برامج بتاع شنو؟ يعني كله ما افكار ده كله اغلبيته هيكون بتاع شنو؟ بتاع ناشونال سالفيشن فرونت. ده نفس حاجه الجماعه ده عملوا كده. نشوف نوريكم كمان كلام ده كان كيف. دستور انا ما نعمل فيه اعداد. عشان كده زول زي ناس زول اللي اسمه زي اسمه منو ده اتني وقت ده لازم يفهموا كلام ده. دستور ده من تم اعداده دستور بتاع القاعدين يسموه الدستور بتاع جملوك ده المفروض يسموه ده الدستور بتاع سيلفاكير، لانه كله اجتماع لما يحصل كان خلص كل يوم كانوا هم قاعدوا في الجلسه بتاع مراجعه بتاع ليه شنو ده اعداد بتاع الدستور ده. بيمشي كير بالليل بينادي ناس جملوك بيجبرهم كلهم دل بانه لازم بالذات باورز بتاع امشي شوف باورز بتاع بريزيدنت كير في الدستور ده. ليه باور كله ادلو اغلبيه بتاع باور ليه ادلو؟ لانه كير كله ما جماعه دي يجوا من اجتماع وبيجي يقول يا اخي يا جماعه انا داير انتوا عملوا كده انتوا غيروا باور ده باور بتاع نايب ده الدنيا انا داير باور ده كده عملوا ده كده. دستور بيشبههم ده ما الدستور بتاع شعب بتاع جنوب السودان. عشان كده لما الدستور لما عملوا اعداد بتاعه شالوه ودوه في مجلس الوزراء، الناس صوتوا له باغلبيه شنو؟ المغناطيسيه. ودوه في بوليتيكال بيرو، ودوه في ليبريشن كاسل، ودوه في كله لحد لما جاء في البرلمان ده زول واحد يا بس اعترض، زول واحد. والله انا ما اعرف دفنوه وين. هم يا كتالوج ذاته يا مولانا بيتر عبد الرحمن سولي، هل هو ولد بتاع البطل عبد الرحمن سولي الحارب في حرب بتاع نيانيوان؟ هو يا واحد اللي قام فوق في البرلمان قال ده شنو ده ما دستور، ده ديكتاتوريه سيلفا كير. من يوم ده يا كير بيجي يكره قال ده شنو يا جماعه ده ما دستور. الحاجه اللي حاسه انا شايفين ده ما دستور ده ديكتاتوريه. قال له كير ده شنو ده؟ احنا دايرين نبني ديكتاتور. وشوف ده زمن ده زمن ده. عشان كده مهم جدا يا جنوبيين انتوا لازم تعرفوا كلام ده انه ده عبث ساكت. Permanent constitution is actually a process that supposed to be done to a country that got independent from the mother state and they want to establish a state. and people should be part of this process of the constitution. That's why we are talking about, when we were talking مين 2017 قاعدين نتكلم أنا تريزا ري قاعد نتكلم عن social contract. لما بدأت عملت establishment لحاجة اسمه our diversity، لما بدأت بالذات في 2018 2019 قاعد نتكلم عن social contract. ليه قاعد نتكلم عن social contract؟ ده عملية بتاع عقد اجتماعي. The social contract between the state and the people. لأنه the state is consists of 3 elements: the land, the people, and the state اللي هو السلطة السياسية. أنت بدك تعمل contract because the power is actually stand where? The power is belong to people. The people are the one will come to do what? يعني الشعب يبي يعمل شنو؟ هو يبي يغير، لأنه حقوق الشعب عنده حقوق بتاع 100%. أمشي في قوانين ده كله، أمشي في قوانين الدنيا ده كله، بتلقى إنه الشعب المواطن أو إيش أنت عندك حقوق بتاعك 100%، لكن أنت بتتنازل من 10% من حقوق بتاعك ده. 10% ده يا أنت بتعمل به social contract by state. أنت بتعمل social contract زي شنو مثلا؟ بدل الليلة أنا لما نجي يشيلوا حق بتاعي أنا أشيله بقوة، لا، state يا برجع لك حقوق ده، حقوق بتاعك ده برجعوا لك عن طريق بتاع قانون ده يعطوا أجهزة بتاع قانون، البوليس والقضاء. بوليس بمشي يقبض زول ده ويرجع لك حق بتاعك. بدل أنا أحرس حدود بتاعي، أحرس حاجات بتاعي، بوليس بمقتضى القانون ويا بحرس ده هو السوشيال ده، سوشيال 10% ده، لكن 90% ده حق بتاعي، حق بتاع حرية، حق بتاع زواج، حق بتاع تنقل، حق بتاع الحديث، حق بتاع انتقاد، حق بتاع الدفاع، حق بتاع البروتست، حق بتاع انه انا ذاته اعمل اضراب من شغل. ده حقوق ثابته. عشان كده حاجه عمليه بتاع عقد اجتماعي السوشيال كونتراكت ده احنا نقعد كلنا كشعب نشوف يا جماعه البلد ده احنا كشعب، احنا جنوبيين داير نعيش، داير نعمل شنو احنا نشوف يا السيستم ينفع معانا، احنا ناس منو نقعد تحت. عشان كده لما اتكلمنا عن الموضوع بتاع السوشيال كونتراكت بين 2018 قبل ده ما في حاجه كان اسمه راوند تيبل ولا حاجات ده، بدانا نتكلم عن الكلام ده. ليه؟ لانه ده حاجه موجود في قانون، في نظريات برضه بتاع العقد الاجتماعي بيتكلم عن النظريه ده، لانه القانون العقد الاجتماعي والقانون او السوشيال اسمه شنو ده، ناس بتاع السوشيال ده مع القانون بيمشوا مع بعض. شفت كيف؟ العقد الاجتماعي ده هو بعد ذاك بيجي يولد لنا حاجه بتاع الدستور كويس، لانه في النهايه احنا قاعدين نشيل افكار، ده افكار، قاعدين نشيل افكار بتاعنا، نشيل الافكار ده نخطوه، بعد ذاك بيخطوه في قوالب قانونيه، بعد ما يخطوه في قوالب قانونيه نجي تحت نقعد في جلسه بتاع بيسموه اسمه شنو ده، مؤتمر دستوري اللي يساهم فيه الشعب. الدستور ده لما يطلع اللي هو الدستور دايم ده ما في ولا زول بكره هيجي يقول ولا ده الدستور بتاع الحركه الشعبيه، ولا الدستور بتاع الناس، ولا ده الدستور بتاع ايو، ولا ده الدستور بتاع NDM، ولا ده الدستور بتاع، ما في زول بيجي يتكلم. الدستور ده بيكون حقك كشعب، لو في اي تغيير داير غيره، لو في اي ماده، في اي حاجه داير غيره، ما هيتغير عبر البرلمان، لانه البرلمان ده احزاب، بيتغير عبر شنو؟ عبر الشعب في مؤتمر اللي هو الاستفتاء الشعبي او رفرندم. ده هو كلام قاعد نتكلم فيه. اما كلام بتاع ناس التاني قال بيتكلم فيه ده كلام بتاع مولا خضره وكسره بس، ده بتاع زول اللي بيعرف يبهدل نفسه بمولا خضره وكسره بس، ما فاهم اي حاجه في الدنيا. عشان كده احنا ما يمرروا فينا اجنده. عشان كده مهم جدا للانتلكشوال بتاع جنوب السودان، كثير منكم انتم متعلمين this kind of narrative زي بتاع ناس التاني ده need to be condemned and you guys need to put your own narrative توعي الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. شفت كيف؟ ده واحد. نمرة 2 في موضوع بتاع المحكمة، هنا ما نتكلم بأنه محكمة ده دستوري أو محكمة ده competent، المحكمة بتاع ده غير مختص. ليه؟ لأنه في ميكانيزم في الاتفاقية بتاع 2018 في البند الخامس بيتكلم عن تأسيس محكمة، بالتالي محكمة بتاع اللي هو بيتكلم عنه ده ما ذات اختصاص. ليه؟ لأنه محكمة ده الوضع منه العمل اسمه شنو ده، العمل ديكري او عمل اوردر بانه يتم تأسيس محكمة ده الرئيس نفسه، والرئيس هو طرف في الاتفاقية. فبالتالي هو لما هو يجي يدعي انه يتم تأسيس محكمة، يدي اوردر للقضاء عشان يأسسوا المحكمة، واحنا عارفين بانه القضاء ده اصلا ما عندهم اجر، هم احرار، they are not neutral، لانه تم تعيينهم، هم ما عندهم ميزانيه بتاعهم الخاص، لانه اصلا في دول كثيره القضاء بيكون عندهم private financial support اللي بيخلوه منه في قضايا بتاعهم اللي هم بيتكلموا فيه او هم بيفضوا فيه. القضايا ده ما في زول بيتدخل فيه. ليه؟ ما بيكون فيه تأثير، لانه عندهم اللي هو فاينانس بتاعهم شنو، اللي هم كان دارين يدعم داري يعمل حاجاتهم، ما بيحتاج انه يشيل فاينانس من دوله وشنو، بالذات من السياسيين دي. بمعنى هنا القضاء ده بيكون شنو، هم النيوترال، لكن القضاء بتاعنا عندهم تأثير مباشر لانه ما عندهم فاينانس برايفت اجر فاينانس اللي بيقدر يخليه منه شنو، نيوترال. اي حاجه جايه من كير، وبالتالي اي حاجه بتاع كير يا هيمشي، لانه قروش اللي طالع من كير ده قروش بتاع دوله، لكن كير عامل فيه شنو، عامل فيه ابو العوام. فبالتالي الكلام ده لازم يوصل بالفم المليان. احنا اسمه شنو ده، لا نعمل اسمه شنو ده. عشان كده بكل الطرق انا حسابي بتاع تريزا جوبينا، انا هعمل جهد كتير عشان يرجع. او دايفرسيتي شغال، لكن ده الادمنز بتاعي هم شغالين فيه وانا بحييهم. لكن يوم الحساب بتاعي ده يرجع، ناس وقت ده هيتعبوا مني، لانه اي كلمه انا هفتفته، اي كلام بيتقال انا بفتفته. ليه؟ لانه في تضليل ماشي بالذات في الجانب القانوني. عشان كده انا بقول لك انتلكشوال ما تكتبوا لنا كثير زي ده كلام بتاعنا. كان ناس قاعدين يردوا كلام بفيديو، يردوا لهم بفيديو، كتبوا كلام كتابه يردوا له بكتابه. عشان شنو؟ تضليل ده يجيف. لانه كلام اللي قالوا ده، قال يا اخي والله ناس لجنه بتاع سي 5 في 15 منهم كلهم صوتوا وشنو. يا زول حاجه ما بيمشي علينا، ما بيملاوا علينا، احنا ما فاضيين مع الناس دي. ده الدوله بتاعنا، هم هناك في الدول بتاعهم يهتموا بشعوبهم بالناس بتاعهم، لكن ما علينا. فالمهم يا جماعه، انا بس ده نشغل حاجه لسه. انا زي ما انا قلت انا بدي فرصه بعدين لناس اجاوين وكده. just wait a second اسمعوا كلامنا.
If I may tell you, when it's transpired in Addis Ababa, you just quoted the view of one member state. That view of releasing and doing that and this was a view that was expressed by the Nigerians as a member of the C5. And
Asa Ateng doesn't know that Nigeria population بتاع نيجيريا ذاته براو، بس احنا ذاتنا جنوب السودان ده احنا ما بنقدر نعمل ذاته population بتاع ستيت واحد بتاع نيجيريا. ستيت واحد بتاع نيجيريا ما هنقدر نكمله. دمي اكثر من 250 مليون نسمة كويس. الو قاعد يتكلم بانه يا اخي عشان ده زول ده الصوت بتاع العضو اللي يتكلم بانه دكتوريا يفكوا. وعلى فكره هم قرروا بانه هم هيفكوا برضه في معارض بتاعهم اللي هم كانوا سجنوه اللي اسمه نايدوره. وزول ده قبضوا من وين؟ يا من شرق افريقيا. شرق افريقيا واحد بالذات كالدوله بتاع كينيا.
And one individual member state view cannot be the one that is underlining the whole issues. The communique is about to come out. I will not
Today if we are talking, this communique itself جا من وين؟ ما ده افكار بتاع ناس كيريا او مشوا هناك ودول الجماعه وناس رمانفوسا. انت لما تيجي تقعد مع نفسك، انت بتعرف يوغندا علاقته شنو مع كير؟ انت بتعرف روتو علاقته شنو مع كير؟ انت بتعرف اسمه شنو ايفر رمانفوسا ده ما عنده بيزنسز يا في كونتراكتس في موضوع بتاع اويل وشنو. ناس كلهم عنده انترست في جنوب السودان. فبالتالي they will not allow that the peace to reign, the real peace to reign in Republic of South Sudan. هسه عليكم ما بيخجل. كنا نرى في chapter 5 the chapter 5 بتاع agreement اللي بيتكلم عن هايبرد كود ده ما يونس بسم ساوث افريقيا. لما جاء قضيه بتاع اسرائيل مع غزه، هم قال يا اخي والله اللي هو نتنياهو اللي هو بيبي ده بانه نتنياهو عمل شنو؟ بل بانه نتنياهو اسم مجرم حرب. طيب نفس سر المنفوسة وبيعرف بأنه سيلفا كير مجرم حرب ذاته. أحداث بتاع 2013، أحداث بتاع 2016، أحداث بتاع ناصر وهلوم جرى وأحداث كثيرة في جنوب السودان ده حصل وما بيعرف بأنه في شنو قاعد يحصل. فرق شنو بين اسم شنو ده، بين نتنياهو وسيلفا كير؟ عشان انت تشوف ان ده انترست. فعشان كده احنا لازم احنا ناس زي هم يعرفوا بانه we know them, we know how they are so hypocrites in dealing with issues around Africa or even beyond.
That's about the details of that communique before it comes to public. But I want to tell you the three things in that communique. One is that all countries, with the exception of 2 countries only from 15, have agreed that South Sudan election must go on as planned. Because there's no another way the government can draw its legitimacy from, unless you are asking the government of South Sudan to leave the position to nobody and walk away, which means is an invitation of the anarchy, because the government controls the implementation of laws in the country. The election has been allowed to continue while delinking the provisions of the articles in the revitalized peace agreement or resolution of conflict that prevent the election to take place before they are preceded by the census and permanent constitution.
Look, now they are talking about census. And by the way, هم كانوا بيتكلموا بانه هيشتغلوا بالسنسس بتاع 2008. وانا هوريكم فيديو بتاع سيلفا كير when he was rejecting a census بتاع ناس منو اجراءات بتاع الانتخابات بتاع ناس عمر بشير بتاع اللي كان جه حصل في 2010 ده، عشان تشوف انه هيبوكريسي ده كيف.
As a journalist, there are no many countries with permanent constitution, with the exception of United Kingdom.
You see? Boom! عشان تعرف زول كذاب. قال was exceptional of United Kingdom. United Kingdom even دستور بتاعه ده دستور شنو؟ عرفي. ده دستور عرفي. يعني دستور عرفي ده يعني ممكن برلمان يشتغل فيه لأنه بيتغير من غير قيود. لكن دستور في برازيل، في نيجيريا، في إنديا، في أمريكا ذات. أمريكا ده قديم جدا من عام 1788 و 49 في إنديا وعندك حتى قطر القريب ده ودول كثيرة ده الدول في example كثير. So قال was exceptional. طبعا هو قدر يقول exception. قال as a journalist ما فديه هو بس فديه امسكه. هو كان دير كين قال as a lawyer. ما هو كان قاعد يكذب للناس زمان قالوا هو درس قانون. قال as a journalist. انت ذات الجورناليست انت قريت جورناليزم بتاعك ده وين ذات؟ اكذب ساكت. قال was exception. قال يو كي قال ها هو ما عرف بينه الدستور بتاع بريطانيا ده دستور عرفي. ده دستور عرفي. عشان كده هم شغالين برلمان وبرلمان بتاعهم ما زي برلمان بتاعك ده. ما زي برلمان بتاعك بتاع تريزيا ده يا اتنوك. ده كلام فارغ ساكت. نيجيريا ذاته اللي هو اسي بيرفض عضو بتاعه ده دستور بتاعه قديم. دستور بتاع نيجيريا قديم جدا. اسا هو قاعد يتكلم عن بقيه اللي شنو even تا ساوث افريكا. تا ساوث افريكا هو نسا ساوث افريكا ذاته عنده دستور دايم. لما الناس بقى يتكلموا عن موضوع بتاع برلمان حاجاتهم بيديروه في برلمان بقى عندهم دساتير دائما في البلد. حتى الدستور بتاع العرفي بتاع بريطانيا ده اي حاجه هم بيعملوا بريفرندم. لما طلعوا من الاتحاد الاوروبي هم عملوا شنو؟ ديفوتد عملوا ريفرندم. ما عملوا ساي قال ناس برلمان صوتوا اي خلاص خلوهم يطلعوا. لا ودوا عملوا ريفرندم خلي الشعب يصوت. وده حاجه احنا دارين. احنا ما دارين الدستور بتاعنا في جنوب السودان يكون عنده تاثير بتاع اي حزب من احزاب. حتى انا ذاته قاعد اريزه، مش انا زول بتاع ناشونال سلفيشن فرونت، انا ما داري انه الدستور بتاعي يتاثر بافكار بتاع تنظيم بتاعي، لانه الدستور بمعنى بيعكس افكاري. لازم يعكس افكار بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. يعكس كيف؟ اولا احنا نعرف اسم بتاع اسم بتاع الدوله ده مين اسمه، وعلم بتاع البلد ده، عدد بتاع جيش، حدود بتاعنا لازم إننا نعرف نسميه بشكل واضح عشان عسكري ذاته الجندي الجنوبي يعرف اسماء بتاع حدود بتاع السودان بتاع جنوب السودان. ده كده شوف برهاننا من قاعدين نادي اسماء بتاع حدود بتاع دوله السودان ده كله، وبيعرفوا الجد، لانه ده حاجه المفروض شغل بتاع الجيش، تعرف حدود بتاعك وين، لانه لو في جيش غازي يدخل في الحدود بتاعك انت بتعرفه، دخل في خط ذاته انت بتعرف. خلينا حاجات انا سادين ده.
As unwritten constitution, and because it is a parliamentary parliamentary democracy, their constitutions is the parliament making laws about anything. But permanent constitution have never been there. When we are talking about permanent constitution,
قال permanent constitution never been there في امريكا هنا، لدرجه انه الليله جاي تاخذ جنسيه الامريكي اللي هو amendment بتاعهم له كله. ليه سموه amendment؟ لانه he was amended by people، وقاعد هناك وحفظه حفظه كله هناك. انت لازم تعرف بانه this is the permanent والله مشكله، والله ازمه والله.
is telling us that a constitution that can stay at least for 10 or 5 years without being amended.
This is not the meaning of the permanent constitution. At least 5 ما يعوز ده. A permanent constitution to be amended ولا ده انت توديه مؤتمر دستوري زي الحاجه اللي عملوه زي almost قريب حاجه اللي كان عملوه في اسم شنو ده اللي عملوه في national dialogue ده. نفس الحاجه، لانه ده فكره بتاع العقد الاجتماعي ده social contract شكله زي ده، بيعملوه زي ده. ناس بيقولوا جروب بعد ده انتوا تعالوا بافكار يجي يخطوا، انت بتاخد راي بتاع ناس، لانه هم انت جاي تحكم ناس زي هم بيشوفوا ياتوا حاجه اللي ما بينفع معهم. يعني زي مشكله بتاع قبليه في جنوب السودان ده، اي زول قبيلتي وما قبيلتك ده يتم تجريمه وخطوه كماده دستوري في قانون هنا، عشان بكره زول يجي يقول لك قبيلتي وكي طوالي ده اقبضوا يا بوليس دخلوا. شفت كيف؟ فزول ده قاعد يتكلم كلام ساكت، قال ما في سج، اسمعوا فيه كلام هو هيقولوا تاني هنا.
That is the permanent constitution they are talking about. Kenya spent 50 years in order to have that.
يعني لازم احنا نقعد 50 سنه عشان نوصل للدور بتاع كينيا ده. يعني هسه اتنويك ده ودير احنا نمر بأسر الحجر الأسر القديم، نمر لحد سنة 2000 لحد قرن 1 2 3 لحد نوصل لحد قرن الجديد، نمشي تته يلا نوصل ده. كان كينيا قاعد 50 سنة. احنا مالكم مال كينيا؟ Are we Kenyan? We are not Kenyan, we are South Sudanese for God's sake. عنا جنوبين ثقافة بتاعنا براو. كينيا عنده ثقافة بتاعنا براو، الناس ودنا أفارق أنام. We are not Kenyan, we are South Sudanese. احنا بننفذ حاجات بتاعنا. انكم مالكم مال كينيا ان شاء الله يقعد مليون سنة يجي يعمل دستور. يا اخي عليكم ما تأسى ده. يعني ايه تأسى؟ يعني ده اكزامبل بتاع كينيا، اكزامبل بتاع لا حول الله ولا قوة إلا بالله. ما ده ناس اللي كان مشوا بس زول رون ينقروا مسافة بس كده في يوغندا ولا كينيا بيتخلق بيشوف نفسه زي كانوا مشى في حتة فلان. لا حول الله ولا قوة إلا بالله. وده في حالته قاعد كان في بريطانيا. تعال شوفوا بس كان قاعد بس جيبوا له انتوا دايرين انه يبحدل اللبس، جيبوا له كسرة بملا قدرة كنت قدامه قول له البس بدله خليه ياكل تشوف بحدل بتاعه. قال ده زول قاعد في بريطانيا.
So the permanent constitution is now the link, and the census are also the link. The election is going to take place. Another recommendation is that
the link. An election should take place. Election ده بيمشي بيته قانون يا جماعة. election بيمشي بيها قانون بيمشي بيها قانون سبحان الله ها census ده هم رفضوا بتاع ده والله سبحان الله سبحان الله لكن احنا هوريكم الجن لسه ما في مشكله
peace agreement on resolution of conflict, okay, will continue to be implemented as parties continue to engage in the process of
يا
implementing.
جماعه اتفاقيه بينفذوه كيف؟ انت نفذ الاتفاقيه هسه كمل البنود الاتفاقيه بعدك تعلينا في شنو؟ تعلينا في اجل الاخير اللي هو انتخابات لكن انت ما you cannot tell us that we have to actually يعني احنا نعمل election وقاعد ننفذ ده كلام بتاع شنو؟ حاجه غريبه جدا.
The agreement, okay, and continue for to go to the election. That is the recommendation. The last recommendation is that nobody should interfere in Republic of South Sudan sovereignty, which in the connotation of that will include nobody should even request the court in South Sudan to do what their member states deemed appropriate for South Sudan. So Dr. Riak is under competent court, and that competent court is the one trial, and the decision will come with that court. It cannot, at this point, be politicized or any politician to talk about it.
والله فضيحة والله فضيحة فضيحة والله فضيحة يا سلام يلا اسمعوا كلام بتاع سيلفا كير ده كلام بتاع كير لما انتخابات بتاع 2010 لما قبل ما يجي شوف اسمعوا.
Recently, the first vice president of Sudan, Salva Kiir, was in South Africa to meet with President Jacob Zuma, and Straight Talk Africa host Shaka Sali caught up with him in Pretoria.
What were the key issues that you specifically discussed?
We concentrated on things that have not been done.
Yes. For example?
One is the demarcation of the borders between the north and the south.
That's not.
It has not been done. We were supposed to receive the report from the technical committee by the 30th of September, which has passed. That committee has not yet brought their final report because they were supposed to report on having completed the demarcation on the maps. And once they report to the presidency, we would give them the go ahead now to start demarcating on the ground. And it should finish by the 31st of December.
أنا لسه ما قدرت نزيد طبعا فاضل دقيقة وحاجة. ده نفس زول الرافض قاعد يتكلم عن الاتفاقية اللي أجري اسم شنو ده انتخابات بتاع 2010 بينه ما عملوا border demarcation ما عملوا كده وما عملوا كده. طيب هسا انت داير انتخابات انت ما نفذت chapter 2 permanent ceasefire and security arrangement. نمرة 2 اللي هو the humanitarian assistance and rehabilitation and compensation and rehab وشنو ما أدراك حاجات كتير. ده نمرة 3. نمرة 4 موضوع بتاع financial sector اللي كان مفروض يا بنفذوا بول اتفاقيات. نمرة 5 اللي هو موضوع بتاع security arrangement. وانت عندك monitoring and evaluation لما جاء يتكلموا بانه يا اخي حاجه بتاع كم نسبه 30% بس ينفذوا بتاع الاتفاقيه. يعني شنو؟ ده موضوع بتاع شنو؟ بتاع باور شيرنج فوق هناك بس chapter 1. بعدك انت عندك حاجه المفروض انه اسمه شنو الاتفاقيه ده المفروض يعملوا annexation عشان يكون بقى شنو؟ يا خارطه الطريق ده دستور نفسه. حاجه ده اخذ فتره ولسه في بنود كتير ما عملوا. شفت كيف؟ بعدك بيتكلم عن سوبريمسي بتاع الاتفاقيه ده ذاته. الاتفاقيه ذاته السوبريمسي بتاعه. والحاجه الثانيه بقى موضوع بتاع شنو؟ بتاع election. انت خليت حاجات ده كله تجدينا. شفت كده اسمع هو قاعد يتكلم ده ده قبل انتخابات بتاع 2010 اسمه.
This has not been done. And this demarcation should have been done even before 2007. Now it has not been done. I have briefed the president about it. We have the population census results,
ايوه
which were supposed to be the basis of drawing the geographical constituencies.
census. وده كلام احنا قاعدين نقوله هسه. population census. احنا شعب بتاعنا في تانيين قاعدين في الدول الجوار، دارين يرجعوا، تانيين قاعدين دا refugees، تانيين دا displaced، ناس ما رجعوا ودارين بقى census. انت رفضت بتاع ناس كيزان ده قال لك ديل ما عملوا انا سبوريكم ثغرات القانونيه في الكلام بتاعهم. هم قالوا بانه ما عملوا ده زمن ده. هسه احنا قاعدين نقول دارين census. انت لازم تعمل تعداد سكان عشان نعرف عدد ذاته الناس اللي جايين يصوتوا ده كم، عشان بعدك نعرف في كل دائره جغرافيه لو في عدد بتاع ناس صوتوا بنعرف بانه والله دائره جغرافيه. مثلا example for instance كان قلنا دائره بتاع مونوكي في حاجه بتاع 90,000 هناك، احنا هنحسب ناس صوتوا ناس منو ولازم عدد ده يكون في 90,000 ده. 90,000 ده احنا هنشوف الكروت التالفه الصوت منو ما صوت منو، بعدك احنا بنعرف النتيجه بتاع ناس منو نسبه كم يا صوت ونسبه يا طول ما صوت، وفي كروت التالفه اجل تلفت وكده. شفت كيف؟ ما في كلام ده. اسمعوا كلام ده كويس.
For the upcoming elections. But we have rejected the results simply because they were not conducted in a transparent manner. And so we believe that there was too much frauded in a way that it cannot be acceptable.
Are you suggesting that the census in effect was rigged?
Completely.
وقال the census is rigged. مش قال the census rigged، بس أنا هوريكم الثغرة القانوني هنا.
Completely because you find that the areas that are the most populated, take for example in Southern Sudan and in Northern Sudan, we know the populated areas. These areas produce less expected numbers.
طيب هسه ودير يعمل انتخابات، وكمان they said that we can one of them كان قالوا زول ما اعرف كان ده زول اسمه اكول ده ولا منو اكول بول ولا ده منو، قال يا اخي we can actually conduct a partial election. طيب partial election ده فيها محل وانت هسه ما عملت السنسس. انا ده اوريكم الثغره القانونيه. لو هم بيقولوا بانه يا اخي الاتفاقيه ده امين الانتخابات ده بتاع 2010 بكل الاجراءات اللي تم، يا هو اللي هم شافوا دي الحاجات اللي حصل زمن ده. طيب ليه هو هسه لسه قاعد يقول هو از ليجيت بريزيدنت؟ ده ثغره قانوني. ما انت قاعد تقول انت ليجيت بريزيدنت صوتوا لك، في ناس قاعدين يغنوا لك بما انه انت صوتوا لك في عهد بتاع السودان وانت كنت نائب رئيس بتاع السودان، صوتوا لك كان نائب رئيس بتاع السودان. هسه في حاجه اسمه انت نائب رئيس بتاع السودان، السودان دوله ثانيه، انت هسه دوله ثانيه. ما في حاجه هنا البوري بانه كير ده عنده ليجيتيمسي، لانه الكلام ده تم في عهد بتاع انه السودان موحد. السودان متى ما تم قانونيا حصل انفصال، بمعنى بقى في واقع جديد، في دوله جديد، بمعنى دوله ده انت بقيت ما تابع له الدوله اللي كنت نائب رئيس له، بمعنى انت انتخابات داك ذهب خلاص انتهى. وانت هسه تتكلم عن election باستاتستيكا اللي انت تتكلم عنه ده، انت قلت والله في محلات احنا بنعرف المكتسب، انت هسه داير تعمل نفس الحاجه. وراب الفاضي ده ما فيه ناس ده، انت مشيت زدت عدد بتاع وراب ده، انت زدت بتاع شمال برغزال، وانت زدت بتاع ليك ستيت، انت زدت ده كله، ده احنا بنعرف ده نفسه حاجه بتاع مؤتمر وطني هم عملوا فانت بالتالي انت هسه لما تقول الكلام ده كير هسه جاي يتكلم، وده احنا ده احنا خطيناه ونترحم لشيخ صالح، وطبعا اتوفى تقريبا السنه اللي فاتت اللي هم 200 نترحم عليه، وكان بتاع فوكس افريكا في فويس اوف امريكا. عمل معه انترفيو ده كان في بريتوريا في ساوث افريقيا. سو ده حاجه انا داير نقول يا جماعه. فالناس دي لما نيجي تقول كلامهم الني ده بوريك انه هم ما عندهم موضوع. فانا زي ما وريتكم يا جماعه، انا قبل قلت انا نعمل شويه كابشن من الرهن السياسي في جنوب السودان، عشان ندي فرصه برضه للضيوف الليله اللي هيجي يتكلموا في الروم بتاعنا الليله، اللي هو مولانا ايمانويل اجاوين، وعندك استاذ تيتو، وهنتكلم عن توبيك مهم جدا. التوبيك ده بيتكلم عن تاريخ اللي هو the history of South Sudan from the perspective of national أو nation building. sorry nation building ليه احنا على فكرة بنربط الماضي والحاضر. لو احنا ادينا مقتطفات من قول 55 او 56 مرورا لحد ما وكده احنا جينا وصلنا في النقطة دي. لانه في برضه في نفس الوقت انت كان لاحظت انه الاحداث اللي قاعد يحصل هسه في جنوب السودان ده عنده ارتباط بالحاجات اللي حاصل ده كله على مر التاريخ. وانت كان لاحظت انه في ورصات هنا، في زول بيحكي تاريخ بحاجه له هو للمنفعه بتاعه عشان كيف انه يقدر يسيطر على الحاضر. وده خطا. احنا لازم نوري التاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان هسه زي ما هو عشان في عندنا اجيال. بكره تريزا ما هيكون هنا، بكره مولانا اجاوين ما هيكون هنا، ولا استاذ تيتو، ولا كل الناس اللي في الغرفه ده هيكون في جيل جديد. لكن لازم هم يكون عندهم معلومات نقيه، معلومات صحيحه، تاريخ صحيح بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. يعني انا شايف واحد كده اسمه منو كده كوك جا ظهر يا زول قال يا اخي قال ايش شنو ده، قال يا اخي حق تغير المصير ده حق تغير المصير ده اتكلم عنه. قال ده اجد اسمه يا زول اسمه بوزديو، مع احترامي لي بوزديو، لكن معروف يا جماعه بانه اجري جادين. وكتبوا حتى في ورقه بتاعه، احنا عملنا كام شو هنا، كتب في الرساله بتاعه اللي هو كان زعلان في اجتماع عملوا في مصر، لما خلاص بقى في عمليه بتاع انفصال بتاع دري، عشان بريتش بقى دري يجهزوا عشان يدوا استقلال للسودان وكده. الناس حزب المرغني او حزب بتاع الامه، والحزب الثاني بتاع المرغني ده، هم عزموهم شمالين عزموهم، لكن الناس بتاعنا كان تقريبا هم 4 ولا 6 نفر. اجري جادين كان زعلان ولما كتب، وده السبب اللي خلى ان الجماعه ده يزعل منه، لانه اجري جادين كان متعلم جدا، هو ذاته خريج بتاع كليه خرطوم او كليه جوردون قبل ما يتم تغييره لجامعه ايش مش شنو ده، جامعه خرطوم. هو كتب ورقه ويتكلم بانه هم كجنوبين، واستاذ سيتو ممكن بيعرف الكلام ده، هم كجنوبين هم في 2 حاجه، يا فيدراليه بتاع السودان كله، السودان يكون فيدرالي، يا هم يدوم حق تقرير المصير بتاعه. وهو كان زعلان جدا لانه كلام بتاعهم هم كعفارقه او جنوبيين زمن ده ما شافوا. بالعكس ناس الجماعه دي المندكرات دي اللي شالوها ادوا الجماعه ناس بتاعهم الكثير وكده. المهم انا ما اقدر عشان ما اسبق الحوادث، انا اقدر نحيي اولا الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان كله في يوم بتاع الليله زي ما انا قلت، الليله يوم 22 شهر 2 2026. في يوم ده مهم جدا. معي هنا الضيفين عزيزين. الضيف الرسمي هو برضو امباسادور مولانا اجاوين، اللي هو الليدر برضو بتاع NDM Patriotic Front. هو برضو سكرتري جنرال بتاع سوما، وفي نفس الوقت هو برضو اسمه شنو ده رئيس بتاع NDM. فمهم جدا احنا كمان نسمع من برسبكتيف من جانب بتاعه. وبرضه معي الاستاذ تيتو، احنا بنسميه المؤرخ. كثير منكم ممكن بيعرفوا استاذ تيتو، هو معانا من كنا في فيسبوك، وانا عملت معاه حلقات كتير بتكلم عن تاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان، لانه عنده انترست تاريخ السودان والسودان. هو بيعتمد كتير في بعض الاحداث اللي هو هدروا في الاحداث الثانيه عبر الكتب اللي هو هو بيقراوا من كل الكتاب ديل او ميموس من قيادات بتاع جنوب السودان كله، دون فرس حتى القيادات بتاع السودان. فمهم جدا احنا بندي فرصه اليوم. انا قبل طبعا مولانا جاوين عشان كان هو شويه كان مشغول كده، فانا قلت له خلاص خليه اديه فرصه هو يجهز نفسه، وانا ممكن داير اتكلم في الرهن السياسي شويه، ممكن الساعات الاولى. ويا استاذ تيتو هو موجود برضه، لكنه معنا هو لسه في الشغل، فنديهم الفرصه. والليله هيكون يوم مهم جدا، ويا ريتوا الناس الموجودين انه السؤال بتاعك اللي جاي تسال بعدين خليه يكون في اطار بتاع النقاش اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم عنه. فانا بحييكم كلكم. بدي فرصه، انا ما اعرف استاذ تيتو لو دير تمشي قدام، لو انت عندك حاجه دير تقول حاجه اولا قبل ما انا اقدم ليش مش شنو ده الضيف الرسمي. تفضل استاذ تيتو.
شكرا وراء تريزا. نحييك ونحيي الغرفه بولدوزر وسعاده السفير ambassador Emmaanuel and all our esteemed listeners who have tuned in the room since you opened the room, I think almost an hour ago. I would like to apologize also to our listeners and our audience and friends who came here and they have been waiting patiently to listen to us. As you mentioned earlier, Emmaanuel, our ambassador Emmaanuel, is the main speaker. It's not me actually. Emmaanuel is the main speaker. He's going to take us through the topic, and my presence here just in a supporting role. Maybe certain things that you might have forgotten or slipped out of thing, so I can fill up later on, or maybe something that I see and may not be exactly as it is, and also he can. We are here in a complementary role, actually, but he's the main speaker. He's going to take us through the events of the topic. Emmaanuel, of course, most of you know him. He's knowledgeable also in history and things like that. So hopefully today we are going to interact and we are going to have a good time. Like Sister Teresa said, it is important for us, to visit our history. Not everybody knows exactly what happened 60 years ago, because sometimes people try to rewrite history in their favor. Some of them are not well versed. They don't have enough references. They did not read a lot of references. Maybe some of them they just heard it from somebody else, from third or fourth person. And like Teresa said, yes, I lived some of those events, not of course in the 50s, but in late 60s, though I was too young, and throughout the 70s and 80s, I was keenly following the events. And I met some of those politicians. I talked to them. I have seen some of them, but I did not talk to them, particularly after the 1972 original government. So definitely we are going to have a nice discussion and debate today. It is very important. I think what we are going through right now in our country is because most of them they are not familiar with the past, or they tend to ignore the past. They want to build on the present, which is unfortunate. And that's why we don't have institutions in place, or we have very weak institutions, as we see from the presidency to the ministries and security apparatus, etc., etc. But let me start here. I would like to welcome all of you. I welcome my younger brother, Emmaanuel Ajawin, who is going to be, like I said, the main speaker for today. And we are here. We'll take your questions. We are here to answer your questions to the best of our ability, what we know. Thank you, Teresa. I yield back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ustaz Tito, and I appreciate your presence as well here on the stage with us. In this session, it's very important, and let me also appreciate our guest of Hannah as we are also viewing this session here via YouTube as well. For those who are listening, going to listen very soon, we are going to introduce our brother Ambassador Emmaanuel Ajawin. As I said, he is also the leader of NDM Patriotic Front, and at the same time, he is General Secretary of SOMA, the opposition, South Sudan Opposition Alliance. So, Ambassador Emmaanuel Ajawin, happy Sunday. والحمد لله السلامة ونرحب بك اتفضل. The floor is yours.
شكرا مولانا Teresa for the kind words and also for welcoming me to this important forum, the voice of the oppressed, our diversity. Allow me also to pass my greetings to my brother Bulldozer and also special greetings to Brother Tito. It's good to have him here. He's a man that is quite, I call it, has institutional memory, historical institutional memory of South Sudan.
إن شاء الله بس صوت ده واصل الناس بتاع يوتيوب. Ambassador كان تزيد أي ده بتاعك.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So ده كده كيف كويس كده؟
أيوة كده مظبوط كده مظبوط.
في البداية نشكرك مولانا تريزا للاستضافة والكلمات الجميلة اللي قلتها، وخليني كمان نحيي الأستاذ بلدوزا وتحياتي خاص لأستاذنا المؤرخ بتاع التاريخ أستاذ تيتو، وتحياتي كمان لأخوي وحيدي والمستمعين بتاعنا لو في يوتيوب ولا في كلاب هاوس ولا في فيسبوك. Happy Sunday to all of you. التوبيك شيق ومهم جدا. The history of South Sudan from perspective of nation building. Nation building, of course, is a process. I would like to confine my introduction and divide it into two premises. نبدأ from 1898 ده خلفية مهم جدا للخلفية التاريخية عشان نقدر نفهم التطورات اللي هيحصل في الثلاثينات وفي العشرينات وفي الأربعينات لعد استقلال. That is phase one. ده مهم جدا. ده كمان بخلينا نتكلم كتير لعد ما أستاذ تيتو يكون جاهز لبارت 2. أنا ده كمان تيتو يركز أكتر في politics, especially the politics from 1955 onward. وبعدها ممكن نحن نناقش. لكن في البداية what I would like to state from the outset is that Brother Tito and myself, we don't claim to have the monopoly. I repeat, we don't claim to have the monopoly of the history of South Sudan. ده مهم جدا. نحن we are just students. We are students of history, and as such, we don't claim to have the absolute monopoly of the truth about the history. But the history we are trying, and the route we are trying to go through lane this night, or this evening, or this afternoon, whatever you may be, it is based on our historical our reading of historical records and historical books written by various be it South Sudanese or foreigners regarding what happened in the Sudan. And therefore, we are subject to any correction, أي تعديل بقى زيادة, or even counter to the versions that we are putting forth. We are ready for it. So when we come to a classroom, we must be humble, because I believe that we learn from one another. بنستفيد من البعض. ده مهم جدا. The issue بتاع nationalism, especially southern nationalism, is as old, it's as old as Sudan itself. لكن مهم جدا نتكلم عن القومية الجنوبية, because it's through this understanding of southern nationalism and oneness of what it is to be called South Sudanese that will help us to live in harmony in a geographical space called South Sudan. The oneness and southern nationalism, not only was it a foundation for the first war of 1955 and the second war of 1983, but it can be used, it's still relevant today, to build a viable state called South Sudan. And this could be really codified later on into the constitution-making process, because constitution is actually a reflection of how we agree to live with our various diversity. ده مهم جدا. لكن الذي نبدأ بالفهم ذاته with the nationalism and the southern nationalism. There was a famous statement that was made by Benjamin Loki, was one of the well-known South Sudanese politician. Benjamin Loki wrote a letter on the 15th of November, 1954, to the British Prime Minister at that time, I believe was Anthony Eden. So a letter was written by Benjamin Loki to the British Prime Minister Anthony Eden on the 15th of November, 1954. For anybody who may need the references, you can look at the Foreign Office document 371/108326. What did Benjamin say in his letter, Benjamin Loki? I will quote what he said. And the relevance of this is to understand the premises of Southern nationalism. What was it? Was it based on cultural? Was it based on religion? Was it based on language? Or was it based on race? The earlier notion of Southern nationalism. Benjamin Loki, what did he say? He said this, and I quote, "Northerners must realize that we have a heap of basic natural differences between them. We firmly believe in our right as a distinct race from the people in the Northern Sudan," end of quote. Now, if you look at how Benjamin Loki was defining Southern nationalism at that time, it was a racial nationalism. معناه شو؟ معناه الجنوبيين كانوا بينظروا لأنفسهم كأفارقة. Africans, and people used to call them the Negroes, vis-a-vis the Arabs of the North. لكن قبل ما أخش في التوبيك التفاصيل زي ما قلت قبل, I will have some historical juncture to stop at. لأنه the model Sudan that was crafted by the Anglo-Egyptian condominium rule, it is what actually gave South Sudan and the Sudan the identity of a nation as it is today. And I don't want to go beyond before that. In that regard, there was something that is important that I have to stop at. When the Mahdi, with انتحد الحزيمة بتاع الجيش المهدي في معركة بتاع كرري ومدبكيرات, and Sir Kitchener, Lord Kitchener, became the first Governor General of the Sudan. Before 1910, and Awazol became the Governor General. Sorry, I'm losing the track here. The first governor was Lord Kitchener. So after the defeat of the Mahdi, the Egyptian condominium decided on two things. They decided what they call pacification of the Sudan and the administration of the Sudan. Why do they want to specify or pacify Sudan? They did not want the reoccurrence of the Mahdi revolution. So, in order to do this, they must come up with strong measures. The other second it was how to rule the Sudan. The new the Anglo-Egyptian condominium rule, they had some problem that they were facing. The French were having interest, especially in southern Sudan. Major Marchand was sent to occupy Fashoda. And at that time, he entered into an agreement with then the king of the Shuluk in Fashoda. And they agreed that Fashoda will be a protractorate of the French and will be called, I think, St. Louis. So the new name of it will be called St. Louis. And the Fashoda, of course, will become an independent entity that will be protracted of the French. The British did not like this because based on their understanding and based on the Berlin Conference of 1884, Sudan was within their confine and the areas between largely East Africa, Kenya, Uganda. Secondly, the British felt that the occupation of Fashoda by the French will be a serious threat to Egypt and to their interests in East Africa, because there was a presentation that was done in Cairo in 1892 by an hydroelectric engineer, a French, who claimed that if someone built, or any country or any entity build a dam in Upper Nile, and specifically in Fashoda, then that they will control the flow of the Nile to Egypt, and hence determining life and death of the Egyptian. So when the French went and occupied Fashoda, the British took it serious upon them that they cannot allow the French to come and exert their interest in Fashoda. And Kitchener, after defeating the Mahdi, he went to Fashoda and they met with Marchand, and it was resolved amicably, and the French blinked. The French blinked. It was the first time that the French and the British were on the verge of war. Yani Jaraid Zamandaf in Paris, in London, was talking about the imminent war between the French and the British over the Fashoda, what became known as the Fashoda incident. It was a threat. The second threat that the British were facing, it has to do with Lado Inclave. Remember, the British entered into kind of an understanding with King Leopold II of Belgium, where the Lado Inclave was conceded to him until his death. So he will have an overall control and rules of the area of Lado Inclave. Lado Inclave geography bitao, when it comes, I don't want to go into the details. It encompasses some of the northern Uganda, some of them was some of eastern Equatoria, coming all the way to this side of Lado. So Belgium were also a threat to the British. So before embarking on pacification of the Sudan and effective administration of the Sudan, the British decided that there's a need to enter into negotiations with the Belgians, so that the Lado Inclave can be given to the British control, and with that they will have an absolute power and absolute control of the Sudan. The British in 1906 started negotiations with Belgium in London, and they signed what they call Anglo-Congolese Agreement. 1906, they entered into negotiations with the Belgian, and they signed what they call the Anglo-Congolese Agreement. In this agreement, King Leopold of Belgium II agreed to give up his claim. He agreed to give up his claim on southern Sudan, and especially on the Lado enclave. In return, he will be given some commercial concessions. He will be given some guaranteed interest on the railway loan, and he will be given some retention of Lado enclave during his reign until the day he dies. On the 17th of October, 1909, Leopold II died. Again, within a month, the Belgians entered into an agreement, and by 16th of June, 1910, Lado enclave was officially handed over to the Sudan government authority. Now you could see the British were facing two foreign threat, threat from two powerful countries, the French and the Belgian. With the French decided peacefully to withdraw from Fashoda, so that one was resolved. The second was the Belgian, and the Belgian agreed to completely leave Lado enclave to the full authority of the Sudanese government on the 16th of June, 1910. Now, this is very important because from that time of 1910, the British embarked on a very serious policy, which later on became known as Southern Policy or the policy of the closed district ordinance. Now, why is it important? In 1910, the Governor General ordered the formation of an Equatorian Corps. The Khawajat at that time and the Anglo-Egyptian condominium found that the people of South Sudan, they call them the Negro Africans, vis-a-vis the Arabs now, must be ruled separately and they must be developed separately. And hence, there's a need for the Southern Sudanese to protect themselves from the legacy of the slave trades from the Arabs. لأنه نزيبير باشا وعرب trade slave dealers, they used and subjugated the people of South Sudan to slavery. Now, they decided that is a need, and that was, of course, under the Governor General Wingate, to establish a new battalion in South Sudan. Now, they also wanted this battalion to be used in case there's an uprising in the north tomorrow. These troops also, they could be used against the suppressing of the northern revolt. Thirdly, they also felt that if there is a threat from their colonies in East Africa, especially Uganda and Kenya, these troops can be used as a reinforcement. And hence came the discussion of the locality. Where should these troops be based, the new corps, the Equatorian Corps? They decided that the Equatorian Corps should be based in Eastern Equatoria, specifically in Torit. Apart from the reasons that I've given, the three reasons of the formation of the Equatorian Corps, which is to act as a fallback in case there's a rebellion in the north. The second, the issue that Southerners need to protect themselves. And third, that in case there's a problem in East Africa, they could use them as reinforcement. They felt that the Latuka, which was a warlike tribe in East Africa, in southern Sudan at that time, they could actually be used to be the soldiers of the new Equatorian Corps, because of their aggressiveness and because of their warlike nature. Equatorian Corps was formed out of 4 companies. Company 1 and 2, they were based in Equatoria. And the Company 1 was mostly recruited from the Langos, from the also from the Moros, the Mahdi, and the other speaking groups. Company number 2 was composed mostly entirely from Latuka. And that is why later on in 1955, you will find the officers that were leaders of the revolt were from the Latuka. This is company number 2. That was the core of the Equatorian Corps itself, company number 2. Company number 3 and number 4 were respectively made from Upper Nile, especially among the Nuers, the Shilluk, the Denka, I think some of the Murle and the Anuak, but mostly on these tribes. In Barghazal was also the Dinka, the Feratit, and the other tribes, and the Luos. They became the base of company number 3. So you had 4 companies, 1 and 2 in Equatoria, 3 in Alenid, Upper Nile, and 4 in Barghazal. This is important because this Equatorian Corps, as I said earlier, will form the basis of the Torit uprising. Now, within that lane of creating a new identity for South Sudan, they decided in 1922 to introduce what they call the passports and permits. Passport and permits, which became known as the Closed District Ordinance. We used to call Passports and Permits Ordinance, which later on became formally known as the Closed District. This was also a policy to put in check the Northern Sudanese traders, because now the South Sudanese, especially the governor of Mangala, was the one that was urging that South Sudan or the provinces of Southern Sudan should be having a different identity altogether from the north. And this was advocatedly louder by then, as I said, the governor of the Mangala. He wrote a letter to the Governor General urging them the need for South Sudan to continue being administered differently. So Major Charles Stinget, who was the governor of Mangala province, could be described as a strong advocate for separation and treatment between the Northern Arab Muslim and the African South Sudanese before his death in 1919. He wrote a letter to the Governor General, and he said this, and I quote. He said, this is a letter written to the Governor General by Charles Stegen, who was the governor of Mangala. He wrote this letter, and I quote, an administrative church which sorely needed, and which must take place before any great advance can be made, is the complete separation of the Negro provinces of the Sudan from the Arab provinces. End of quote. An administrative change, my mistake, my handwriting here, an administrative change which solely needed and which must take place before any great advance can be made is the complete separation of the Negro provinces of the Sudan from the Arab provinces. End of quote. This is what the governor of Mangala, Major Charles Tistinge, wrote to the Governor General. Not only that, he actually proposed the appointment of Vice Governor General. So he proposed an appointment of Vice Governor General to be appointed for the administration of southern provinces. And James he was one of the strongest advocates for the separation of South from the North. He went ahead and proposed the creation or the appointment of a Governor General. Land for Sudan can't be Governor General. So he decided, let's appoint a Deputy Governor General for southern provinces. And of course, this view of his, it was what later formed, as I said earlier, what became known as the Closed District Ordinance. So sorry, guys, it's just a small thing. So basically, his suggestion and proposition and the need of creating a different state in South Sudan, it was later on formed the basis for the creation in 1922 of what became known as Passports and Permits Ordinance, or what became known as Closed Districts. So all this credit go to Major Charles Stinger, the former governor of the Mangala. Now, this is important. Another important event is 1928, languages, or what became known as Language Conference or Rajab Conference. Because the British now, they have decided to form Equatorian Corps in 1910. Now they have argued for the need of creating a different identity and entity for Southern Sudan, and hence establish the Passports and Permits Ordinance, or what became Closed District as an official. They decided now on the language to be taught in intermediate schools, all the way, elementary, intermediate, and all that. So they decided to hold a conference in Rajab, which became known as the Rajab Conference. Now they decided to adopt 6 languages as an instrument of teaching in South Sudan. That was 1928 Rajab Language Conference. They decided to adopt the Dinka language, the Nuers language, the Shilluk language, and then I think the Azandi language. The other one was a Chua. Was it a Chuli language? I don't know, I forgot the 6th one. Tobosa. And then in 1929, a year to Wali Bada, they decided to adopt English as official language for South Sudan. So you could see now that South was heading through a different trajectory from the Northern Sudan. The Northern Sudan to the Anglo-Egyptian condominium was an Arab Muslim. And hence they wanted to create a South Sudanese or a southern provinces that speak English, and they regarded them as African Negroes, separately as entities. So there's a clear policy now of, at least, although they're one countries, there are 2 different systems. Okay? And then they adopted also the policy of indirect rule, where they rule through the chiefs. By 1930, it has become official that now, administratively, practices in South Sudan were legalized. English language became the official, plus the 6 languages that were adopted in the Rajaf Conference, and hence the official announcement of what became known as Southern Policy. Southern Policy became official, and we're working towards it. Now, what changed the British minds, and later on for them to hold what became known as the Juba Conference? As I said earlier in my earlier remarks, Sudan, which means including southern provinces, were under what was known as Anglo-Egyptian condominium rule. Egypt and the British entered into agreement in 1936 regarding the Suez Canal. Because before the Suez Canal, the British fleet, they used to travel all the way from England, from Europe, coming all the way from West Africa to the Cape of Good Hope or Cape Town, and then from there, accessing the Indian Ocean and taking the trade to the Asian continent. Now, with the Suez Canal, it became shorter in terms of distance coverage. So it became a very strategic commercial interest for the British and their colonies in India. They had a lot of investment and trade in Asia and specifically in India. So one of the demands by the British, by the Egyptians, is to leave Sudan absolutely in their absolute control. And Egyptians did not want any policy of separating South Sudan. So what did they do? They then decided to hold what they call administrative conference in the north of the Sudan. This conference was held before the Juba conference of 1947. So you could see that the meeting of Juba, what became known as Juba Conference, which started in June the 12th to 13th, 1947, and also was hosted by the Civil Secretary, by then Sir James Robertson. It was actually in a response to the British Southern administrators' criticism of the recommendation of the Sudan Administration Conference, and Abu Gibel, Shamali, that included the South Sudanese and also the Sudan Administration Conference held in the north by Northerners and the British, agreed without even South Sudanese that South Sudanese should be included in the Central Legislative Assembly that was proposed by them. So the governors of southern provinces at that time informed the Governor General that you cannot hold a conference and you determine the political future, in which you determine the political future of the Sudan without inclusion of South Sudanese in that conference. Then, as a response to this, the British agreed that, okay, we will hold a conference, the same conference, in southern provinces, and they decided that a conference should be held in June from 12 to 13 in Juba. Now, Junubin Kutar Indom misunderstanding of what was discussed in the Juba conference.
Exactly.
And I would like to make this correction. Junubin think that the issue of federation was discussed in the Juba conference. I will tell you categorically absolutely, that there was no discussion on federation. Not the federation that was discussed in the Juba conference. Juba Conference agenda was to discuss 5 issues. 1, it was to consider the recommendation of Sudan Administration Conference, okay, about Southern Sudan. So it was to consider the recommendation that was held in the north under what was called the Sudan Administration Conference about Southern Sudan. Number 2 was to discuss the advisability of the Southern Sudanese being represented in the proposed assembly, and if it is decided to be advisable to decide how such representation can be best obtained in the present circumstances, and whether the representation proposed by the Sudan Administration Conference is suitable. Number 3 was to discuss whether safeguards can be introduced into the forthcoming legislation, setting up the new assembly to ensure that the Southern Sudan, with its differences in race, tradition, language, customs, and outlook, is not hindered in its social and political advancement. Number 4, to discuss whether or not an advisory council for Southern Sudan should be set up to deal with Southern affairs, from which representatives may be appointed to sit on the assembly, as representatives may be appointed to sit on the assembly as representative of Southern Sudan. And number 5, to consider the recommendations of the Sudan Administration Conference in paragraph 13 of their report, which deal with matters not strictly relevant to the political development of the Sudan, which the conference recommended as essential in the unification of the Sudanese people, if the unification of the Sudanese people is to be achieved. Ya Jama, there are 5 agendas that were discussed in the Juba conference from June the 12th to June the 13th. بس كان يوم واحد. It was actually a kind of face saving by the British after the protests by the governors of Southern Province that they were not consulted in the Northern Sudan Administration Conference. So up to here, there is no federation that was discussed. In one of the room to Edward, he was saying he was disagreeing with me, and I can't work for Emmaanuel Ajawin. How can he say that federation was the invention of the Liberal Party? Federation there was both due in 1947. That raised this issue.
usima kalam min handa Maulana? Usima min zola lismu munu kogde.
Imagine.
Usima minu ukog. Ay, usima kalam min kogde zola mal mulakbatat كتير واصل.
So I hope my brother Dr. Bol Larjan will be here to quote me any of the agenda of the Juba conference that talk about federalism, to the extent where both you propose federalism as a political mechanism for the ruling of the Sudan. Dema kan mawjud, kulu ma fi federalism here discussed. Ana ma da rakhush fi statements and the comments that were made by the various chiefs like Lopanya and Chief Gir and Chief Lolik Lado, these are the three main chiefs that spoke loudly in the conference, which is Chief Lopanya, or is it Lopanya? I don't know if the right pronunciation, Tito, and also Lopaya.
Yeah.
Chief Lopaya and Chief Gir and Chief Rihan and also
Abdurrahman Sule.
Abdurrahman Sude, and then also Chief Lolik Lado, and many.
Lolik, yeah.
Lolik, they talked a lot. They talked about that Europe is not ready for this and that and so forth. So, yeah, Jama, it is important, and this is what I said. This is what I call phase one. I laid the foundation for you to understand now how southern provinces and the intention of the British to create separate entities or identity between the North and the South emerged. So also this will give us an understanding of what kind of nationalism was being built. As I said in my introduction, that the nationalism, southern nationalism, the seminal southern nationalism at the beginning was a racial one, because it is when the British felt that the Arab Muslim in the north should not be mixed with the Negro Africans. So it was kind of a racial nationalism that the foundation was put down by the British. But it developed from the racial nationalism into a kind of political and economical and social nationalism later on in 1950s, and when politics changed. Now, I will start something on the second floor later on. So, Junubin were elected, of course, because they were nominated into the first Constituent Assembly with 1948. When the Anglo-Egyptian condominium decided now it is time to negotiate and talk about the independence of the Sudan, or to give Sudan a certain sort of autonomy, they invited northern political forces to Egypt in 1951. And these were the Umma Party and the National Unionist Party, each other Divorad. They did not invite South Sudanese into the conference. Sorry, that was 1953, the Cairo meeting. They did not invite South Sudanese into this conference, where the future trajectory of the Sudan was being discussed. The reason the Northern Sudanese gave Kanshu, Galo, Sudan mind the Ahzab Siyasiya. And this is not true, because in 1951, the Liberal Party was formed. It was the first ever official South Sudanese political party. Liberal Party was formed, and the three leadership of Stanlau's Payam, Abdurrahman Sule, and Faisama. And Faisama, by the way, I need to clarify something. Yani kan nang show ya. Binu Faisama zatu who Darfur lang will do Darfur. Like in the Hajitani by then. I don't know if you have information on this. So anyway, and Abdurrahman Sule. These three gentlemen became the leaders and the pioneer of the first ever political party to be formed in 1951. Like we could get discussion when Ben Sudani to discuss the future by the British and the Egyptian were not invited. And the reason given that there are no political parties in South Sudan, or there are no political parties formed by Southern Sudanese. Of course, this was a lie. Before the independence, the Liberal Party held its convention in Juba, Nyakuren, and they put forth that Southern Sudan must be given a special status within the Sudan. And that's the time the call for federation and federalism became louder. Northern Sudanese agreed that Junubin will give you a full consideration. Federalism will be given a full consideration, that was the wording, if you vote for independence in the parliament. Of course, Sudan referendum was not Mazihagat Junub Balamolo publicly. Sudan's self-determination was carried out in the parliament. European representatives and the northern representative voted for the independent Sudan, with the understanding that South Sudan will be given a full federation, and that federation will be given a full consideration. Now, once the country, even before the country became independent, the Torit incident will occur, but I will let only leave it to Tito to start from there. Northerners, with the proposed constitution that should have included federalism, decided to give the government, which was called the White Coup, to General Abud. When Abud came, he abolished anything called federation, and they said anyone talks about federation will be held accountable and they will be deemed as an enemy of the state. And the slogan was, there is no federation for one nation. Federation is separation. And that was the last bullet. There's no more politics. Go for the parliament. You cannot talk anymore. I will stop here and I will leave the second part where we get into real politics from 1955 maybe to the independence of South Sudan in 2011. So I'll give Maulana, I will stop here and call upon Brother Tito to add his perspective. Thank you.
يا شكرا كتير مولانا أجاوين. يعني أنا بشكرك وبدنا نشكر برضو الناس المستمعين عبر يوتيوب وبرضو وفي هنا في كلاب هاوس. انت بدأت من مكان بعيد جدا من 800 وبل أبعد من كده في خاصة في موضوع بتاع Southern nationalism. the process بتاعه ده نقاط مهم جدا. التوضيحات اللي ضفته من 1945 برضو كلام اللي قاله بنجامين لوكي اللي هو كتب نقاط مهم بأنه يا أخي الجنوبيين ديل، أو كتبوا لبريتش برايم مينستر بأنه الجنوبيين ديل يعني اللي هو they are distinguished، يعني هم مختلفين من الشمالين، عندهم الثقافة بتاعهم واللغات بتاعهم بيختلف. أو موضوع بتاع the southern يعني the northern Sudanese they must understand that. يعني ده حاجة مهم جدا. يعني الليلة ذاته انت ما بتسمع بين الناس بيتكلموا عن بنجامين لوكي وحاجات ده، شفت الناس ما بتركز في الكلام ده. وانت اتكلمت برضو عن مراحل بتاع اسمه شنو ده تعامل البريتش بلجيم من زمن برضو بتاع مهدية وزمن بتاع أنجلو إيجيبشن وكده. في التوضيح بس أنا أقدر نوضح، بيكون في زول كتب في كومنت هنا كلام مولانا قصد هنا، لأنه أنتوا بتعرفوا الكونتراكت اللي كان حصل بين بلجيم لما انشال جزء أجزاء كبيرة من لادو كيندوم اللي هو later on become لادو إنكليف، لما انقطعوا بقى من شمال بتاع يوغندا لإيكوتوريا اسم شنو ده اللي هو بروفنس منطقة ده كله. في ما تنسوا بأنه في كان كونتراكت اللي هو كان الكينج ليوبارد كان بيشوف إنه بأنه أول بريتش بيقول هم they have leased منطقة ده لاسم شنو ده لكينج ليوبارد but he did not own it. ما تنسوا بأنه في there is أجل اللي هو تريتي اللي هو مؤتمر برلين بتاع 1884 ل 1885. المؤتمر ده بموجبه قسموا أفريقيا ده زي قطع بتاع كيك، كل دول ده بيشيلوا مناطق ده كمستعمرة لهم. فكان في مناطق هم قطعوا، مناطق اللي كان هم بيعتبروه في تريتي بتاع بريتش ان بلجيم ده. في ما تنسى اللي هو في منطقة بتاع فاشودا، وفي منطقة بتاع لادو إنكليف، وفي أجزاء كبيرة كان برضو يهم من منطقة بتاع كونغو. ده كله يعني مستعمرات، ما بيعني بأنه محلات ده كانوا سوا، لكن ده المستعمرة اللي هم طبعا عندهم أهداف هم قاعدين يعملوا الحاجات ده كله. فبس ده النقطة بتاع توضيح. مثلا أنا شفت برضو سيستر ديدي ذكر تحت هناك. وفي نقاط كويسة، في باقي حاجات أنا بخلوا له اسمه شنو أستاذ تيتو. أصل في ناس كتار يا مولانا جوين ما بيعرفوا بأنه في مؤتمر ترجف. في ناس كتار ما بيعرفوا بأنه كان في مؤتمر، بيلخبطوا برضو الحاجة اللي ناقشوه في مؤتمر ترجف، مؤتمر جوبا أو مؤتمر بتاع ده 47. في ناس كتار ما بيعرفوا كلام، هم ذات ما بيعرفوا ناس هم يتجمعوا فيه. هم ما بيعرفوا المؤتمر بتاع 65 المائدة المستديرة، ما بيعرفوا الأحداث اللي كان برضو في لخبطة كتير، في خلط. عشان كده الزول ده قال جاء قبل جاء قال لك يا جوين بأنه فلان الفلاني ده، هو لقى كلام ده هناك في ميديا، وهو ما بيعرف بأنه ناس يعني أنت قاعد تتكلم based on documentation ما بس حاجة ساي. فالمهم شكرا لك كتير، عشان ده طبعا ده الجزء الأول عشان الناس تعرف لما نيجي نتكلم from the history of South Sudan perspective of perspective of the nation building. لأنه هسه إحنا هندخل في المرحلة الثانية. قبليه ده إحنا نمشي للأستاذ تيتو نشكره. أنا ما أعرف كان هو في موجود ولا هو مشغول. أستاذ تيتو تفضل.
يا تي
تفضل.
أنا فعلا أنا مشغول، لكن I will give you some minutes of my
time. تفضل.
I may not be able to do full presentation like Brother Emmaanuel Ajawin because I may be interrupted at work. But I will try my level best to help a little bit, and then later on I will come. I left like 2 hours to get off the work. So, but anyway, I would like to thank Brother Emmaanuel for the narrative, the background, historical narrative that he gave, very excellent, fruitful, and we have learned a lot. And I'm quite sure our listeners and audience and those who will be coming to listen to this room later on is a great lesson for all of us, because I guess most of us, we don't have time to read, and we don't research. That's why a lot of people, they don't have full knowledge of historical background of South Sudan. But I think with this brief explanation, I think Ambassador Emmaanuel gave a very good lecture, and I would like to commend him for that. Now, before I start, I just want to make a quick interjection or comment regarding the last part, which of federation. And I think both of you, you are law students, you studied law, and you finished your law successfully. And my opinion regarding the phrase federation will be given full consideration, which prompted our forefathers to acquiesce to it. I think they were taken for right. My interpretation, and you guys could help me later on with this, because I'm not a jurist, but I think the word will be given full consideration was just a ploy, knowing that there was no lawyer among Southerners, to question this phrase. It became problematic. It should have been Southerners will be given, for instance, something like that, federation after independence, a promise, full promise. Now, after the independence, 1956, when the demand for federation was rejected, Southerners asked the northern elite why you renege on your promise. They said, we sat and we deliberated on this issue of federation, and we found out that a federation is not the best form of governance for Sudan. Period. We deliberated on it. You know how people play with language. But I think before I continue, I want to give you a chance, both Emmaanuel and Teresa. You can make a comment on this. Maybe I am wrong. Like, أنا ما أعرف رأيكم شنو مثلا. خلينا نجي فينا شوية.
Yeah. النقطة الأخيرة أنت تقدر تقول حاجة كان ولا بيكون
لا أنا قلت شنو يعني بس كان ممكن تعلق بسيط رأيكم شنو هل إنه مثلا الفريز was it correct هل غشونا ولا ما غشونا لأنه language the wording will be given full consideration and then once after the independence Southerners voted for independence. After that the northern elite said and they said we deliberated on this issue of federation. And we have come to the conclusion that federation is not the best form of governance for the Sudan. Period. The issue of federation was killed. My question here is, don't you think that it was a ploy? لأنه language فهم بتاع الجنوبيين للفريز إنه will be given reconstruction بيختلف عن فهم بتاع أو تفسير بتاع الشماليين. Later on, الشماليين use their interpretation to reject the issue of federation. But we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it later on. Let me continue. Like I said, I am not going to take too much time.
Sorry, for كلامك صح. It was actually a legal game they played with. Yani, rather than giving it absolutely that they will be given, that it will be given a full consideration. So these are two, different words. Will and to be fully considered, or given full consideration.
Yes.
Full consideration, the question would have been, who is going to give them the full consideration? It's very subjective. So Kalam Maksah, in terms of legal tightness, of who that Southerners will be given. And by the way, and this is one of the conditions why Junubin joined Ismail al-Ashari, the first all-Sudanese cabinet, with the understanding that self-determination for the Sudan as a whole and federation or federalism for South Sudan. Continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, أنا كنت بزر نضيف حاجة. The other thing also, they are trying to frame this or to portray that the federalism by then is like a treason. In my perspective, that's why they are also trying to make it as if it's something bad. Basically, the Northerners were afraid that because by federalism we will have a political power and also economic power in our hands, because basically now those resources which are controlled in the center, people in the rest of not only South Sudan, the rest of the other regions of Sudan by then, they will also will have this equal opportunity. But for them, because they wanted to control, they don't want the South Sudanese, or the rest of the other people, especially the South Sudanese, who are actually demanding for federalism, to go for it. They actually started to picture it as it is a treason or something. That's why they say no federation for one nation. Federation means separation. And this is exactly what also Reverend Ismunu Santerlino Ahore in Parliament, because he was actually representing the Southern Bloc when he was actually reasoning with those people in 1957, because he was a member 1957-58. He was telling them, we're actually asking only for federation now. We did not say that we want separation. We want to be part of this Sudan, all of us together under the federal system. But if you think that federation is separation, one day the people of South Sudan, they will demand that separation, because separation is given to people who are oppressed by the law. And when that time comes, nobody will stop them. ده كلام بتاع قيس سنترلينو أهوري، هو قالوا كده في كتاب موجود، يعني بأنه احنا هسه بنطالب بانفصال بفدراليشن تحت امبريلا بتاع السودان ككل. هسه احنا بنطالب به. انتوا لو شايفين ده سيبريشن اللي هو سيبريشن، وقال يا اخي في يوم من ايام انه الجنوبيين دول هيحقق مصير بتاعهم، اللي هو بديهم الحق ده بمعتدى القانون، لانه الحق تغيير المصير بيدوه للشعوب المستضعفه، وفعلا يا كلامه جاهز. فده نقطه انه من ذكريات خوف بتاعهم كله على فكره بانه جنوبين ديل هينفصلوا، او جنوبين ديل نمره 2 هيكون عندهم استقلاليه الاقتصاديه والسياسيه. فانت لو بقيت عندك political power economic power بمعنى خلاص انت بيكون شنو، زول بيكون فاهم، انت هتتعلم، هتكون مستقل، ما في زول هيسيطر عليك. فده النقطه بس نقدر نجاوب لكلام بتاعك ده. فانت ادخل واصل عشان بعدك نجي في الجزء الثاني، ومولانا كمان ياخذ راح فتره شويه. اتفضل.
نخليه يشرب مويه كده شويه يعني. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me, like I said, I'm not going to dwell on nitty-gritties of everything because it is a long history. We can stay here for days talking to ourselves. But from 1955, before independence, of course, all of you know what happened in Torit. Because Southerners thought that by moving those troops to northern Sudan, they were going to be, killed, or something bad is going to happen to them, and then the northerners will occupy the south, and enslave us. That was the immediate cause for the rebellion. And also, the northern elite, they did not handle the case in the right way. It's just like forcing somebody, to do something against their will. And eventually, the events in Torit happened. A lot of people were killed. But eventually, the northern elite, with the help of the British, they were able to suppress the rebellion. Those who left to the bush, they left. Some of them were surrendered. Unfortunately, they were not given fair trials. It was a summary trial, and a lot of people were executed throughout South Sudan. And that was the beginning of the struggle of our people for justice and equality. In 1956, of course, Sudan became independent, and then we had members in parliament representing us. They were trying to work the issue of federation, and there was no attempt, to bring peace in the country, to stop the war, to heal the wounds, etc., etc. Ismail al-Assad government decided to opt for military option. Anyway, between 1955, after the suppression of the rebellion of Torit, things were a little bit quiet because those who went to the bush, their number was very few, and they don't have proper leadership, and also they were lacking ammunition, etc. Those things, it became problematic for them. However, there was political differences between the ruling party, Umma Party, and National Party, or DUP of Margan. In the 2 years between 1956 and 1958, they were unable to come to consensus on a lot of things. Eventually, Abdullah Khalil decided, the best way to do it, just to hand over power to the military for the time being. And then they could share power, and then after some time, the military will give power back to the civilians. But they were wrong. And once they hand over power to Aboud became a dictator, banned all political parties, newspapers, all political activities, all trade unions, civil societies. He became a brutal dictator. And that's when some of our politicians decided, there's no way for us but to go to the bush. And in 1960, he declared Arabization of the South and Islamization of Southern Sudan. And instead of Sunday, Friday became official holiday in the South. He gave permission to northern Muslims to go and preach in the South, build mosques, etc., schools.
Brother Tito, sorry, Malik. Before you go to that, if you could give me just like 2 minutes, Lanu, a link with Torit uprising is very important. So I put a good so that I can read what you say. Okay. So now we talked about the 1955 and the discussions that went up in the parliament in the October on the motion of self-determination. There was something also that is very important, that was actually fundamental in the mutiny of the Torit, the issue of Sudanization. Remember, Sudan was under the Anglo-Egyptian condominium rule, and they have been running, and the civil service was controlled by either Egyptians or the British. So when the British were leaving, a vacancy was created. A vacancy of over 810, I believe, of jobs in Mamur, Naib Mamur, Hajjaj Zawzaif, as Samoa Sudanization. For Sudanization now, Mufrud, you do a little girl, as a within Bitao. Country Tifak, Junub will also be given proportionate kind of balance in Sudanization and Wazaif with our Sordana. لأنه زمن داك الجلابة خلاص بقى في حي بتاع استغلال والناس اسم منو ده فنان بتعمل كبير الغنى وإنه يا غريب يلا شيل معك ولدك أمشي لبلدك شفتها بغنوا. Then when Sudanization occurred, South Sudanese were marginalized and they were only given 6th position out of 800 Wazaif. This, of course, became a very serious issue. Now, can we go to the Torit incident? And this, to me, is very important to make it. And you look today, when you talk about the founding fathers of South Sudan independent, forgetting, and many of you who are listening tonight here, many of you may not even know the politicians who were behind the August 18, 1955 Torit mutiny. These gentlemen, especially among them, 2 of them, they should be now in the museums in South Sudan. وجوههم مفروض يكون في الكرنسي بتاع جنوب السودان الليلة. And to these 2 gentlemen in this today, which is what today Molana
22 2026
we honor 2 gentlemen whom also we can regard as the founding fathers of the independence of the Republic of South Sudan. One of them was Marco
Rome.
Yes.
Marco Rome.
One of them is Marco Rome, and the second one is Daniel Tomun. Okay, I want to take notes on this. These two gentlemen, Marco Rome and Daniel Tumun, these were the men who mobilized politically the soldiers, SANU and the officers of the Torit Victorian Corps to rebel against the Northern Sudanese. It is important. Marco Rome, he was introduced to politics at a very early age because he went to a school called, is it Nugent? Nugent School, yes? I don't know the pronunciation, it's Nugent. Nugent School.
Nugent School, yeah.
Yeah, he went to Nugent School and he actually became the secretary in the Liberal Party. This man, you need to mark him and put his name down. They're the founding fathers. You cannot talk about the history of the Torit uprising without mentioning Marco Rome. The other gentleman, which is Daniel Tumun. Daniel Tumun was born in 1923. He was a student and a teacher at the same school that Marco Rome went to, which is Nugent School. Until, of course, became Mosov were Shtaghan. Now, what did they do? Tumun, by then I think he was appointed as a cashier to the Equatorian Corps. Tumun, with his relation with the Equatorian Corps, managed to mobilize the officers and the non-commissioned officers in the Equatorian Corps, especially Company Number 2. Another man we also need to mention that played a very critical political mobilization in the success of the Torit uprising was Santolino Oboya. Okay. Santolino Oboya, he was the president. He was the president of the Liberal Party's Equatorian branch. Okay? Santolino Oboya, through Marco Rome and Daniel Tumun, they started working they started discussing first, and they started planning what you call conceptualization of armed resistance against the Jalaba. Oboya, being a politician and being the president of the Liberal Party branch in Equatoria and based in Torit, اشتغل في صفوف بتاع الجيش. And these are the instrumental guys who actually influence the coup. When the activities of Oboya among the non-commissioned officers was discovered, Oboya and many of what they call conspirators were arrested on the 6th of August. At Nasser Yom, before the Torit incident. Oboya was arrested. All his correspondent Jobad Bitao were confiscated by the military intelligence, and he was flown to Juba. Now, when the plan with Marco Rome, Daniel Tumun, and Oboya were discovered by the Sudanese military intelligence, they decided to fly in North Sudanese officers on the 8th of August to Juba. They made him get them. So, Kalam Bita Beinu, the men of the Equatorian Corps, were to be replaced by Northern Sudanese. It was not a joke. Because on the 8th of August, after the arrest of Oboya on the 6th of August, they deployed Jabun be Hercules that Jesh or Jabun for Juba, the Somali. And then an order was given to company of Equatorian Corps from Khartoum. Okay. And the order was for them to move, or to be moved to Khartoum, and to leave their families behind. Orders were given that the Equatorian Corps should move to Khartoum. They come to Juba and be flown to Khartoum, and then they should leave their wives behind and their families. Of course, it has become clear. What started as a rumor of Jalaba replacing the men of Equatorian Corps it became a de facto situation by the fact that the deployment of aid on the 8th of August. Now, Equatorian Corps Company and those who were in Torit at that time decided that time has come for us to mutiny. And that is when the mutiny started. And as Brother Tito Gal Gibel, of course, the company count was composed of 1,400. It count of it. When they mutinated, 461 by the 19th of September, almost a couple of weeks after the Torit incident, or almost a month, 461 of the mutinies surrendered. 140, they headed to Uganda. 780 was unaccounted for. 147 were sentenced to death. 121 were confirmed court-martial and executed officers. And that was the situation in Torit. Brother Tito, you can go on. I felt this footnote is important so that we could also give these three gentlemen their role. And for Jurubin to understand, Shugul Siyasi, that was led by the gentlemen I've mentioned, the three gentlemen. Marco Rume, Daniel Tumun, and Stanislaus Oboya. Thank you. We can continue, Tito.
Before Tito ما يمشي قدامها الكلام المولانا قالوا ده لأنه يعني التوبيك ده مهم كويس إنه مولانا ذكر كلام ده based on the للناس كمان just to confirm what مولانا Emmaanuel is saying لأنه كلام اللي قاعدين نقوله هنا لأنه في ناس بيفتكروا إنه كلام ده قاعد يجي من الراس. أنت كما مشيت في كتاب اللي بيقول the first Sudan Civil War 1955 to 1972 تو كان مشيتوا تبتلقى إنه مكتوب في African Arabs in Israel in Southern Sudan 1955 to 1972 Scopus S Pogo. أنت كان مشيت في page 52 في كلام المولانا اتكلموا ده لتاريخ والناس اللي قاعدين يسمعوا والقاعدين يشوفوني هسه في page 52 the interrogator in Khartoum acknowledged the Tangun's frankness and honesty and urged the authorities to return him to Juba. Hassan al-Bashir, a northerner who had brought Tangun and Rome, they are Nas al-Maulana Garizzakiruda, Tangun and Rome and the other southern Sudanese to Khartoum for interrogation, was informed by the judge that he should return Tangun and the other accused to Juba. When he informed the authorities in Juba of this arrangement, they refused out of fear that the civilian in Juba might organize further demonstration accusation in the support of the accused southerners because they were powerful. They wanted a large number of southern troops to be deployed to Juba first. Those Tangun and Rome and the others accused southerners were returned to Juba only after northern troops had been deployed and the arrest of Equatorian Corps mutineers had arrived there as well. And the number between come 1,750 Southerners who were returned to Juba. في كلام انا هقوله تاني بعدين عشان اوري انه even what they said ناس رومي وتانغون. So كلام المولانا قاعد يقوله ده فعلا is confirmed in this book here. يا فضل استاذ تيتو انا يلا بفتش في النقطة.
Not only that, Moulana.
Yeah.
There was a soldier from Latuka among the mutinies, Al-Khan Gabodom, Dobo, Sudan. And he used to sing a song. Burtan Latuka, I don't know it, but I could translate his song. He used to sing, "Take us to Port Sudan, sons of Latuka, endure death. Sons of Latuka, endure death. We stay separate from the Arabs. The heavens will amalgamate us." So God is saying to Latuka used to say, "Itihi uhui Port Sudan, Laduri Latuho udihi naye, Laduri Latuho udihi naye, Itong uhihi iko Arab tugil, Ito edi edu tubana." So meaningly, take us to Port Sudan, sons of Latuka, endure the death. Sons of Latuka, endure the death. We stay separate from the Arabs. We stay separate from the Arabs. The heavens will amalgamate us. It was the voice of a Latuka soldier that was part of the mutiny, who was taken to Port Sudan, later on executed. So we salute them.
By the way, Marco Romero, the uncle with Akuna Gubeko. Yeah, Mola Raja.
I didn't know this.
ده هل بتاع يا استاذ سيتو اتفضل. وفي كلام المشهور اللي قالوا كلام وانت ذكرت كمان يا مولانا جوين، لانه فعلا اللي هو كمباني 1 وكمباني 2 اللي كان هناك، بس كمباني 1 اغلبيه بتاعهم هناك كانوا من اجل من اسم شنو ده، من اوتوهو. يعني هم كانوا فعلا اغلبيه بتاعهم في اوتوهو في لانغو وفي ديل، لكن اوتوهو كانوا كتار هناك، لانه طبعا منطقه ده توريت، تعرف توريت ده كمان ده ارض بتاع اوتوهو. يا شكرا استاذ سيتو، تقدر تقول حاجه، تفضل.
I know. Thank you very much, President Maulana. You know, talking about the events of 1955 is huge. You know, we need complete topic just to go through the events of 1955, how it started, you know, and how it ended up, so that we can take people step by step. And I think we can do that, of course, not today, because today the topic is general. You know, Maulana took us through historical background from 1899 up to 1955, and the state, you know, a lot of things happened between 1899 and 1956, you know, in terms of education, in terms of subjugation, in terms of a lot of things. It will take time for us also to discuss the major greatness of those events, you know.
Part 1 or part 2. For yes. Today you focus on the 1960s, Then next time, Maulana, we can start now from Numeri all the way to Sababa Agreement. We talk about the local government and Nazal Naskokora, Hajat Hassan until 83. If that is possible, I'm just suggesting land history day is very lengthy and we are going to get questions on that. Thank you.
لا كلام مظبوط، كلام مظبوط. خلاص اتفقنا على كده. ان شاء الله we'll go step by step، لانه مواضيع كتير جدا ودايرين ندي فرصه لاخواننا عشان يسالوا اسئله. Through your questions we'll be able to answer certain things. شكرا جزيلا. Okay, let me just start from Aboud era to Numer's era. Of course, like I said, Aboud was a dictator. That was not a military coup per se, but it was handover. The civilian government of Brigadier General Abdullah Khalil decided, to hand over power to the military. Once Aboud and his military went to seize power, now they became naked dictators. They banned all political parties, all newspapers, public protests, and all those things. ما كان مسموح. فمعلش أنا قاعد في محل كده، أنا داسي نفسي عشان أنا ما أدري الناس محل شغل يعرف أنا قاعد نعمل شنو. I apologize for that. لأنه الليلة لما لاحظ أنا شغال وكان أنا في بيت كان كويس خالص. فأبود he did a lot of bad things in regards to the South. And most of you are familiar with Hassan Bashir, his deputy, second in command. Hassan Bashir was brutal with us. Policy of Islamization and Arabization, forceful conversion of his students. Our civil servants was subjected to punishment, forceful conversion to Islam. If you don't convert to Islam, you will lose your job. If you don't profess Islam, your son will not attend the school, or your daughter will not attend the school. Those who converted to Islam, they were given preferences. Aboud did not make any effort to bring the country together. And instead, he embarked on a policy of discrimination. A lot of northerners were taken to the south. All civil servants were northerners. Not to mention the army, police, and prisons. Everywhere you go. So it was an occupation, of northern Sudan and South Sudan. You will find Mudukurat villages, Suar. So, and then those few southerners were transferred to the north. Far north, Western Sudan, Kida, Jazira. So, Junubian كان في مازق. So that حاجة اللي بيحصل في الجنوب, people should not know what was happening. And during the Aboud's era, a lot of southern politicians left the country to go to exile. Most of southern politicians, as Satarlin O'Hore, as Mudumunu, as William Deng, as Hezbollah Mudiri, a lot of people left to the bush because either if you stay back in Sudan, you'll be subjected to imprisonment, harassment, surveillances, and all those things. For majority of them, شاف إنه حكاية ما تمام. It's better for them, to go to the bush. So Aboud continued in office for 6 years, from 1958 until 1964. But eventually, he was also becoming brutal with his people in the north. Then, in around October 1964, they organized a symposium at the University of Khartoum to discuss the problem of Southern Sudan, because politicians were saying, the issue of Sudan cannot be resolved in isolation with the conflict in Southern Sudan. فلازم يناقشوا يشوفوا طريقة لأنه ده ذاته عبود. His regime was the one who recommended that a symposium be organized so that that panel can come up with a way forward how to address the Southern question. That was the genesis of the problem. During the symposium at the University of Khartoum, a lot of speakers blamed the military regime, and they started criticizing the regime openly. That's what prompted the regime to send police to the campus, and then struggle ensued between the students and the police. The police shot one student dead, Qureshi, and there was another guy whose name I forgot, but actually he should have been in the place of Quraysh because he was the first person to die. But for some reason, they decided to go with Quraysh. Anyway, that was the beginning of the end to the regime of Abu. Eventually, the regime fell, and then transitional government was formed by under the leadership of Sir Al-Khadim Al-Khalifa. Al-Khadim Al-Khalifa, one of the reasons he was chosen because they said he was familiar with the southern problem and because he served in the southern provinces, particularly in Equatoria. So in order to come up with a plan to address the problem of Southern Sudan, they want somebody who is familiar with the southern provinces. So Abdullah Khalifa, Sir Al-Khadim Al-Khalifa was appointed as interim prime minister for, I think, 6 months, but then they increased it to 8 or 10 months, because those of Umar Party and GUP, they were eager to go for election. Just like Hazza, Salva Kiir, and Nizam of Juba, they rename election, the Kalfitu. It doesn't matter the outcome. All their concern is, that election should be done and then to legitimize the government. And that's what happened in 1964. Those of Umar Party and GUP, they were eager, for election, saying that they want to move forward. Sir Al-Khadim Al-Khalifa was under pressure. He formed his government. Few Southerners were brought in. Jabu Clement Amboro in Western Sudan. By then, he was assistant district commissioner in Al-Fashir. And Esboni Mundiri as minister for communication. Esboni Khan was June fi Katala because he was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. According to them, is for sedition. When his name was proposed, Sir Al-Khadim Al-Khalifa refused to appoint him. He said, this guy is a convicted criminal and he cannot include him in his cabinet. But then those of Bonham Al-Wal and others, they insisted, if you don't release him, if you don't appoint him, then Clement Amboro will not take oath of office. You guys, you can go ahead with your government. Then Sir Al-Khadim said, okay, give me 24 hours, let me make consultations. And I think after wider consultations, he gave in. His body was brought from Kassala and was sworn in as Minister of Communication. And then Clement Amboro was Minister of Interior. But the most important thing for us to know during this short interim period of Sir Al-Khadim Al-Khalifa, the convening of the Roundtable Conference. Roundtable Conference was suggested by William Deng, who was then still part of SANU outside. But he was on the verge of defection. They were not getting along with those of Odoho and Sataduna Ahoy. Partly hijacked the tribalism because he felt that he should be given a position higher than Secretary General of the party. But then also, Umar Party, Sadiq al-Mahdi played a greater role in
وبرضه كان اختلاف شوية مع قرن المرتد.
Yes, بعد ما هو رجع. بعد ما هو رجع yes. لكن في غابة طبعا ويليام دين defected من حكومة السودان في 1960. كان executive officer مساعد داود إداري في كابويتا. After 2 years, he came to realize that in regime with Abud will not give them a space to breathe. So he decided to join the struggle. He almost in Congo, and he joined those of. He was part of the SANU formation in 1962. He was Secretary General, but for some reason he was not happy. في حاجات كتير, but I will not go into the details. But he was working his way out. I think he started some contacts with some authorities. Sadiq al-Mahdi sent somebody called Dawood Abdul Latif. Dawood Abdul Latif was a minister. Sadiq al-Mahdi sent him to Congo, to go and talk to William Deng to get him out. Talking about the same policy of divide and rule. In those days, they consider rebellion the heart of the Istiwaiyin. So since William Deng is a Denka, what is he doing there? And he sent Dawood Abdul Latif. Dawood Abdul Latif met Sadiq al-Mahdi in Kinshasa. And you will find this on YouTube, interview of Sadiq al-Mahdi to Al Jazeera. For those of you who are interested, it is part 1, part 2 up to 16. If you're interested, Google, you can listen to Sadiq al-Mahdi. So William Deng defected, went to Suezra. He was called back to attend the executive meeting. He refused to come back. And then from Suezra, he wrote a letter to Sir Al-Khadim Al-Khalifa. I have a copy, but of course, since I'm at work, I will not be able to read you. But he said it is time, the reason he went to the bush because there was no democracy. That's the most important thing that he mentioned in his letter. He said because of military rule, that's what caused him to go to the bush. Now, since the military regime is no longer in power, there is no reason for him to continue fighting the government. Based on that, William then decided to return to Khartoum in February 1965. He was warmly welcomed by the regime. And unfortunately, William then decided to form something called SANU inside. To me, that is a very dangerous game. Because once you decided to...
Tito, don't forget that before he came to Khartoum, he wrote a letter to the Prime Minister. It's important to mention what he wrote to the Prime Minister as conditions. I think one of the conditions that William Deng after he defected, actually, and wanted to go to Khartoum, he wrote a letter to the Prime Minister. I think there were 4 points. But one of the important points was for him and his party to be allowed the freedom to mobilize. Secondly, that he'll be working towards a federation within a united Sudan. And thirdly, I think he called for the holding of the round table conference. This was the letter that was sent to the Prime Minister. Once this letter was accepted, William Deng then decided to go inside Khartoum and surrender to the Northern Sudanese.
Yes, thank you, Ambassador Emmaanuel. Yeah, you are right. You're absolutely right. That's why I said earlier, because I don't have his letter in front of me here. Otherwise, I could have read what he said.
I have the letter. Mush bita.
Okay.
No, that indeed no. I have the letter bita Gordon Murtat. Lakin Dag the Barao. Lakin the belga few kalam they were actually responding to points al he put it across. Yeah.
When he came back, he tried to smear those of Gordon Murtat and others. But we'll come to that later. But I think you have to read it when we finish because it is very important. Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador Emmaanuel, for that very important points. Anyway, he came back, and then he was allowed to form his party. He called it SANU inside, unfortunately. To me, that is betrayal, because if you don't like SANU, you should renounce that name completely. You have a lot of names. You could have called his party anything, but you can see the absurdity. You want to call your party the same as that you left, to spoil things. SANU inside, SANU outside, and all this nonsense. But anyway, then in March, roundtable conference was convened. Also, William played a very dirty game. Nothing against William. I don't want, because I know some people will say, oh, you are biased, you are tribalist. No, this is history, and documents are there. And for those brothers who may disagree with us later on this submission, Teresa is going to read that letter later on, written by Gordon Murtad, the same ethnic group that William comes from. And the fact that you can listen to one of his own, the way he criticized William Deng. You know, عشان ما في زول تاني يجي يقول قال يا أخي أنا وإيمانويل يعني إحنا قلنا كلام ده كده لا. William عمل في نص, not us. But anyway, let me continue because we have to understand these points clearly. William was not in favor of SANU outside attending the meeting. You see the irony? He completely was against every Ghanaian coming to attend the meeting. He tried to block them completely. Thank God, Southern Front, because after the uprising of 1964, Southern Front was formed. You know, by those of Clement Amboro, those of Bonamadwan, Asabel Al-Iyaro, Mujmua, a group of people, that's brown element. You know, those Southerners who were inside, they formed Southern Front. And then when William came, William formed his SANU inside. So Southern Front ideals and principles are identical or very close to the SANU outside. You know, they share a lot of things. On the other hand, SANU inside, they don't share any common ground with the SANU outside. You know, William tried his level best to keep SANU outside, not to attend the roundtable conference, and he and his SANU inside should be the sole representative of SANU. Northerners who are going to go along with that, you know, but Southern Front decided to send a delegation to East Africa to go and talk to the leaders of SANU outside, because one of the conditions that SANU outside gave that the meeting should take place outside Sudan. They don't want to come to Sudan. They were right. You know, I'm fighting against you. I'm a rebel. How can you invite me to come and attend a meeting in your capital? First, it was proposed in Juba, but then because of security situation, the meeting was moved to Khartoum. And eventually, Southern Front went to East Africa. They talked to the leadership of SANU outside. وقال لهم تعالوا احنا لازم اصواتنا يكون مسموعه الحاصل كذا وكذا 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 كذا كذا. Then Uganda and Kenya gave guarantees to the leadership of SANU that, you know, we are the guarantors. You will go attend the meeting. If you choose to leave, you will leave. Nothing is going to happen to you. Based on that, those of every Ghanaian and others, they went to Khartoum to attend the roundtable conference. Emmaanuel mentioned earlier, William was for some sort of loose federal system. He's okay so long as South Sudan gets a federal system within United Sudan. That's okay with him. That's all he wants. Southern Front was calling for self-determination. You know, South Sudan should be given right to determine itself, whether they want to be part of Sudan or they want to, secede or something like that. You know, at least people of South Sudan should be asked, you know, what is that they want. SANU outside, they want secession, complete secession of South Sudan. They say because there's no trust between the two parts of the countries, between the north and the south, there's no trust. We cannot live together. You know, those were the position of those different groupings. Eventually, after deliberation, of course, they ruled out immediate secession. They ruled out self-determination, and also they ruled out a strong federal system. They don't want federal system. You know, they opted for self-governing rule. regional autonomy. That is idea. That idea came from the Communist Party, History of South Sudan, هم اللي اقترح الحكم الذاتي الإقليمي. If you go to the resolution of Roundtable Conference, 1965, you will find a lot of things. You know, the type of self-rule that they envisaged for the Southern Sudan at the time. Even the idea of setting up a university came up in 1965. Some projects, a lot of promises, you know, that were made in 1965, but they could not agree on a lot of things. So after almost 2 weeks, they decided, it is enough, let us adjourn, and then they formed 12-man committee to follow up with the resolution and the implementation of this resolution. But unfortunately, after the election of May 1965, with the new government of Emmaanuel Ajawin in power, Emmaanuel Ajawin was not interested to follow up with the resolution of the Roundtable Conference. His immediate concern was to bring peace in South Sudan, to strengthen the security apparatus in the South, to pursue the so-called outlaws vigorously and to defeat them. ده كان هدف بتاع محمد أحمد معجوب. عشان كده يعني فترة من 65 ل 67 a lot of atrocities were committed in the South. A lot of atrocities, massacre بتاع July 1965 في جوبا. قتل فيه في ناس بيقول 1500 في ناس بيقول 2000 لكن كان حاجة بشعة جدا يعني. قتلوا ناس كتار وبسبب انه في عسكري بتاع جيش مدكور ظاهر مشى في ملكية هاي الملكية بتاعنا بتاع جوبا ده فحصل مشكلة وطعنوه بسكين. طبعا one thing we should understand during the war يا جماعة you lose everything, you lose everything. الناس اللي قاعدين في الماسكين سلاح في دي هم يا رجال, نساوينكم ده نساوينهم كويس. ما عندكم صوت, ما عندكم صوت. فأنا ما أعرف الحاصل شنو لكن الراجل ده طعنوه بسكين ومات. لما الخبر وصل في القيادة إنه في عسكري كده قتلوه وللأسف الشديد يعني المفروض هم كانوا يفتشوا هناك طعن زول ده وكده لكن the army went on rampage طوالي قتلوا ضربوا شوي وحريقوا وكده. المهم قتل فيه ناس كتار. بعد 3-4 أيام the same thing حصل في واو. كل شيء متعمد, هو قتل موظفين ظاهر قريب بتاع إيمانويل فيه ذاته. منو بابيتو مش كده إيمانويل بيكون بعيد.
ده أنكل بتاعه
yes بتاع الدكتور بتاع بيتر ولا حاجة بشكل كده. So atrocities were committed. Southerners became defenseless. A lot of refugees went to Congo and East Africa and mostly Ethiopia وكده. هو ناس ويليام دانغ الجارة اتآمروا ضده وقتلوه في سنة 68 في حملة بتاعت الانتخابات between Tonj and Rumbek. فالجنوبيين يعني they lost a lot between 1960 and 1969. كان هذا موسم شديد. We lost our freedom, we lost our education, we lost livelihood, we lost a lot of things. There was insecurity. يعني قاعدين يقتلوا ناس بشوي. كويس. Sadiq al-Mahdi, when he became prime minister in 1966 for around, I think, 10 months, Sadiq al-Mahdi went to Bor. That was in 1967, before he was toppled. He went to Bor, جاء مشى في قبر بتاع واحد كان قتلوه في بور ملازم بيومي فوقف في راس قبر بتاع ملازم ده. He started giving provocative speech وبكى. When he left, almost 10 chiefs were rounded up, and then later on they were executed. Abel tried his level best, but he could not save their lives. So a lot of atrocities happened between 1960 and until Nimeri took over in 1969. So the reason for Nimeri to take over, or the so-called May Revolution, actually, variety of reasons. Because they lost, they thought the sectarian government have hijacked the revolution of 1964. Also, they became undemocratic. Sudanese Communist Party members were expelled from the parliament, 3 of them, on the ground that they were anti-guard. They were banned, and then the Supreme Court quashed the decision of the Council of State and the Parliament. بابك راودان رئيس القضاء قرر إنه المحكمة قررت، مش هو، المحكمة برئاسة بتاعت صلاح حسن قال إنه قرار بتاع حكومة ده غير دستوري. النواب بتاع حزب شوية ده رجعوا، حكومة رفض. You see the irony here. حكومة رفض قرار المحكمة، ولذلك Chief Justice resign بابك راودان الله. والضباط الأحرار they started thinking seriously to topple the regime. لأنهم شايفين الثورة سرقوه والدولة ما ماشية كويس. يعني بقى في مشكلة بس بتاعت الأحزاب، من يكون رئيس وزراء، من يطلع برا وكده. يعني ما في أي تقدم، ما في أي حاجة. Bickering and wrangling among the politicians. That one of the reasons that caused the free officers to take over. And again, 1968, they were about to pass an Islamic constitution. They pushed for Islamic constitution. يعني إنه السودان يكون دولة عربية إسلامية، يعني حيكون جمهورية السودان الإسلامية، وده كان حيكون كعب معانا في جنوب السودان. يعني with the support of the Communist Party, the free officers seized power in May 1969. Nimeri took over after 2 weeks. Then he gave the famous 9 June Declaration, which paved the way for the local autonomy of 1972 Addis Ababa Agreement. Let me stop here, Teresa, Emmaanuel, and welcome Dr. Al-Haj. أنا بجيب فينا إيمانويل عنده حاجة عشان يضيفه، ممكن يضيفه، وبعدها الدكتور الحاج فوق كنا نسمع منه، وبعدها بنفتح الشانسز للناس عشان يسألوا أسئلة. فشكرا تريزا. أنا will stop here.
يا شكرا كثير أستاذ تيتو. في قبل أنا تذكرت أجرة بتاع ناس ماركو رومي، وفي برضو قبل مولانا أجاوين ذكر اللي هو ذكر، هو قال في 3 نفر دي الناس اللي عمل they ignite actually the 1955 لأنه خطة بتاعهم كان بدأ من بدري، من هم مفروض دايرين الشغل ده يبدأ من يوم 4/8. عشان كده هم they become now the top wanted individual by the regime. لما المشى عملوا لهم اسمه شنو interrogation. يعني تعرف كان بشير ده اللي هو نائب بتاع زول اسمه نزات الرئيس ده أبود ولا حسن بشير. So عندك اللي هو زول اللي اسمه قبل مولانا ذكر اسمه سنترنينو أبويا، هو طبعا من أيشولي. هم معه كان معه ياو ماركو رومي ومعه دانيال تونغون ديل، لأنه هم كانوا برضو عشان شوية كان في جزء من تعليم زي ما أنت ذكرتها قبل مولانا ذكر كلام ده. حتى رومي ومعه اسمه منو تانغون ديل أكتر ناس اللي عملوا لهم thoroughly investigation. في جزء قبل أنا قريته، أنا just want to go quickly في محله عشان كمان نرجع لمولانا يلا بعدك نمشي دكتور الحاج نفتح يد لبقية الناس يجوا، لأنه زي ما إحنا قلنا إن الجزء الثاني حاليا يبدأ من نيميري ياهو من لحد 1972 وبعدك مرورا لانه ده تاريخ ما دارين نكون في دور واحد، بكون في ناس كمان دارين يضيفوا وفي ناس دارين يجي يسالوا. في I just want if ناس الكتاب ده معهم اللي هو the first Sudanese civil war they are reference عشان ما ناس ما يقول انا قاعد اقول من وين كلام ده. انت كان مشيت في page 51 انا داير ننزل ما داير نقراه كله، بس داير نبدا من باراجراف عشان ما يجر، طبعا محل طويل شويه، بس داير نبدا من حته معين. ده بعد ما انتوا شفتوا ناس روميو وما تونغون ديل هم قبضون كده. قبل انا قلت قال the alarm at the military situation in the south. Government security force arrested the additional 1,700 Southerners including all the tailors يعني ناس ترزية ذات في السوق بس and the southern businessmen who own small groceries store. Those people were chained and transported to Khartoum for further interrogation. The tailors questioned the purpose of their interrogation, wondering if a tailors had ever overthrown a government. Yalas Mohina, Tangun and Rume were interrogated more thoroughly than the others, as he later recalled. In his testimony, Tangun asserted, we don't like you. ده كلام بتاع Tangun قاعد يتكلم في قدام قاضي. بقى هو قاعد يونس يعني just here.
في المحكمة العسكرية.
في المحكمة yes. قال his bigger testimony من جا فوقهم يعني هو قاعد يقول we don't like you. My plan would have been to order the southern Sudanese soldiers to capture the airstrip اللي هو مطار يعني طبعا يعني محبط in Torit, Juba, بحر الغزال. قال in Torit, Juba, بحر الغزال and Upper Nile so that no government airplane would land. We would then capture steamer or Bakhira and then declare our intention to secede from you, northerners. We are not politicians, nor do we know politics. We do not like you at all. We cannot forget the atrocities that you committed against our ancestors. If it means death, so be it. There من الناس مولانا أجاوين ذكر بين الناس وذكر قبل ماركو رومي وياو دانيال تانغون هو تانغون وذكر قبل اسمه شنو ده سنترنينو هو بويا ديل هنا طبعا كلام عنهم كتير. هم عملوا شنو كده حتى جيش كان خايف اللي هو جيش بتاع السودان يا في زمن بتاع ناس بشير ده هم خايفين. بشير ده ما بشير بتاع 89 ده. فأنا بجيب هنا نرجع مولانا أجاوين. أنت عندك أي إضافة دار تضيفه؟ أجاوين مولانا أجاوين بقى بعيد ولا شنو؟
مولانا الصور كان بيقعد له التليفون بس.
اوكي يا تفضل. انا ما اعرف قدرت اضيف حاجه، انا بس قريت حاجه بسيطه بتاع ده.
الحاجه كنت اضيفه بس السؤال بتاع واحد تحت قال what were the languages that were adopted في الرجاف conference languages of 1928. أنا قلت قبل there were 6 languages. Number one was Dinka, Shulu, Nuer, Bare, Latuka, and the Azandi. These were the 6 languages that were adopted by the Rajaf conference. Mafi Ziyada, you just just confirm what I said, Gibel, which is in detail, which is good. The role with Marco Rome and Daniel Tungun, and also Stanlas Oboya. These 3 gentlemen were very instrumental politically in mobilizing the mutiny and uprising of August 18, 1955. So I will stop here. ممكن
Yeah, تمام. ندي دكتور الحاج. يلا طبعا بعدين انا ممكن نقرا ورقه بتاع رساله بتاع ليد جورن مرتاد برضو لويليام دينيال، لكن ده بعدين لما احنا نخلص ندي فرص لناس لو في وقت بعدين. يعني تفضل دكتور الحاج.
Thank you very much, Teresa, and all the panelists and the people listening down there. I'm really impressed and with all the presentations. There isn't much that I can do. As I said earlier, it's just a few missing important information here and there, but that doesn't change the context of the deliberation of these papers. I think what is missing, I think in the struggles from 65 until 67, just as I was commenting about Dominic Akwai's dad was actually a member of South Front in Khartoum. I think that was missed. I was trying to refer to that. And then... and then the other important bits is that Bona Molwal played a very important role in the history of South Sudan with regards to the pogroms which happened in Juba in 1965 on the 8th of July, which ironically we got our independence on the 9th, but actually that incident happened on the 8th. And then 3 or 4 days it happened in Malakal, and I think 2 weeks later, in Moau, and 2 weeks later in Malakal. Bona Molwal was running a vigilant newspaper, and it was a paper that was highly considered among South Sudanese, and it is the first paper that actually wrote about the Juba incident, and still you can find the papers in any archives if you want to. He wrote about it, and the numbers of the people who were killed was above 3,400. Now, Bona Malwal was also with Ernesto Jubara, who campus the 13th, and he played a very important role. Bona Malwal ended up being imprisoned for this publication and the exposure of all this information. So he played a real role. Otherwise, up to today, people would not have known anything. And then another thing also, it relates to the power struggles inside Anyanya from 1965, especially towards 1966 to 1969. The struggle with regards to the name of the movements. Others wanted, those of Akotaken, I think, wanted it to be Anyiti. Gordon Murtad wanted it to be called Nile Republic. This name has gone out of my head, wanted it to be called Azania. Now, during that time, a lot of killings, not much really, but within Anyanya, some killings happened with regards to this dynamics that I'm talking about. And it's important that within this period, and I'm sure Tito will put more meat to it, during this period, it defined the start of the politics that will be spoken about next week. That's all that I wanted to say. I don't have any criticism about the papers. I think it was very beautiful and very educative and informative. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Dr. Haj. أنا بعرف Ambassador Ajawin, أنت عندك كلام أنت تقدر تضيفه؟ في أي كلام تاني؟
What I'm trying to say, first of all, let me thank Dr. Haj for coming and adding that piece of the information. I think there's a lot to be really said, especially from the period of 55 to 65 and to 69. Apart from another you have mentioned, There's also the policy of Abud, of Arabization and Islamization of the South, the killing of southern chiefs in Bor, the 9 chiefs, the killing also of the intellectuals, mostly members of the National Southern Front, in the infamous party of 1965, I think it was in July. All these massacres were part and policy of trying to eliminate most of the intellectuals from Southern Front who were calling for separation and right of self-determination for the people of South Sudan. So in a nutshell, the period of 55 all the way to 1965, it was a period that was really tough for the people of South Sudan because the government of Abud, and I said earlier in my introductory remarks, that power was handed over to Abud as a way to question, totally destroy the yearning and the call by the people of South Sudan for a federation or a federal nation or federal Sudan. And Abud, of course, embarked on it with all the energy to ensure that the solution to the southern question is not in the parliament, neither indeed in politics, it's through military. And therefore, he embarked on political and genocide in South Sudan. That is well documented. But I also wanted to emphasize the emergence of the Southern Front and SANU. Because SANU, and Agri Jadid also wrote a very angry letter when he heard that William Deng is claiming the name of SANU inside. But also it's good to stop. Sometimes when we talk politics and history, many of us are trying to rewrite history from the beginning, as if the history of Tajinub is the history of Katabogabli Alfen Sana. They don't know that there are a lot of documents. And even there are a lot of eyewitnesses who are still alive and can talk about it. The capitulation, I call it capitulation of William Deng to the Jalabas is also one of the sad history of the revolution and the Anyanyas and the Sun in particular during the 1950s and 60s era. He went in and surrendered, giving those 4 points that I mentioned earlier in his letter to the Prime Minister, Cyril Khatim. And he went. Not only that, he went and he allied himself with the Umma party. And you remember the election of 1964, Jab Sumunu Jab Sadiq al-Mahdi. There were 8 constituencies in the south, 18. William Nial Deng, actually he won 10 out of it through the financial assistance. And many of the Anyanya, many of the Southern Front compatriots were complaining that the elections were not fair and there was a lot of bribes by the Northerners and so forth. It was also unfortunate that later on William Deng would be assassinated by those who were against the Umma party. But it was an indication, a message sent to Southerners that even if you ally yourself with the Umma party, you are not safe from any political assassination that we want to give you. So they said a message, even if you come and surrender to us, we can still kill you. This is also one of the sad juncture. But one of the positive, perhaps, or what you may call a positive outcome of his going back to the Arabs in 1965 was the launching of the Round Table Conference in March. Although Round Table Conference, there was an impasse in terms of the demands. SANU was calling for a federal united Sudan, and the Southern Front was calling for outright independent or self-determination. The resolution did not reach the proper conclusion. But I would like to note here how history is repeating itself. The Northern Sudanese were using the Roundtable Conference as a ploy and to prepare for elections. They were not much interested in implementing its resolution, no resolution that may come out of it. Because by then Sudan was run through an interim constitution, Zahaga Juba Hassi. So they were trying to wrangle themselves and prepare themselves for elections, so that the biggest party that wins will draft the permanent constitution and hence also will have control of the resources in the country. So the elections that were held in 64 and then later on in 67, but 64 was mainly to try to hurry up the country towards a constitution, permanent constitution drafting, but that will be a party oriented. This is what SPLM today is doing in Juba, by calling for election without addressing the root causes of the conflict in the country. But the election is solely meant to entrench Salva Kiir in power and for the SPLM to continue looting the resources. So you could see the similarities of the hurry elections and writing of the permanent constitution in both the Sudan in the 60s and in the current government that we have in Juba. I will stop here. Thank you.
يا شكرا كتير. هسه امباسدا احنا بندي فرصة للناس اللي دايرين يطلع فوق. كان في ناس اللي برضه دايرين يضيفوا بعض المعلومات اللي عندهم لأنه عنده علاقة باسمه شنو، عنده علاقة بالتوبيك، فاحنا بنديهم فرصة هم يجي يضيفوا. لأنه أنا كمان في يوتيوب أنا عندي حاجة بتاع يعني 3 ساعة و41 دقيقة هسه، فاحتمال أنا ما هزيد كتير. كان وصل يوم الأربعاء أنا هوقف هناك عشان طبعا بكرة الأسبوع الجاي إحنا هنمشي في الجزء الثاني، لأنه ده حاجة مهم جدا. لأنه you know the way the history is being narrated nowadays, it's really absolutely cutting off, or even some people are trying to portray different history. We really want to appreciate Ambassador Emmaanuel Ajawin and Ustaz Tito, and also not to forget Dr. Haj, who joined us. He add also some of the information that might we missed it here and there. We did not, say it. فندي فرصة كده نمشي لأستاذ ستيفن تابولي. تفضل.
Anyway, first of all, this is a very interesting, feedback for. I wish we can have our views during this podium, because the history is very important to know. I just have some few remarks that I want to mention here, like Maulana Emmaanuel, thank you very much for you are indeed an historian person. Let me just, if you can allow me, just I got all this information live when my grandfather was alive. My grandfather, I've been the brother of my grandfather. He was one of the veterans of Second World War, and when he came back from the war, at night he will just put us all down, and then he will tell us the story. So the first thing was telling me that they went to fight Hitler. He's actually, he don't say the hate word, he says that Hitler. Yeah. So he said when they went there, they were part of the British soldiers, which is the Equatorial Corps. So when they went there, they went to India via Egypt. While on their way back home, a lot of Southerners lost. The reason was they lost because they admire beautiful girls. You know, we South Sudanese, we like the brown girls with a lot of hair. So on their way back to Egypt, a lot of Southerners didn't come back to South Sudan. Some of them remain in Suez Canal there, which also I happened to meet that family when I was in Egypt. A brother of Lado Lolik, he's from Lyria. And there's a Kugas who was there. Then when there is Cairo, in Cairo we have a lot of South Sudanese in Abbasiyah and in Mark. Mark is the last station of train by then, that in metro. There's a lot of Sudanese. And in Helwan, there's a lot of bars there, which I happen to meet their kids. So, like in 1928, as it was narrated by Maulana Ajawin, he was telling me that when the Torit Equatorial Corps was formed there, the reason was like that, like as he mentioned, Maulana mentioned it. They had wanted to make these things in the central, which is close to Uganda border. They proposed Opari and Nimule. But they found that people in Nimule and Opari, they are so diplomatic. They are not like they don't like to war. I mean, they don't like to fight. So they choose Torit because Lotuko, they like fighting. Then, at the same time, the neighbors of Lotuko, they're Choloso, they are the same like Otuko and all these people like in the Far East, like the Tobosa, like this. But the Tobosa, I know they're not very well organized to fight. So then they established the Torit as the main center for the Equatorial Corps. And the main reason also, like you mentioned, I mentioned it, is because they want to have a reserve force, because things was not going good in Kenya and especially Kenya. Then after that, there was a Mamau movement in Kenya. So in case they want extra force, they can get it from the Equatorial Corps. And then the other, in 1929, I think, they took all the leaders from Lotuko, Acholi, and Madi. They went to Kampala. There is a church called Nyarubanga. So when they reached there, those leaders saw, that church was just like heaven. And then asked Acholi, how can you call this place? Because we written there Nyarubanga. Then Acholi said, Kani, Rubanga. And the Madi say also Rubanga. That's why now in Acholi now call God as Rubanga. And Madi also call as Rubanga. Then they asked the Lotuko. Lotuko said, this is our job. So Lotuko continued to maintain the name of God. Then actually, the name of God was Job. So until today, as I'm speaking, actually did not maintain the name of God. All the Luos speaking, they call God Job. But actually, and Madi, they call it Rubanga, which it doesn't make sense. Okay. Then come to the Torit mutiny. You know, Torit is a city that inhabits all the neighbors of Lotuko. And then, according to my grandfather, he told me that when the mutiny started, it was the San Bacholi, the Bari, and some people from far as Western Equatoria. They were having their underground movement with the leadership of Where. And then there is a father also, the same name like Saturnino. No, there is Saturnino Boya and there is Saturnino Opore. Saturnino Boya was a soldier. He was an IT that take the signal. So he was assigned that one. But I think he mentioned it. So the thing that nowadays we have been called that we are Ugandan and Kenyans is because of that. Okay. So in our current situation now, we have to revisit our history and we have to tell the truth. Because whenever we tell the truth, the whole nation of South Sudan will think that, will know the truth. But now, this history has been buried down. Nobody even want to visit that. Like when South Sudan was formed, there was leaders that united all the Jurubin to form their own country with all that unity that they have. But now, those history is not being told, okay? And also, to be in the right side, we should have the South Sudan TV to at least air this real fact in the national TV so that our kids will know the origin of South Sudan, how South Sudan came to be. But now, we don't have that one. The only thing that now they're doing that, there's some people that liberate this country, and it started in 1983. So I really very much appreciative for this room, and especially for this topic. This topic has to be continual every time, so that our youth that are fighting now, fighting among their own people, they should know that this country, our forefathers, were not doing the same thing. If they were behaving like this, I'm sure South Sudan will not be a nation today. And please, take me wrong. If we continue with what is happening now in South Sudan, this nation will be taken out by foreigners. Because, first of all, the kids, we don't have education now in South Sudan. Most of our kids are now studying in a foreign country. They start like from the age of kindergarten. They will go to foreign country until they will finish the secondary school, and they will go to the post-secondary school in a foreign country. So where will they get the love of the country? They will not get the love of the country. Instead, they will prefer the country that they live in since they were young. So the last 20 years now, our kids lost the interest of being called South Sudanese kids. And even of now, if you ask some of these kids, where are you from? They will say, no, I'm from Uganda, I'm from Kenya, because they feel ashamed of telling the real of them, instead of saying that I'm a South Sudanese. Because what is happening in South Sudan is not reflecting the image of somebody to be from South Sudan. First of all, South Sudan they don't have schools, they don't have clean drinking water, they don't have roads, they don't have even TV that can encourage the children to watch the TV. Okay? Because how to bring a kids to love his own home when the parents are telling them, no, this country like this, we have food, we have this. And to make things worse, when I was young, my grandfather will just try to tell me his stories about what the country was before the foreigners came to that country. This is how they were living. He will tell me that, you have a neighbor, Lotuko, Lango, and all this. He said, all these, those are all your brothers. Don't fight them. Be with them like this. You marry from them. Like, I have a friend from this. If you grow up, you have to marry the daughter of my friend. But now, we don't have those things. So then come to the issue of election that people love talking it on social media.
This issue of election, let us just leave it in another topic. It's just now because we want to focus more on this. This is the history of South Sudan from the perspective of nation building. This is now part 1. Hopefully next week we'll come with part 2. If you can conclude, then we can give chance to the others because we have some other guests also waiting to.
Yes, thank you, Molana. Anyway, I just conclude. This is a very, very, very important topic that we should keep on just telling our history from when God created the world, and now we are a nation. So it is very important to just keep on telling this history, and then by telling this history, it will change the dynamic of how our kids can view the real South Sudan. We are a nation of pride. We're a nation of resilience, and we are a very friendly nation. Okay, so I will just get the mic back to you. Anyway, I'm a little bit emotional because the topic really touched my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ustaz Stephen Tabule. And I also want to interact with our viewers in YouTube. Somebody is saying no one mentioned Joseph. He meant Joseph Lagu. He wrote Joseph Lagu, the Anyanya founder. This will be in the part 2 because Uncle Joseph Lagu, when he founded Anyanya, that was in 1963. So we'll come for it. We did not forget him. We already mentioned Anyanya. We can't forget Uncle Joseph. Don't worry, brother. Ambassador Emmaanuel, do you have something to say regarding what our brother Stephen just narrated? And then
we just thank him for coming and contributing. And as we said earlier, it is important for us South Sudanese to write our history correctly and to apportion all the contribution those who have contributed to the emancipation of our people and for the independence of South Sudan. As we said earlier, the three gentlemen I've mentioned, many of the young generation don't know them. And these great men, what I call the founding fathers of South Sudan, are not even mentioned anywhere. It is very sad when we talk about the independence and the celebration of independence of South Sudan. We start from 1983 as if this is where the history of South Sudan starts. We don't talk about Marco Remo. We don't talk about Daniel Tungun. We don't talk about Santalas, Boya. And these were men who really mobilized the Equatorian Corps. And many, the military wing of the Equatorian Corps too. Those of Ali Patala, later on, those of many of them, So it is important that when we are writing our history, we should not forget these men, for they have sacrificed so much for this country. And they are known soldiers, like the Latuka man I told you earlier, and I read something about his songs of lamentation, the songs that he used to sing in Port Sudan prison, because he was one of the soldiers that surrendered, and they were brought to Port Sudan, and many of them died in Port Sudan prison. And he was talking, and he was having optimism in his heart that one day God will of course avenge their death, and God will give them the independence that they have. So history to us is important, so that we create, once we are moving towards creating a nationalism in South Sudan, we're building a nation. Nation cannot build partially. Nation cannot build on wrong foundation. Nation must be built on true and concrete history. And that's why we salute our founding fathers, the men of the Equatorian Corps and their politicians and the great Equatoria. Of course, as person from Upper Nile, there are many of our generals and politicians also who are part and parcel. The same thing with Barghazal. But we should not forget that the nuclear of the Southern nationalism and Southern revolution for independence was born in the deep heart of Eastern Equatoria and Great Equatoria as such. And that's why it pains all of us when we see this notion that we liberated you, forgetting that a war was fought before SPLA was formed in 1983. SPLA is just a baby, So if you want to create something, you cannot create it only the baby and forget about the father who gave birth to that baby. So what we are doing today is to recorrect that misconception and misinformation and try to put history correctly, not denying the roles of those who later on will contribute to 83. But we must lay the foundation. Who are the people who founded the revolution in South Sudan? Who are the founding fathers, who ingenerated in the heart of South Sudanese the quest, to break the shackle of the Arabization and the thirst for independence South Sudan. People like Agri Jadane, people like Kalaman Oboro, people like Santalas Payam, and many more.
General Tapeng, Darab Bordo Talga.
Many of them. The list is endless. But what we would like to say that through these discussions, and I've been saying this for many years, and because the regime for Juba Lela, they just want to eat money, and they think eating of the money, this all life is all about. Today, my dear compatriots, in South Sudan, there's not even a single museum. Museums are wahid mindana. Imagine a people that have been struggling, let's say from 1820, since the coming of Charles, until they got their independence in 2011, almost over 200 years of struggle. There's nothing to show generation, as Stephen has said. The sacrifices of their ancestors. Museum circuit, how much will it cost to build a museum in South Sudan? Can it even cost $300,000 or $400,000? These are the priorities that we should put in our country. To build these museums, to put the names of fallen heroes and heroines into the picture so that they could be memorized and internalized for generations and generations to come. So what we are doing, as I said earlier, we are not here as people who have absolute authority in the history of South Sudan, but we are doing our humble part of trying through history to unify our people, to understand where we came from, so that we appreciate the nation now we have and the sacrifice that was made for this nation. Thank you.
Yeah, shukran كثير مولانا. دقيقة يا دانيال في نظام هنا شوية لما بدوك فرصة يلا بعدك تفتح. You wait. Mute yourself please. Yeah, mute yourself. في نظام. Yeah, the NASA, for those people who are asking about some part of like NASA darin kalam on agreement min zaman ta nimeri 1960 zaman nimeri la haddi 1972 بالذات اي حاجه عنده علاقه باجريمنت كده لسه احنا نتكلم عنه المره الجايه. So let's focus first for what we heard from our presenters here, and we interact based on that, and then next time we come and and speak about the other part. Yeah, shukran katir. Keep it low. If you have question, please go to the question quickly, and then so we move the line because we have two individual. General CPI, he's busy currently. Yeah, go on. Keep it low. Keep it low. Am I audible, Jama?
Yeah, audible. Stand there, just move the line. I don't want to keep it low, then we'll move. Come back to this question then.
Ustaz, keep it low. You please ask your question quickly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, in the Chabag, yeah. خلاص كل الزول القدامي كله يمشي وانا بسال السؤال بعدين.
Yeah, go on Ustaz Daniel. Ustaz Daniel فضل.
شكرا ان شاء الله انتم بتسمعوني.
Yeah, صوتك واصل.
Okay. Yeah, أنا بشكركم يا جماعة. I really want to thank you, Ustaz Teresa, and the key notice speakers, Ustaz Emmaanuel, Maulana Emmaanuel, and Ustaz Tito for their presentation today. This, of course, in addition to you, Maulana Teresa. I want to thank our diversity too, station, YouTube station, Facebook, and the Clubhouse. I want to thank all the viewers and the audience. Mine is not really a lot. I listen to the presentations, I listen to the history, and I think that would have been the correct history, how we can write our history that is representative of all the people of South Sudan. Mine is takeaways, what I really would take away, which I also hope many people will take away from this presentation. There are a few notes that I wrote here. I'll go on them quickly so that I can give the chance to others. The first takeaway that I see there is that the concepts of the countries of Sudan and South Sudan were external ideas. These are foreign ideas. And the reason I say this because those of the Ottoman Turks who came to Sudan and subsequently to South Sudan, they came looking for resources. So the same thing with the Anglo-Egyptians, the same thing with the Arab slave traders. So the reason they came to the two Sudans is because they were looking for resources. So therefore, the idea of actually forming these countries or these nations, Sudan and South Sudan, is not of a indigenous concept. And that's why I think we are struggling sometimes to define ourselves and to actually put the process of the nation building into the proper context. That is number one. Number two, I also noticed that Sudan and South Sudan were brought into the idea of nationhood or statehood together simultaneously. Like they were brought together due to this colonization from outside, but then they were also separated by these same colonizers, and then in the end of the day, they were also separated by these colonizers. And I think people who followed this presentation will see that during the history of the two countries, in the 1800s, the colonizers came and together they conquered Northern Sudan and Southern Sudan afterwards. And then during the Anglo-Egyptian time, during the policies of Sudan, the closed district policy, they tried to separate the two territories. But in the end of the day, during the Juba conference, for their own interests and the political pressures that were coming from outside, like the Suez Canal and the Second World War, they were able to merge these people together again, Southerners and Northerners. And then in the end, of course, the whole thing did not work based on those reservations given by our chiefs and our leaders during the 1947 1965 Roundtable Conference. In the end of the day, the two parts of the Sudan separated in 2011. So therefore, those two parts of Sudan were developed simultaneously and then separately, and then simultaneously again, and then separately now. And it looks like the same thing is continuing now. If we as South Sudanese or even the Sudanese do not come to the realization that they really need to sit down properly to address their issues amicably and to accept themselves that, they are all people who participated in the struggle. I'm just going quickly. The third point is that the three provinces of Southern Sudan, these Upper Nile, Equatoria, and Bahr Ghazal, as was narrated in the presentation, they were actually administered separately, right? Bahr Ghazal was administered separately. Equatoria, which went through different names, like the Lado Enclave, the Mangala Province, and all these, and the Fashoda, all of these were administered differently, and then by different administrators. And then in the end, they were actually amalgamated. They were put together in the 1920s, 1930s during the closed district policy. So we need to also acknowledge this because with this separate developments of the region, people did not come to know themselves very well. Now I'm really learning through this social media that, actually, even though we consider ourselves as one people, as one nation, but I could still see that we really have those minute differences that we really need to pay attention to, so that if we are able to pay attention to them, then that would help us in the nation building process and in understanding one another. The other point is that people from Equatoria, be they soldiers or politicians like the ones Maulana Emmaanuel was emphasizing on, in addition to others, and for us who were born in the 70s, actually we saw some of those people. We played with their children, people like Marako Rume, who is a Kuku by origin, and those of Elia Lupe, and those of Loki, Benjamin Loki. We played with their children. So those are people that we can actually relate to. We saw them in person. So I would say those are the first pioneers actually of the Southern Coast. This, of course, plus other people from the other parts of the Southern Sudan, the other two regions. The other point, I just have few to go. The other point is this: the struggle of the people of South Sudan started as a violent reaction to the policies of marginalization and injustices imposed on them by the colonizers, okay? And it continues to be so up to this point. We react to these policies of injustices and marginalization. South Sudanese by nature, everyone in South Sudan love their freedom. You cannot really subject it. That is why If you cannot negotiate with them peacefully, they will react militarily. They will react violently. And we know that in the end of the day, violence really doesn't help, doesn't solve problems. No matter how strong you are, in the end of the day, really you need to solve the problems peacefully. In terms of languages, I like that very well. In that Rajaf conference, and afterwards, of course, we know about the SIL Institute, the Sama Institute for Linguistics, which resulted from that conference. Those languages that were developed, I don't know if I heard them correctly, the Dinka, the Shuluk language, the Bari, the Tuho, the Azande, and I think the last one was Toposa or Nuera, I'm not sure. So those languages were developed in that conference, and they were actually adopted voluntarily. Nobody imposed a language on anybody, really. The people said through the guidance of the English and others, and then they say, you know what, these are the languages that we would adopt. And this is based on so many considerations that maybe people will get into in the future. But in the end, because of this diversity of languages, what I realized that English was actually adopted as a language of communication, as an official language of communication. And then this Arabic Juba that we talk, using it is actually just adopted voluntarily for communication in the market and in the Hilla. Just two more points to go. I would want to say that the calls for Southern Sudan federalism by William Deng and others, and the call for self-determination of South Sudan, called by William Deng and others, and the call for self-determination by the Southern Front, and the call for separation by SANU, and even the call for local autonomous government by the Anyanya have actually resulted into the independence of South Sudan. So that means all South Sudanese really actually, based on their own political persuasions and participations and contributions, they have actually contributed to the independence of South Sudan. That was obtained through the referendum. Therefore, no one really can claim that they own a monopoly of the independence of South Sudan or the struggle of South Sudan. And I think this is a very important point, because we really don't want to delineate, we don't want to subtract all the other important contributions of the South Sudanese and then relegate it to just one movement or one group of people. And then the point that I'm going to end with is this. Now, due to politics of deception and political violence, this has actually affected the natural process of nation building in both Sudan and South Sudan. Some few weeks ago, my daughter was talking to me because they are trying to participate in a cultural program this upcoming summer. You know, these are people who are born outside, and she was going through what they see in the media, like in YouTube, about the violence in South Sudan and about the monolithic representation of the country and all this. And then based on her own research, she was able to find that actually South Sudan is actually more rich in other aspects of the nation, like in terms of the pyramids. You know, she said that the pyramids that were actually built in the Sudan were built by South Sudanese, and those are actually more than the pyramids that are built in Egypt. And I even told her that, you know, some of the pyramids that are actually built in Egypt were built by South Sudanese, by Sudanese. And this plus the natural resources that South Sudan have, the hydraulic resources in terms of water and the agricultural resources. She said, you know, those are the things, and the rich history that we are talking about, she said, those are the things that we actually need to project so that we can be known with this, other than the violence that we now see more often in the media. So those are the things that I think I took from this presentation. So I don't have any questions. I really appreciate the speakers. And I appreciate the fact that you were able to bring this topic today so that at least people will know their history in the right way. So until next time, I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Ustaz Daniel. I don't know if Ustaz Tito, Dr. Haj, Ambassador Emmanuel, if you want to say something before we go to the last person. Wenu Antinov. Antinov Wenita. I'm sure you want to.
Yes, Teresa, thank you. I just want to make a simple comment. I think the previous speaker has helped a lot in clarifying a lot of things, but just I want to point out to some points which are very crucial. One is that there has never been equal development between North and South at any point in our history. If you can remember in the Round Table Conference, Lolik and others said we were a young nation. We were not educated. We needed to be educated so that we would be on equal terms with the Arabs if we were to be in a united Sudan. And the whole struggle of South Sudan has always been on the basis that South Sudan was neglected. It wasn't even developed. It wasn't given any chance to develop, even under the British, as well as under the British, which led, of course, to the Anyanya War, and under the Sudan, which led to the SPLA War, which Deng is famously articulated it through the Venn diagram and the issue of peripheries and center. And the peripheries of Sudan all are undeveloped, and that is equally true. South Sudan has never been developed, neither by the British nor by the Sudanese. And I think this is a very important point because it's one of the reasons that has kept South Sudan to be struggling throughout. The other comment I wanted to make is to Stephen. I'm grateful for his contribution. He has hinted a lot of very important things, for example, the importance of our history. But unfortunately, all the colonial powers in Africa have not narrated the history of the native or indigenous people from a point of view of the native. It has always been narrated from a point of view of the colonialist. So the histories that we talk about actually is not even 100% Southern history, because we are reading from educators who were happy and confident with the colonial system, or they were comfortable with the colonial system that oppressed us. And so our history is still up to this point is incomplete, and not only us but most African countries as well. And you can see that whatever the colonialists did was in their interest. Was the colony beneficial to the colonialists? If the colony was not beneficial to the colonialists, as in the case of South Sudan, it was neglected and it became something in a footnote. Now, as we talk, our leaders have let us down, as Emmaanuel has said. We did not invest. Even during the Addis Ababa agreement, we had at least a sort of museum, which was run by Ministry of Information, at least. But then when we got independence, everything about that was forgotten. And of course, that is forgotten for a reason. And I'm sure that the speakers here will pick it up next week. The reason is nobody wants, the current rulers do not want this history of South Sudan to be spoken, because South Sudan is supposedly born from 1983. Anything before that is just non-existent. But I think Africans are now waking up, and as I speak today, just this week that has passed, there is the Algeria Declaration, which tries to address some of these issues. Because, for example, the education that is being promoted in Africa, all and most of these places, is a colonial education that does not actually allow us to be who we are and to talk of our true history. For example, histories of slavery, histories of involvement of colonialism. It's restricted by all these United Nations organizations and what have you. So at least now there is a movement with the Algiers Declaration, people will be able to pursue. And I hope that the historians will be able to pursue these issues when this government is gone, so that our history is clearly narrated from a positive perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Haj. Appreciate you all. Our brother here, Antonov, because he was up here, I think we can give him a chance. And then maybe after that, nagara risala bita rajada Gordon Motat. Okay, brother Antonov, you can open your mic. Yeah, go on.
Thank you very much, Teresa, for the opportunity here and for the discussion about the history of South Sudan, how it started, and up to this moment. I appreciate the opportunity, and I thank the panelists who have started talking about it previously. I would just like to comment briefly on the Torit mutiny. Someone called me and alerted me because he knows that I've been working on that part of the history of South Sudan, and from Equatoria, which we have been hearing a lot that other people actually liberated us. I thank Emmaanuel or Honorable Emmaanuel for mentioning this. I've been reading a lot about the history of South Sudan. All the other parts that has been mentioned from Juba conferences, and actually I went back all the way to 1840s, how Muhammad Ali opened the soup and was able to get into South Sudan. And their main role was actually to find the source of the Nile. And as they go around, they found that there's a lot of resources, and they branch from resources to actually catching people and selling them. So that is going a little bit back of history of South Sudan, how they get into South Sudan. Before that, they were only ending up to actually Fasoda, and they couldn't get through to Bahar al-Ghazal and beyond. So based on what I heard about the Torit mutiny, I appreciate again Emmaanuel, because all along the people that have been mentioned, they end up with the two politicians, Rume and Pamon. However, I just wanted to highlight a little bit about Sadunio Boya, as also Stephen has already mentioned. Sadunio Boya, I read about him in different books with the wrong translation of his name. His name, Sadunino Boya, and he has all other local names as well. And then rightly, another gentleman mentioned also There is Saturninio Ogore, who is a politician and former priest. Sometimes when people read Saturninio, they thought that maybe talking about Saturninio, that is the military. So Saturninio Boyer, actually, from the information that I gathered, and I read it from the Commission of Inquiry, that was commissioned to investigate what happened, the reason of why Torit mutiny happens. And those who are interested, and in Europe or other places, or I will send you a link, I try to see if I can be able to put it into PDF, but it's a library thing that will not allow me. So just wanted to add into what you have mentioned here briefly about Torit mutiny. I had different number of soldiers in 1955. What I found in page 24 of Commission of Inquiry, that there was 1,770 total of the soldiers. Out of this, the author for Commission of Inquiry said there is about 100 non-Equatorians soldiers. These 100 only are Nilotics, mostly Dinka. These are what they said here. So, if you take 100 total from 1,700, which are mostly from the tribes around Torit and Equatoria, you can put the statistic and you know who are the people who really push on for the first idea of independence of South Sudan. And then Saturninio Boyer, he joined the Liberal Party, but he was within the military. He joined the Liberal Party, and for that reason, he was actually both a politician and a military. So he was working with his bosses, political bosses in Juba, Rume, and Deng. However, when he came into the military issues, they were in page 25. The Commission of Inquiry thought that the Southern Sudanese in the military were not politicized, but they find out that in their language they said Wakil, Rukanin, Saturninio Boyer, and then Mulazim Tani, Tafen Ludongi. So these are the people that were coordinating in the military. In some other writing, they said that Tafen actually was the jure leader, and Saturninio was a de facto leader who was coordinating, making all these meetings. So when I heard Emmaanuel mention that the two politicians should actually be crowned or given legitimacy, I don't know the term he used, as the founder of the nations. So I would think that going forward, as we put this as a document or as what I believe Saturninio Boyer should be one of those. And actually, Saturninio Boyer, something that I had wanted to add here is that during the coordination between the politicians and the military, he had planned that the war should start on August the 4th, 1955. He made all the arrangement. The people that were in Juba was Mulazim Tani by the name Galia to organize the mutiny in Torit. And he wanted all the other things that you read in their book actually was also here in the Commission of Inquiry. His plan was for the people in Juba to capture they call it the airport of Juba, and then one person, another company should be sent to Mangala to block the road that is coming by the Nile. So all these are the detail of that. And then after, I think next time as we continue with this, those are the details that we find. What happened now when the plan for attack on the 4th of August failed? Saturnino Oboya, in communication with Juba, with Marco Rume in Juba, he actually sent several messages with first of all with the military telegraph, but he was sending it in local language, which he know that the local language here was actually language, but there are translators in Juba that can coordinate. So all these people knows about that. So when the thing failed completely, I think in this coordination between Juba and Torit, for some reason, his name was linked to the security in Torit. He could not get to the barracks to retrieve his gun. So on the 6th of August, he decided to start the war by himself. He went and get bow and arrow from his brother near Kinyati River. So he knew that the commanding officer in Torit used to get very early in the morning, go to the post office to get a telegraph that is coming at night from Khartoum. So he went and lay to wait for these people. So very early in the morning, because of the light at that time, I think they were using just a lamp. So he saw people were moving inside the post office. So he decided to just go and see who were the people, because he thought all those are people who come at night to get the messages from Khartoum. Mostly are the northerners. So he decided to shoot one of them with arrow. And he shot one of them with arrow. Later on in the report here, he said he missed the target that he wanted to kill, and his arrow actually caught one of the southerners in the arm. He was arrested, and when he was arrested, they went and searched his house, and they found a lot of documents for his meeting with the military in the Equatorial Corps, and he has a network of the officers. Mostly, they were using the low-ranking officers, which are the Shawishis, or the sergeants and the corporals. There were 20 lists of the people that were included here, and they are all from different ethnic groups in South Sudan. These 20 people, they were spread all over South Sudan. There are some in Malakal, some in Wau, and majority of them are in Torit, and some in Juba. So that is how they actually planning of the mutiny war. And there is a lot of reason why they decided to take that action. I don't want to go into detail of that. Saturnino Boya was from Macholi, from Obao. He one of them when the mutiny now broke loose on the 8th of August 1955, his colleague rushed to the police where he was arrested. They released him. He came and retrieved his gun, he went home. So some detail that I got from the people who knew him was that he was staying in the bush. He was not staying at home. After when they stopped, I mean, the mutiny was crushed. He did not actually submit himself. He did not agree to surrender. He stayed with his gun plus some of his colleagues. Some of them that was mentioned that went to Uganda, but he remained in South Sudan. He was staying in the bush. They sent security there to hunt for him. They were not able to get him until the time of SPLA. He joined the movement and promoted him to commander. Unfortunately, there were some militias who were recruited at that time.
Can you summarize, because there are people also waiting on the line? So if you could summarize, then we can give it.
Yeah, that's. I'm just ending that. He was killed in 1987 by the militias of Omar Bashir. That is my summary here. Thank you. But back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, brother Antonov. Appreciate your submission. هندسة Ambassador Emmanuel. أنا داير اسمه شنو ده؟ أنا ما أعرف. ممكن نقرأ الورقة ده أول ولا كيف؟
أقرأ is important, yes.
وطبعا طويل شوية. أنا ما أعرف. أستاذ تيتو توفيق قاعد؟
أنا كان قاعد أسمع مولانا لو طويل أنت ممكن تقرأه بعدين فادي الناس فرص.
خلاص أوكي.
إن شاء الله بعد زمن يكون أنا وصلت البيت.
خلاص أوكي، ما في مشكلة. خلاص نمشي. طبعا CPI هو قالوا مشغول. أنا شايف في دومينيك أوور فوق. دومينيك أوور أنت كان حضرت presentation. Do you have question؟ أنت عندك سؤال؟ تفضل.
Yeah, I don't have question. I think this topic tamam. But it's not the time in the Bula Kada. Topic there are 2011. When 2011 died, country amul blow up. Every country,
so just sorry, Brother Dominic, with all due respect, you don't come and dictate to us what time the topic should have been discussed. The topic is up there. Into remind or comment on the topic, please. I did not force us to wasolo. And we are here to engage constructively. You don't come and try to correct me on topic on for the social media. Later, so let us be honest. You let them have nothing to add into the topic. Please give other people the room. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador Emmanuel. Sorry, Jama Zola الجاي فوق خليه يكون to speak in the topic لأنه we have this is a history. ده ما topic بتاع كل يوم معانا الناس بيجي وني سنبلة ده. Yeah, thank you. نمشي لاسم شنو؟ لجنرال ديفيد بيال. جنرال ديفيد بيال، لو عندك أي إضافة أو عندك سؤال اتفضل.
اوكي، شكرا جزيلا أولا المودريتورز وكل المستمعين. بشكر. انت عارف كلام تاريخي. الناس بيركز في التاريخ انه كيف نيلنا استقلال في السودان وجينا نيلنا استقلال في جنوب السودان عشان نبني حاجة اسمه أمة، ما حاجة بسيطة. أولا خلينا نرجع لأنه جنوب السودان أخذ استقلاله بالشهور الرسمي في 2011 شهر 7 بعد عقود من النزاعات. يعني اللي بيمتلك تاريخنا بيكون مؤثر ومعقد بشكل كبير كان في بناء حاجة اسمها أمة. وعشان كده لما نجي نشوف يعني في مراحل اللي مرينا عليه ومراحل كان يعني في قضايا الناس خاطبوها لكن ما خطينا فيه يعني دروس عشان من خلاله نقدر نجاوز الحاجات اننا يعني مع لجأ السودان وحتى اننا ممكن نقدر نعالجها عشان ما نقع في الخطأ الحاصل ده.
Yes.
اول حاجه اثناء الاستقلال بتاع السودان كان السؤال بيطرح نفسه، وخاصة البريطانيين والمصريين اللي كانوا حاكمين البلد حكم صناعي. والحكم الصناعي يعني انت رجعت فوق بتلقاه كان استعمار، والاستعمار ده هو كان السودان تحت الاحتلال بتاعه من 1899 ل 1956. كان في انقطاع كبير جدا بين الشمال والجنوب. في حاجات كانوا ما كويس بين الشمال والجنوب خلال الفترة. وبريطانيا لما بدأوا في إنه يفكروا السودانيين يفكروا في إنه دايرين ننال الاستقلال، البريطانيا ركز في أسئلة 3. هل أنتم كالسودانيين عندكم يعني أنتم مؤهلين عشان يدوكم حكم الذاتي وبعدها بتقدر تديروا نفسكم بدون ما إنه نحن نستمر نوفر لكم الكفاءات قبل ما تنالوا استقلالكم، حتى لو سلمناكم السلطة بعدها بتبقوا أنتم مؤهلين تديروا نفسكم براكم. كان سؤال الأول. السؤال الثاني، البريطانيا كان برا إنه مجتمع السودان وجنوب السودان إنه فارق كبير جدا، والمجتمع ده ممكن بعد شوي حتفكر، والتفكير حيدي الناس يعني عدم العمل في إنه الدولة إننا لما سلمناه باستقلالهم ده في عدم بناء الثقة، هم بيقدروا يديروا نفسهم براهم. ده كان سؤال نمبر 2. سؤال نمبر 3، بريطانيا كان بيشوف إنه بقاء السودان براو يعني من ناحية تقنية وحاجات الثانية في البلد اسمه السودان، ودولة ده الناس بيشوفوا كان حيكون دولة نامية، لازم يوفر له خبرات أو مؤهلات بقدر يساعدهم. فالسودانيين سألوا، وكان السودانيين بيناقشوا ويقارنوا الاستقلال مع الكفاءات والخبرات يا كويس ولا ناخذ الاستقلال. وحصل بجد كبير جدا، حتى السودانيين نفسهم قسموا نفسهم. في ناس قالوا يا جماعه نحن نقعد والبريطاني يمشي ونحن نتعلم مع مصر، وحتى نتعلم من المصريين بعدها مصر يمشي. كان في مجموعه متعلم مع مصر، وفي مجموعه قالوا يا جماعه نحن دايرين الاستقلال. ولما شافوا قارنوا الاستقلال وكفاءات قالوا لا، كفاءات ده ما نحن هسه كف we have ready even also to lead this country. عشان كده بريطانيا سلم لهم حاجه اسمها الاستقلال، وناس احتفلت يعني في 56 باستقلال السودان. بعد الاستقلال حصل شنو؟ حصل قضايا كثير جدا حصلت، والناس ما قدروا يحلوا لأن عنده مشكلة في إنه يقدر يفكر فيه كيف. بعد الاستقلال طوال ظهر نزاعات وتوترات ثقافية ودينية داخل البلد، حركات انفصالية زي ما حصل سنة 55.
معلش جنرال ديفيد للمقاطعة، أنا ما أعرف أنت كنت حاضر الغرفة من البداية؟
أنا طبعا حضرت جزء من البرزنتيشن.
أنت ما حضرته من البداية يعني؟
ما حضرته من البداية.
طبعا أننا كنا ركزنا في الفاز أول قبل ما نخش في الفكرة القومية وكيف جنوب السودان تبقى دولة تسعى للجميع. الهدف من الغرفة هي أصلا حلقة من حلقات وسلسلة من السلسلات بتاع التاريخ. أنا بدأت بالتدخل بتاع الحكومة الثنائي، الحكم الثنائي البريطاني المصري من 1899، وتكلمنا عن الاتفاق بتاع بلجن الكونغوليز بلجن اجريمنت 1910 ولادو انكليف ضموا لجنوب السودان، وتكلمنا عن التركيبه بتاع البريطان ونظراتهم بانه جنوب السودان لازم تتحكم منفصلا من الشمال العربي المسلم، لانه الجنوب في ظنهم هي جنوب افريقي مسيحي، والتكوين بتاع كوتوريان كو في 1910. وبعد ذلك جينا حتى الرجاف مؤتمر الرجاف للغات سنة 1928 والتماسية اللغات، وبعدك 1930 لغة الإنجليش لانجويج بقى اللغة الرسمية للجنوب. وتكلمنا عن جوبا كونفرنس. من جوبا كونفرنس جينا تكلمنا عن السودان بارتي يسموه الليبرال بارتي وعدم المشاورة اللي حصل في قبل الاستقلال. يعني المفروض كان يتم المشاورة مع الجنوبيين وهكذا. وبعد ذاك وقفنا وتكلمنا عن توريت، حركة التوريت والرجال اللي كانوا وراء التوريت، ذكروا مولانا قبيل ناس ماركو
ماركو روميو ودانيال تامون
وناس سانتلاوس بويا والدور اللي لعبه الإكواتوريان كو اللي كان مركز، كان قاعدين في التوريت. وبعد ذاك أستاذ تيتو جه يتكلم عن الدور الحكومة تعبد، وخاصة بالاتحاد بتاع المطالب بالفدرالية من قبل الجنوبيين. وقلنا ده الحلقة الأول. الحلقة الثانية هنواصل بالمائدة المستديرة 65، وهنتكلم عن تصعيد بتاع جوزيف لاغو لعدي انقلاب بتاع جعفر محمد نميري. وبعد ذاك هنتكلم في الجزء الثالث عن اتفاقية الزبابة. فأنا داير بإنه عايزه يجي جاي لأن ده الدور الأول. دايرين تخلي التعليق في من 1898 والسياسة البريطاني لخلق هوية بتاع جنوب السودان منفصل من الشمال. لأنه ما عايزين نخش في القضايا السياسية الأخرى الآن، لأنه ده كمان دوره هيجي. فعندنا التركيز يكون في البرزنتيشن اللي قدمناه أنا وأستاذ تيتو. وشكرا.
اوكي. انا طبعا بدي اركز في ثلاث نقاط او الاربعه. اول حاجه ممكن حاجات تخلي البلد اسمه السودان ما يكون في بناء الأمة فوقه. اولا ان اشكال في استقلال بتاع السودان، ونفس الاشكال الاحداث اللي الناجيه بقى في السودان حصل لنا. فواحد. نمرة اثنين اننا قضايا الان بدا عندها اثر حتى في بعد الاستقلال بسرعات اثنين فوق. ازمه بتاع عربايزيشن الاسلاميزيشن كان واحد من النقاط فوقه. الموضوع الثاني نظرنا ذات الاستقلال وتقسيم الوظائف في السودان كان مشكله كبيره جدا. قاعدين ننظر على انه الوظائف دي يعني كانت تمريضيه مزارعين. السودانيين كانوا بيشوفوا ممكن يقدروا يديروا نفسه، ما يركزوا في انه كيف نقدر ندير نفسنا. المجتمعات السودانيه دار واحد زي ما حصل حداثه في السودان. وحتى ازمه بتاعت هويه ذاته بعد الاستقلال بدات تعلم نفسها انه في عرب بيقولوا اننا عرب، وديل يقولوا اننا كده، وافارقه يقولوا. دي القضايا ممكن اقدر اركز فيه عشان انا اركز في الثلاثه قضايا دي. او ازمه ثانيه ازمه بتاعت مين ابو السودان. في حاجات قالوها قبل استقلال السودان عن البحر الاحمر، والبحر الاحمر اصبح الان مشكله بتاع السودان. وكان في مشكله بتاعت مويه مياه. مشكله بتاع مياه الان بقى واحد من الحاجات اللي بقدر يواجهنا في الصراع الجاي، وحيكون عنده اثر كبير جدا في المجتمعات اللي احنا جايين فوق حسا. وده اربع حاجات اللي نقدر نركز عليها. يعني انتوا قبل جزء منهم تظنوا، وده المحددين الان في قضايا بتاعت الصراعات المستمره الان داخل البلد. وحتى لو قمنا عايزين نبني داير نعمل بناء أمم في جنوب السودان بيكون عندها أثر، وبيكون يعني نظرتنا لاستقلال اليوم ده ما كان نظرة كامل كده إننا نعمل نصل الدرجة من نشوفه. القضايا عندها ركز فوق، لكن إذا كان بتسلسل إننا نبدأ بالخطوات الأولى والثانية والثالثة والرابعة. أوكي. شكرا جزيلا إننا بدنا ثاني فرصة يعني.
يا شكرا كثير أستاذ ديفيد. بالضبط زي مولانا أجاوين قال، لأنه إحنا بدأنا من حقبة وبدأ من 800. ومرة هو برضه يتكلم عن الموضوع بتاع إيش مش شنو الموضوع بتاع المياه ذاته، إنه عدم العبث بالمياه النيل. هو برضه زي ما هو ذكر لك مشى من مؤتمر جوبا، وبرضه سودان إيش مش شنو ناشوناليست من البداية بتاعه، أو حقبة بتاع توريد وكده. لكن الجزء الثاني ده الجزء الثاني والثالث بعدين هيكون فيه عنده اضافات اللي انت ممكن تيجي تتكلم فيه، وبعد ذلك هنيجي ندخل يا في الرهن السياسي، لانه في النهايه احنا قادرين نربط الماضي بالحاضر، لانه عنده علاقه شديد ومشاكل الكثير بدا من هناك، وحلول بتاعه ما تم للان. ده الهدف بتاعنا. فالمهم شكرا لك كثير. ندي فرصه هسه ده منو ده؟ اوكي.
Yeah, based on that suggestion, Ajama Piaja fi Gulu, too many cooks spoil the soup. Yani, they are offered presenters, alumoni ninde, they come to present this case, and then people should just come and ask questions. Lofi comment it could less than 2 minutes. My kunu another speech again. Like what I'm seeing is Aizol Gija Commander, people start giving speeches again. And that is not going to make it better. They just Arabaino. They offered Aizol at age 4 age as and so on. Lufia add less than 2 minutes. Ukalas. Otherwise, ma'am, Bikarabu history Alina Derina Somale. The two presenters are presentation plus maybe Dr. Al-Hajjab and is scholar, he can just add Ajatalo into be add folk map miskila. Like in my everybody coming giving long speeches. So this is just my suggestion. Shukran.
Just on the type of Mahalu General Bulldozer, the presentation. So people come up to react to the presentation either by asking questions or give a brief comment. That is it. Like in my opinion, this will be a counterproductive. So your suggestion type of Mahalo.
Yeah, تمام. نكلام صح. فحاجة الثاني زولنا من كمان يجي إن شاء الله كان if you want to add something حاجة بسيط في أقل من فترة اللي زي البولدوزر قالوا هنا، خليه يكون في إطار بتاع الكلام اللي طرحه، لأنه الكلام اللي إحنا ما يتكلمنا عنه ده إحنا ما داير ندخل فيه هسه حسب the presenters. ندي فرصة. أنا ما أعرف دولار. Do you have a question? Go on please. Dollar yen? Yeah. If you have question, go on.
Yeah, Teresa, this topic actually could have so many topics and so many.
Did you hear what we just said? We said this is the first presentation we had. We were going to have part 2 and then again part 3. Do you have a question regarding the presentation of now?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions here, and I have some comment on the issue of colonization and
no, just give us question from what you heard from the presenters, please.
Well, basically, if you are only asking question, I will just maybe ask maybe 2 questions only.
Okay, go on then. Ask your question, the 2 questions.
Yeah, my question is the identity crisis that was happening during the colonization, independence of Sudan, because that is where, if you want to understand the issue in South Sudan, you need to begin from the crisis of the independence in 1956. The question will be the North Sudan and the South. Was it really a crisis between the identity between the Arab and the Black African, or it was just the work of the colonies trying to divide the Sudanese people? if you can answer that correctly, that will actually answer some of my correction that from the presenter. Because presenter, they really, it seems like they don't understand the issue.
Just because you did not attend the presentation, I saw you came very late. Just ask that question. This is question 1. Go for question number 2. Then they will answer you because you did not. You came very late, by the way. You came 1 hour later. I saw you when we already passed a lot. This is the first question. Okay. The second question.
Yeah, the second question, you talk about national building. A nation building is kind of like a huge thing. But right now, what people are talking about is whether there should be federalism or centralized government. So most of the time you see, I say federalism is not working.
Okay, your second question, please give us the second question. The first question is about whether we understood this one. The second question, let us know.
Yeah, my second question is South Sudan. Is it that we really need a separation as a nation building?
Okay, the second question doesn't have relation with our topic now. We can take only the first question. Ambassador,
I have not even asked that. You don't allow me to ask.
Ambassador Emmaanuel and Dr. Haj Ustaz Tito. No, just wait. We have to be organized, because if you're talking about South Sudan currently, we still did not come to the current affairs. We're still in part 1. We're going to part 2, part 3, and then the current affairs. Yeah. Ambassador Emmaanuel, it is a mix.
Molana, thank you. You know, Brother Ladjan, I don't know how people really interact. If you don't pay attention to the presentation for 1 hour that we had, and I summarized it even just now when General David Biel was talking. Sometimes, you know, it's good to come early and listen to the presentation so you understand the genesis of where people are coming from. Now, you asked whether the problem of the North and the South was the issue of identity crisis or not. Before answering that, tell me your answer. What do you think? Because you have been you're a political analyst. What do you think? Was it an identity crisis or not? Because I'm sure you have the answer.
That's a good thing. Sometimes, you know.
Okay, just make it short, yeah, because we have next person. Make it short, yeah. Go on.
Look here. Let me answer it this way. You know, what I think is that colonization of the Egyptian, Anglo-Egyptian, and the British, okay, is the one that caused the division of the Sudanese people, including the Arab and the African. That is my opinion, okay? You can, because you see, if you look at it clearly, there was that minister, actually the British wanted to administer the Arab separate, they call them North, and then the South separately from the beginning, okay? And then this one took the Sudanese people even to understand it was a big problem. And that is what prevents the unity of the South and the North, okay? Now, this is what caused the identity crisis. And this is my argument, and I think that is why people like John Garang try to understand it in the correct way. But now, when the success turned to be independent, now everybody wants to switch because they want to claim, I was the founder of separation. Wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's why I said you actually know the answer for your questions, and therefore I don't even see the need to answer it because you have answered it. Thank you so much. I think, Molan, we can move now to the second person, because that has already answered the question.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Jackson. Jackson, the floor is yours.
Yeah, shukran. Molana Teresa, or shukran Emmaanuel, Ambassador Emmaanuel, Alaj, Baldoza, Tito, Alaj, في بلوما and everybody that is in بلوم والمستمعين في أي مكان في العالم that are following the sword diversity. طبعا أنا been following من برنامج بدأ. I was in and out, but I had a lot. الآن بشكركم لأنه إنتوا لاريت زمانتوا بديتوا ب part 1 و part 2. I'm not going to talk a lot, like you guys said. Just I'm here for the question. I know طبعا المشكلة بتاعت أنا بتكلم عن السؤال بتاعت الحكومة بتاعت الأنجلو إيجيبشن الحكومة بتاعتهم المشتركة و create a lot of problems and especially طبعا بريطانيا ونحن عارفين في أي دولة بريطانيا كشفوا they always create problem between north and south or east and west and عشان هم عارفين when they leave الناس يبدلوا في مشاكل بتاعتهم براهم but they fail only in Kenya لما هم دايرين دي independent ل father بتاعت لجرمية ودينجا الfather بتاعت ودينجا he refused لأن جماعة كنياتا was in prison and هو قال ياكي ما ممكن تدي الindependent لنا.
انت عندك سؤال جاكسون؟ انت عندك سؤال؟
Yeah, I mean this one.
اطرح سؤال.
Okay, السؤال بتاعتي أنا داير أقول لكم. We know that طبعا ما انتوا بديتوا في الموضوع بتاعتينه التحذيف التعريق وإنه التعريق ناس بدأوا إنه التعريق بدأ في 83. ده السؤال بتاعتنا بيجي فيه لا كلام لا التعريق ما بدأ 83 في ناس بدأوا تعريق earlier before 1983 and انتوا ذكرتوا أساميهم كله ناس بدأوا ثورة ونضال. So الثورة بتاعت جنوب السودان ما بدأ في 83 started so earlier. So السؤال بتاعتي إنه الشيوعيين وده ما لكم انتوا أنا just want you to help me on that. إنه الشيوعيين they play a very big role during that time. لما جابوا نميري فات you guys said you're not yet.
لسه احنا ما تكلمنا في عهد بتاع نميري ومشاكل بتاعهم مع الشيوعيين لما هو يعني عمل تحالف مع الشيوعيين وفي النهايه قلب ضدهم. احنا ما وصلنا في ايش شنو حتى مع الاسلاميين احنا ما وصلنا لسه في ده. فانت اسال اطرح سؤال كده بس في اطار بتاع حاجات الثانيه.
السؤال بتاعتي انه تقولوا انه السؤال بتاعتي الاول التحريك طبعا عارفين انه التحريك ما بدا في 83 ليه انه في ناس they want to انه دارين يثبتوا انه مستريين التحريك بتاع جنوب السودان طلع بدا في 83 why that's my question. وشكرا.
جاوين تفضل بس ده ولا ده دكتور.
Thank you Jackson Kelua. It's nice seeing you here. طبعا انا اعرفك يا اخوي انت مستعجل لانه انكل بتاعنا جوزيف قرق والدور بتاعه في حزب الشوي. Of course نحن will not forget him في next chapter. ولعب دور فعال جدا. Although some of us also disagree with him, especially the article that he wrote, the question of South Sudan or the southern intellectuals. لكن نحن هنجي فيه. نجي بإنه why are people now trying to write history بداية من 83. ده سؤال جميل أخوي جاكسون. الهدف من هذا هو يعني تزييف بتاع تاريخ لأنه في ناس إنه فكرة معينة دايرين يبنوا بيه الدولة هم دايرينه. الدولة اللي هم دايرينه دولة إخصائي دولة ما داير بإنه يذكروا الأدوار بتاع القيادات الأخرى لأنه الدولة الإخصائي ده لو حاولت طبعا they want to create a new narrative. نحن we liberated you know. For now, when you come, let us look at the question of who liberated who. Okay? Who liberated who? So now, when we talk about who liberated who, then we are asking the questions, who are the first people to fight for the liberation of Sudan? Now once you start going that way هتلقى بانه الجماعه 83 ده كانوا اولاد صغار جدا في السياسه. لأن قبليهم مني بنمشي تتكلم عن أربعينات وما أدراك بتلقى بأنه كان في 4 كبار ناس كبار كده اشتغلوا شغل سياسة وعملوا فاونديشن زاروا لحاجة اسمه الجنوب. قبل جزء من الناس الآن اللي بدأوا بأنه هم هارون جنوب السودان ما ولدهم، فعشان كده هم ما قدروا يرجعوا للورا. is the same thing يعني زي المستعمر البريطاني. And the British will tell you that the black history is classified as prehistory. Okay? قبل التاريخ. Now كنت أقول قبل التاريخ كويس أوكي. لو أنت كنت تكتب الهيستوري وتقسمه على 2 بكون his story. يعني history ده كنت تقسمه على 2 بكون his story. وأنا قصة زول. قصة منو؟ هو بقول لك بيقولوا القصة قبل the white colonialism. أوكي؟ قبليه is a prehistory ما مهم. نبدأ بالتاريخ بتاع الحضارة الأوروبية. نتكلم عن الحضارة الغريكية، الحضارة الرومانية، اليونانية وهذا. ده التاريخ اللي هم يبدأوا به. لكن أنت يجي أصدم بينه خلاص نحن بنتكلم عن تاريخ. خلينا نرجع ورا قبل التاريخ بتاعك ده. لأن التاريخ ده جديد. نرجع ورا 3000 سنة قبل التاريخ بتاع يونان وتاريخ بتاع رومان وتاريخ بتاع الإمبراطورية البريطانية. كان في الناس منو؟ وكنت ترجع ورا بتلقى هنتكلم عن الكوش ومالك الكوش 3000 كم ألف قبل الميلاد. هتتكلم عن الحضارة المصرية هي حضارة كمان إفريقية. معناه أنت الآن بتقول لهم بإنه التاريخ بتاعك عن الفلسفة عن الإنجليزي عن القانون وعن حتى الطب وعن كيمستري وفيزياء ده كله كان قبل كده موجود في مصر وكان موجود في الكوش وأنتوا حقتكم بس طورتوا. شفتها؟ فالمستعمر ما بحب يرجع ورا لمصدر بالتاريخ لأن أنت you will expose him to who they are. You will expose him بأنه أنت التاريخ ما بدأ بيك أنت just a copycat. أوكي؟ وده الموجود الآن في جنوب السودان. The same mentality بتاع زول ده يخلق تاريخ جديد لنفسه. أوكي؟ with the hope that بأنه جنوبين التانيين ده ما عندهم هم غافلين يعني عن التاريخ بتاع الدولة جنوب السودان. عشان كده نشكر مولانا وأخوي بلدوزو وتيتو بأنه مهم جدا وخاصة في الوضع اللي قاعدين فيه ده is very very critical and very important. بدنا نعرف تاريخنا لأنه 3/4 من أهلنا they will come to debate إنه we are good at insulting والله فلان عمل A و B عمل كده. لكن لو كنا نجي ل proper intellectual discussion على التاريخ بتلقى زول كيسه فاضي مش. So we want to expose الجمال بيجي بيقول لنا ده حررناكم ده. We want to expose them. في تاريخ جنوب السودان ما بدأ بسنة 83 وهنديكم تفاصيل الملة. شفتها especially في الدور الجنوبي في البرلمان الأول أو also دور بتاع 55 والرواد اللي تكلمنا قبل والأبطال بتاعنا والشرفاء بتاعنا. هنتكلم حتى في سنة 61 63 كجوسف لاغو شاه سلطة. وهنتكلم حتى في التكوينات بتاع ناس سانو وصودن فرام لما نجي تزوت امتى انقلاب نمير. وانقلاب نمير هنتكلم فيه بالتفاصيل الملة وكيف القيادات الجنوبية كمان لعبوا دور بأنه يكونوا جزء في جزء من الحزب شوية انت تكلمتوا فيه. هنتكلم فيه وهنتكلم بين 72 و 83 ده زمن الحكومة الإقليمية ده والسياسة اللي كانت حاصل. لا الناس بينسوا بأنه بس كله كوكرة وما أدراك ما كوكرة. أوكي لكن في النص كان في شنو؟ حصل شنو في النيغوشيشن بين أنيانيا وحكومة جعفر نميري اللي كان مرأسه مولانا أبا العلير وبتاع أنيانيا كان أزبيل منديري. واللي القضية باو خلوا لاغو برا وجابوا جوزيف جابوا أبا العلير يحكم جنوب مع almost 8 years. أوكي والمؤامرات اللي حصل في الجيش بتاع أنيانيا وده منو كان سبب زي بعد ما الاستواء بتاع أنيانيا وكان منو برفع ريبورتات غلط لجعفر محمد نميري. فده كله هنخش فيه فما هنخلي شيء. بعد ده نجي 83 ونخلي المواطن الجنوبي يحكم لانه تاريخ نجيب له هدفنا نجيب له الاثباتات والتاريخ بالريفرنسز ما يكون كلام حبوبات زي ما قلنا في ريفرنسز والكود يو جو اند فولو ريد ات لان ده ما حاجات من راس ده ما حاجات حبوبات ده حاجات موجوده مكتوبه. بعد ده نحن بنعرف بانه نكون صفينا الايش شفتها القشر الماء ظريف ده نجدها في الكوشه. بعد ده نجي نقول نشوف جنوب ونسأل who are the founding fathers of this nation بعد ما قلنا لكم التاريخ. شكرا.
يا شكرا كثيرا امباسادور ايمانويل اجاوين. ندي فرصة كده لأخونا جيمي بول. انت لو عندك سؤال اتفضل.
أنا سألت سؤال يا مولانا تريزا ننزل. شكرا لكم.
يا شكرا جاكسون سوري. جيمي اتفضل، فرصة لك انت. جيمي انت عندك سؤال؟ الدور بتاعك. Jimmy Ball, it's your turn. You have a question. Am I audible يا جماعة؟ يا بكونوا بعيد. اوكي يا هو فتح هسه. اتفضل جيمي.
يا مولانا بجيب مشكلة شوية. أنا لو تديني 5 دقائق أنا بجي راجع and then I will come and ask a question.
اوكي أستاذ تيتو، أنت وصلت ولا أنت لسه؟
يا دوب لسه أنا pulling up so give me 10 minutes كده.
اوكي اوكي من أستاذ دكتور الحاج مولانا جاوين، عندكم كلام ده تقولوا otherwise أنا ممكن نبدأ نقرأ. لو في أي كلام عندكم تعليق فيه تشوفوا حاجة في الكومنت سيكشن دارين تتكلموا فيه let us know. أنت ممكن ترد له.
أوكي أقرأ ثواني. أقرأ no problem.
وطوال شوية طويل كده. أستاذ تيتو طبعا البيت بتاعك ما بعيد، أنت ممكن توصل هناك تلقى أقرأ جزء. Who this one is actually.
بس أنا وصلت parking lot but I'm looking for parking space. أنا looking for bed basket. You continue. Yeah, continue. I'll come later.
هو طبعا يا جماعة الليتر ده قبل أمباسادور إيمانويل ذكر الكلام ده، فإحنا جالس أي حاجة بيجي درنا أول فيه بريفرنس، لأنه طبعا ده تاريخ. ده رسالة بتاع جوردن مرتاد اللي هو يابا جوردن مرتاد، وقاعد يرد ليش شنو لويليام دينغ. وهو كمان داير انه الشعب بتاع جنوب كان زمان داك يعرف شنو الحاصل، لانه ويليام دانيال انشق مشى اندم لجلابه وبقى يهاجم ناس سانو في خارج وكده. قال to all Southern from PO Box 2140 Khartoum, January 10, 1966. Dear compatriots, I hope you have read the letter addressed to the so-called SANU supporters by Said William Deng, the President's Secretary General and particularly Treasurer, if not formally, of SANU inside, date January 8, 1966. As it's always the case with William Deng, much of its content consists of attacks on the Southern Front and its leaders, especially myself in person. It is to be noted here that the Southern Front policy since Wow and Juba incident of July 1965 has been to abstain from hostile propaganda against any Southern Party politician. When the Southern Front and SANU set up a joint committee for cooperation in August last, the same policy was played by both sides. The conscious dishonoring of this promise by SANU inside is the cause of the slacking of committees' work. Ever since April 1965, SANU Inside took advantage of our goodwill and launched a large-scale hostile propaganda against the front and its leaders. Our patience is ending, especially with SANU propaganda is based entirely on malicious and lies. This this does not mean that we are going to act in the same manner, but we shall only explain the facts as they are, and this was I actually did during a reason of our northern uh, tour northern province. Please find here below attacks and some blundering statement by Mr. William, which I have quoted in black letter and my replies. Number one, we are not deferred by the failure of the founder of the roundtable conference, during which some northerners and southerners played a negative and destructive role. Taban the headline. This statement reflects the narrow angle from which William looks at the roundtable conference, because to us, as far as the constitutional relation between the South and the North is concerned, the roundtable conference was not inclusive, but as far as recognition of the Southern problem as a problem is concerned, the roundtable conference did choose, in fact, it. A. Draw resolution to implement and whose implementation would have generate a confident and good disposition in South. B. It established a 12-man committee to try to reach an agreement on the constitutional relation between the South and North. William has made a distinction between the resolution and their implementation. To say, therefore, that the Roundtable Conference failed without distinction is a sheer nonsense. To assert that some Southerners played a negative role is merely gracious and must be dismissed as such. However, failure to implement the resolution of the Roundtable Conference is to be fundamentally attributed to the Northerners, and rightfully so. But is William free from being an accomplice in this dishonest business? No, he is not free. In fact, William's action of defection from SANU outside and unilateral appeasement to the North contribute a good deal to the stubbornness of the Northerners in refusing to implement the resolution of the Roundtable Conference. Had the resolution of the Roundtable Conference been implemented, things would have gone the right way. By this time, we would have had the second Roundtable Conference and constitutional relation between the South and the second and the South and the North would have been reached to satisfaction of the South. Number two, we made appeal for ceasefire on both sides for peace. De kalam bita munu bita William. Now is taban ubigra line yellow brood daleo. Alua number two girl, we made appeal for ceasefire on both sides for peace. The red bigger bita munujay bita gordo murtad. This is too much promotion of William, if he is serious about finding a satisfactory solution to the southern problem, how honestly does he believe that he alone, with his colleague, could call for ceasefire on both Anyanya and the government soldier? Only the person who commands the authority of both sides could succeed. Does he only, the person who commands the authority of both sides, could succeed? Does he consider himself one? Mr. William knows very well that under such circumstances, as experience has shown in many countries, as a ceasefire, in order to be effective, must be negotiated and supervised. Does he think that such a negotiation can be carried out by him alone without the government and the other southern parties? Number 3, the next important thing is the question of election. We are pressing that the state of emergency be lifted so that election can take place in the March or April 1966. Now, it might be recalled that in one of the letter which Said William wrote to Cyril Khatim, the former prime minister from Geneva, before his final return to Sudan, he made it clear that he was coming to stand for election. He was only later forced to change temporarily when he learned that all the Southerners were boycotting the election. Although he knows quite well that the true condition of the South today, he is still conspiracy with the condition government to run fake election in South. Now let William tell us whether A, he really believes that emergency will be lifted before March 1966, B, when and by whom will registration be carried out, C, what will happen to all those constituency in which there are no voters, D, will the hundreds of thousands of southern refugees now outside the country be excluded from the election, E, if Mr. William is honest to be southern cause, how does he feel about southern refugees who will come to the parliament as a result of the fake election? F, up to now, the northerners have no intention to expel the 21 firstly return up and oppose. What will he do? Now let's go to number 4. If we do not come to parliament, the northerners can go on ruling and oppressing us through legislation. The point with William Deng. Now Gordon Mutad is responding. Mr. William knows better than anybody that the northerners have been ruling and oppressing us with impunity for the last 12 years, whether we have representative in the parliament or not. Was the motion for independence of Sudan without guarantees for the South Sudan not passed in presence of the so-called Southern MPs? Why did Southern MPs not prevent the mass execution and killing of Southern in 1955? What did the Southern MPs do about the discrimination against the Southerners in the army, the civil service, and general economic operation? Number 5, the argument of the front that election in the north without the south might give the south independence is completely nonsense. This statement is complete lie. It shows William's ignorance and contempt of the reason that led the South to boycott the election. He had better read our press release, our Secretary General's report on the subject. Number 6, certain members in the front have done their best to split the Southerners, but they have failed. This is the first time Mr. William has shed crocodile tears about the disunity of the Southerners. But who actually caused it? Was there any division between Southerners inside before Mr. William rebelled against the SANU constitution and unilaterally returned to the country? Everybody knows that it's Said William who is dividing factor. Both of the Southerners, inside and outside, as it is understood by many observers, SANU inside and William are cause of the present tribal division. The portion of the Dinka tribe has been misled to practice some prejudice against other Southerns, a vice from which this tribe has never been guilty before. He was dismissed by SANU for that, but thanks to the Southern Front, which worked tirelessly, SANU paper was persuaded to attend the roundtable conference. The same Southern Front plead for William for a period of 12 hours, and after SANU announced a number of serious accusations against William, he was temporarily accommodated within SANU delegation at the roundtable conference. Number 7, we stand for a federal government or a status for the South within the unity of Sudan. This is the first time in the last 5 months that Mr. William or SANU has reinstated his or her stand for federal status. SANU had stopped advocating federal stand since after the Northerners made a sharp reaction against it. SANU inside until the coming of the letter in discussion turned out demanding unity in diversity or lose association. Even the second part of the above statement carried the same interpretation. Number 8, the movement outside has also split of the front activists, but I will be going there soon to make them understand the situation. I believe most of you who have been following a statement of Mr. William, many will recall one of them in which he said SANU has now came in under bracket, meaning himself, there is no more SANU outside. Now, the army regime has fallen. There is no purpose to be served by remaining outside. Those who refused to come in did so for their lives. The question Now, who are still outside in organized body and facing division as refuse, as refuse of the front activists. As a result, sorry, that's the spelling. Yeah. Is Mr. William going to them as inform or as informant or a mediator? Number 9, learn that Said Gordon Murtad attacked me during his recent tour in the northern, and that he, with a strong belief from SANU supporters, do not be disturbed by confused, selfish men who have no policy. شكلها بطال جدا. First of all, I do not know what kind of attack Said William has heard that I made against him. In the meantime, it is sad to note that a man like Mr. William getting spreaded and allowing himself to fall to such level of politics. I would like to point out that I have no intention to relate in the similar manner. How to reply? Sorry, retaliate. Sorry, in the similar manner. Although I am capable of doing so, the future will tell who is really confused and selfish. What I know is that Mr. William is desperate because he has been unable to deceive and mislead all the Southerners except very few. This is out of insult and call anybody all sort of names who refuse to contradict the true wishes of the Southern people. Southerner with average intelligence knows why Mr. William deserted and came in alone. According to the way of life many African tribes, a man who goes out to hunt for meat or fish and stay away for long hardly return empty-handed. This is the case for all non political heroes. What did Mr. William bring to Southern Southerners, to Southerner people, our Southern people, after 4 years of absence during which he spearheaded the struggle for political freedom of the Southern people from Northern domination, beside agitating division among Southerners? He is now asking the Southerners to send their representative to the parliament to resume the same vicious circle of 1958, and may God be with them. When William returned, he had a number of plans with which to mislead the Southerners. One of them was the founding of political party under the name of SANU. He knew very well that SANU is a viable asset, being the name behind which a struggle for freedom was staged. He knew that the name was very popular among the Southerner inside. The important question the Southerners should ask themselves now is this original SANU or it is fabricated one? Some political unconscious Southerners are deceived and made to believe that SANU inside is still the branch of the SANU outside. Are we after names or freedom? This is not true. The SANU inside stand for Federation, a regional administration, or unconditional unity as has been known above in the statement of the letter. The same, the same has an amended constitution different from the SANU outside, and it is a wing of the Ummah party. It is worth mentioning that Ummah party is one of the governing party whose government has butchered and is still butchering thousands of Southerners. On the other hand, the proper SANU is still in exile. It stands for independence of South from the North. It is therefore clear that there is no such difference between the Unity Party, the Unity Party, and the so-called SANU inside. That was the reason why Mr. Emilio resigned from his SANU and joined the Unity Party. Let us all pray that God may direct our brother William Deng to the true, capital letter, Kubargeda, to the true service of his motherland, the South, and join hand with all the freedom-loving Southerners and work together in unity, since, in my opinion, this is the sure set way to freedom. Finally, I appeal to you all on behalf of our President, Said Keleman and the Central Executive of Southern Front and the Southern people to be tolerant to any Southerner who may still entertain different views due to various reasons. You must work tirelessly to maintain unity and solidarity of the Southern people, as this is the so set path to our freedom. Forward ever, backward never. Yours faithfully in struggle, Gordon Murtad Mayan, Vice President, Southern Front, Khartoum. Thank you. Inshallah bas watu usileku mtu simitu kala gulu.
And also, sort of what the Mulan Samini.
I saw the guys here.
Come on, let me also read the statement of Agri Jaden in the roundtable conference regarding the expulsion of William. So it will not take long. It's full of the gig or the 10. Speech of Agri Jaden, President of Sudan African National Union, SANU, at Khartoum 1965 Roundtable Conference. Resolutions from 1965 Roundtable Conference and a statement from the SANU on outcomes of the conference to Southern Sudanese citizens. A speech by Agri Jaden, President Sudan African National Union, SANU. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all, and I would like to begin with a report from the leadership of Sudan, African National Union, SANU, Central Committees on the expulsion of Mr. William Deng from SANU. The Sudan African National Union has expelled from its membership Mr. William Deng, former Secretary for International and African Affairs. He was dismissed from his executive post in February 1965. In a press statement dated 28th of April 1965, Mr. William Deng was finally expelled from SANU for leading a policy contrary to SANU official policy and for violating the SANU constitution. Mr. William Deng had gone to the Sudan with a group of Southerners before this roundtable conference and will remain there after the whole with the sole objective of confusing Southerners and misleading the world about SANU policy. While in the Sudan, Mr. Deng claimed that SANU had decided to function inside the Sudan to organize and contest the general elections, which are now totally boycotted by Southerners. Besides, Mr. Deng has virtually created a new party, although he still calls it SANU. His executive body, headed by him, does not include any of his former colleagues in SANU. End of the letter.
Zito, تفضل.
I just want to say something quick regarding the source of the letter. I read some comments down there. Somebody is asking where did we get the reference from. I will direct you to Sudan Archives. If you could go there, you will find this letter of Gordon Mutat. Some words, has been damaged. It took me a complete day, to reconstruct the letter as it is being read to you now. So you go to Sudan Archives, you will find this letter of Gordon Mutat addressed to, it is an open letter actually. It's not addressed to William Deng Pasi. It is addressed to Southern Sudanese at the time. So that's the reference, the source of the letter itself. And in fact, like I said earlier, when William Deng defected from SANU, he came with 6 Southerners. All of them are Denkas. One of them is Ezekiel Machui Kodi. I have the names in the memoir of Gordon Mutat himself. For those of you, if you could get a memoir of Gordon Mutat, it also has some good information. Though he did not republish his open letter to William Deng in his memoir, but he said a lot, about his work in Khartoum with Southern Front, during the Roundtable Conference, etc., etc. So, if you could find that memoir, please read it. So you'll find a lot of information. Read memoir of Gordon Mutat, memoir of Fabian Agamlong, memoir of D.K. Matthews, memoir of Henry Paulo Lucali, the book of Abel Aliyar, Southern Sudan, 2 Men Agreements Dishonored, the book of Joseph Nabu, Samson through others. State building through others or something like that. Read that book also, and there's another book written by recently, but I don't have a copy yet. I'm yet to open the copy. Serafino Fuli, also he wrote a book, very good, and the book mentioned by Teresa earlier of Scopus Bogo, wherever you find, because Scopus did very thorough investigation and research. He met with some of those fighters, those of Guatala, those of Jaden. He met with a lot of people. If you find this book of Scopus Bogo, it's very informative. And then you have another book of Samson Soros, republished simultaneously with Dr. Emmaanuel Ajawin. And so many references. And then do your own research. All these things, information that we are giving you, because we dig deeply. Mama Shokol Sahid. As I can tell the Malumada, we have to work hard, to find those information so that we can share them with you. يعني عمل بيتطلب مجهود. So I'm just mentioning these books. If you have time, you read them, to familiarize yourself with the past history. It is a lot of work. If you are not somebody who is lazy, you don't read, you will not be able to finish those books. Some of them 400 pages, some of them 300 pages, some of them 200 pages. But that's how it works. That's how it فتشوا واقرا عشان اديك معلومات. الجواب بتاع ويليام بتاع انكل جوردن ده مهم جدا. I am not degrading or demeaning William Niall, but he played very negative role, particularly when he came inside. And the records are there. Based on this letter alone, you can know what type of politician William Deng was. Nothing against him. Yes, he fought for the South, but the role that he played was very negative. But it is up to the people of South Sudan to remember him, because we are talking about history, who did what. And like Emmaanuel and Torit said, we are one systematically. Today we are just concentrating on the past history of 50s during the British occupation of Sudan, Juba conference and what happened in the 50s and 60s. Partly, we are just touching it. And we will continue. There are a lot of things. Somebody posed a question earlier. I want to know the role of Joseph Lagu. We'll come to that. Lagu did his part. He left the Sudan while on vacation in New and how Joseph Lagu wrote a letter to him. The same guy who fired the first shot in Torit, Captain Abdul Majid, Haji Abdul Majid, I forgot the first name. He was
Abdul Majid Hamid Khalil ولا منو؟
No, Abdul Majid Hamid Khalil. There's no. I will remember his first name. Haji Abdul Majid. Zolda Khan Qaid بتاع لاغو في Shendi in 1958, 1960. هو نادى لاغو في مكتب بتاعه. فلاغو قال انا لما مشيت له في المكتب انا عرفت انه ده زول القتل الجنوبيين الضرب وعمل احداث. زول بكره الجنوبيين. حسن عداني ده هو ده شنو. فقال انا مشيت حييته زمن ذاك لاغو ملازم اول. Because Lagu graduated from Military Academy in 1960. He joined 1958, 1960 graduated ملازم. فسنة 62 زول ده ناداه. لو انا مشيت وعملت انتباه ووقفت فانا داير نسمع زول ده هيعمل لي شنو. الان زول بيكره الجنوبيين. فزول ده قال له يا ابوي يا اخي انت مستغرب انا ناديتك ليه؟ لكن قال انا ناديتك I want to send you for a course to Britain to be military police. لانه ده ابوي يتخصص في الشرطه العسكريه. فقال I want to send you to Britain for military police course for two reasons. He said first, you are disciplined. Second, you have good command of English. Of course, being a Southern Sudanese, got out from Beko كده English ده ما عنده مشكلة فيهم. فقال له جهز. قال له أنا ما عندي passport. قال له I will write to the Minister of Interior يعمل لك passport وعشان تسافر next week. But then Lagu took permission. Lagu told him, I want to go to the south to see my family. So أنا ما شفتهم فأنا I have to see them before I proceed to Britain. فقام ودويزن هو مشى جوبا من جوبا ودويزن عشان يمشي نمل حبودو حرس وكل حاجة ودو نمل فقال لهم خلاص أنا هحاول في نمل هنا I think 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks and then I will call you back عشان ترجعوني جوبا. And that's when Joseph Odo wrote him a letter. Joseph, when he learned that Lagu was in Nimule, he wrote him a letter for asking him to join them. Bagia had this, I don't want to go into details, but that's how Lagu joined their movement in 1962. So, but we'll talk about his role in the bush, Ahmad, until he formed his own movement in early 1969, Southern Sudan Liberation Movement, SSLM. We'll go through this. But like I said, we prefer people to ask questions because when you ask specific questions within the topic that we just presented, me and Emmaanuel and Dr. Haj, I think we will be able to answer your questions within the framework. Shukran, Teresa, for reading open letter that Governor Mutar. I will yield back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Kunjok, he joined in 1962 and he established Anyanya in 1963. أنا ما أعرف ambassador إيمانويل أجاوين في زول عنده أي كلام. أنت عارف أنا بس نقول حاجة كده. أنا لاحظت إنه موضوع بتاع
Teresa, sorry, معلش بس one second. Yeah, I remember the name. اسمه صلاح عبد الماجد. He was a captain at the time. كان قائد اسمه شنو ده؟ قائد سرية بتاع توريت. اسمه صلاح عبد الماجد. شكرا. Go ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
No, it's okay. أنا بس نقول إنه when we are reading, like, if we want to connect the past with the present, أنت بتلقى إنه كده for instance كده just when I was reading through the letter بتاع اللي هو the response letter بتاع Uncle Gordon مرتاد لأنكل ويليام دينيال، أنت بتعرف بأنه ده لما بتاع division SANU inside SANU outside زي ما أنت بتلقى في ناس تانيين جوا وناس تانيين برا بنفس الاسم. And then people also they are not being creative. يعني في ناس بيستخدموا نفس الاسم ده عشان كيف هم they want to gain اسم شنو popularity as well through the names. name بتاع كان ده سواديتا بارتي هسه ده نفس حاجة ده هسه حصل. وكلام بتاع برضو كمان people will betray others and then go in the same thing is happening currently. itu la لاحظوا كان ده بيا بتاع ويليام ده يلا كمان اللي هو exaggeration بتاع انه يا اخي all the forces are with me. يعني انت لاحظت في الليتر بتاع انكل جوردن مرتاد وبوري بانه هو داري يعرف ذاته اللي هو بنجامين اجم شنو ده ويليام دينيال ده he said that all the forces معاه ده he's commanding who we are forces ده كله معاهم برا هنا هم they SANU outside. انت شفت كيف؟ and then في اللغة بتاع شنو بتاع propaganda أو اللغة بتاع misleading also, you know, to mislead people بأنه يا أخي the reason if we don't come in now the northern regime they will take over and then they will oppress the people more through the, you know, the parliament or legislation. لكن yet أجد مارتن جوردن مرتاد قال لهم شنو؟ قال يا أخي مع ناس بتاعنا يا they have been oppressed they have been killed يا فينا في 1955 هنا وأحداث شفنا وأساكر بتاعنا القتلوهم وناس وكده يعني أداوا example sorry. فأنا بزر نقول إنه يعني في كلام ده كله إنه the history actually is repeating itself. فعشان كده مهم جدا we have to revisit the history and then connect with the current affairs that we have, and then again we will learn, especially the new generation that have no clue about this kind of events in the past history. They will now learn about this real history. فاحنا هنا ما جايين, we are not here coming here to sugarcoat. احنا دايرين we present everything as it is وبعد ذاك انت شنو انت بتشيل حاجه انت دايره. We are not here to frame any community or even to frame any leader or شنو, لكن we want to let the people know the character of those individuals. في منو كان قاعد يجيب مع جنوبين وفي منو كان قاعد يعمل كده. So it's very important for us really to come here and talk about this session. And I also want to salute the engineer behind this topic who suggested this. This is actually brother Gubeko who قال يا أخي والله أنا شايف في حاجات قاعد يحصل يومين ده في ميديا وشنو كان إنتوا جيتوا مع مولانا أجاوين وأستاذ تيتو أستاذ الحاج وكده ومجموعة ده كان جيتوا إنتوا كلمتوا عن التاريخ من هذا المنطلق هيساعد, it will help a lot. So I want to appreciate him as well because he gave the suggestion and I said okay, no problem, we will talk with Ambassador Emmaanuel Ajawin, and also Ustaz Tito. Thank God also Ustaz Al-Haj joined us. And I want to salute all of them, Ambassador Emmanuel, Ustaz Tito, and Dr. Al-Haj, who also came and joined us, with the rest of the other individuals who also gave their view regarding the other individual or historical individual that actually participate in the freedom of our country and also in the foundation of the vision of the Republic of South Sudan. فأنا ما أعرف نديك فرصة كان في زول داير يتكلم من moderators أستاذ تيتو Ambassador Emmanuel دكتور الحاج عشان احنا كمان نتفق next time كان هيكون يوم الأحد أو أي يوم تاني لأنه أنا حاجة I will make sure that is actually documented also في يوتيوب وهنا برضو في Clubhouse and the other you know platform. اتفضل. ما في زول أنا شايف فيه أستاذ أبانيجو أقول ولا تجهز هسه يا جيمي.
جاهز ممكن
أي أنت كان عندك سؤال تطرح للإخوة هنا يا تفضل.
All right. Thank you, Molan. Let me greet all of you, the moderators. It's a great history. I unfortunately I missed the presentation, which always doesn't give you a good understanding. But I will go back to the room and listen to the presentation of presenter. I love history and I always read books. I got the Sabrina Wani something books. It's very small books, and it talk about the whole a lot of points that you guys have mentioned, including the letter of Elder Gordon Mutas to against William Deng, and the differences between William Deng and Agarijade regarding the leadership. Now, my question, I want to quote a word of Prime Minister Churchill when he said, the history is written by the victors. I'm not trying to say that what we are doing here doesn't mean anything, because those who are in the power will play down anything that South Sudanese are trying to clarify in regard to the history of the struggle of people of South Sudan. Now, the history is written always by those who are in their favor. And that is why now in our country, the misleading is too much. People try to start the story wherever they want to start, and they are trying now even to teach the young generation with a misleading history. With this help of social media now, it is at least those who are in diaspora and those who can access the social media can benefit from all this discussion and kind of presentation. My first question will go to Emmaanuel Ajawin, because you read a lot, and the second question will go to both of you. The first question will be the policy of closed district. The policy of closed district that was done, was it the policy of closed district was for the favor of South Sudanese, or it was the continuation of the slavery or slave policy? Because if you look at it, the closed district policy looked like the British was trying to save South Sudan from Islam that was about to be spread into the southern part of the country.
and the slave trade. But at the same time, you look at the underdevelopment or the lack of the institution that was built in the southern part of the country after the independence of Sudan. This kind of policy look like there is a disadvantage in it to South Sudan. Can you talk about this a little bit? And the second part of the question was, is the English want only to spread the Christianity in South Sudan and block the Islam? Or what is it? Because if British was for the favor of saving South Sudan, why he did not build institution in the South? And after some time, when he separated the two territories, South and the North, looked like a separate two colony. They changed their mind, and they hand us back to the new colony, which is the Northern Sudan. In my opinion, the British was not for the favor of South Sudan. I want all of you to just talk a little bit about this. My second question will be the letter of Gordon Mutas to William Deng. The struggle for, I can call this for the struggle for the power in SANU. And my question is, some people now talk about other leaders that they have betrayed the South Sudanese and they have stabbed people in the back. Can William Deng defection to Sudan can be termed as a step on the back to the people of South Sudan? These are the two questions that I can ask. I have a few comments, but because I did not get the presentation well, I will stop here and just go back and listen to the presentation. Thank you. I don't know if you guys have heard me well.
Yeah, I'm sure they heard you. Ustaz Tito, Dr. Al-Haj, Ambassador Emmaanuel.
Yeah, let me try to answer, Brother Jimmy Bull.
I saw the gossip.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Jimmy Bull, for asking your question. And this is what we want in terms of interaction, a straight question, so that we could answer them. Your first question is about who was beneficiary in the adoption of the closed districts, or what we call the passports and permits ordinance that was later known officially as closed district ordinance of 1922. In the initial introduction earlier, when we spoke on the topic, I think maybe you came late, as you acknowledge. I talked about the after the establishment of the Anglo-Egyptian condominium rules, the British and the Egyptian had two important tasks to implement: pacification and pacifying the rebellion, because the rebellion of the Mahdi was very costly to them, and putting it and quashing it was hard. When Lord Kitchener came back in the Battle of Kerreri and the Battle of Bekerat in southern Kordofan, where he managed to kill very senior leaders that were left, and Usman Sheikh, the son of Abdullah, was captured and imprisoned. Usman Digna in Eastern Sudan also was captured and died in Sawakin in prison. There was some remnants of the Ansars that dispersed and disappeared and mingled with the communities. So what they wanted was to make sure there are no more rebellions in the Sudan. So they embarked on the policy of pacifying the Sudanese. Although Lord Kitchener did not stay long. He was recalled, I think it was in December, to go to South Africa. Wingate became the Governor General. In his reign, there has been, of course, another thing that they also wanted to do, apart from pacification, was to put an absolute authority and to control Sudan absolutely. They had to deal with two emerging, what I call factors that were threatening the Anglo-Egyptian condominium. One was the growing threat by the French, because I say the French, led by Major Marchand, they came and occupied Fashoda and entered into agreement first with the Shulu king and later on with some Dinka chiefs. But with the Shulu king, they agreed that Fashoda will become the protectorate of France, and it will be called St. Louis. That was agreement that was signed by the Shulu king and then Major Marchand on behalf of the French government. The British were very concerned about this development. They felt that the French were encroaching into their territory of influence, and this is contrary to the Berlin Conference. They also felt that French was trying to make a straight line across Africa, from Dakar all the way to Djibouti. They also felt that French are playing dirty game. They want to control the source of the Nile. And I remember I told you that there was a lecture at Cairo University in 1892 by a French hydroelectric engineer who claimed that if any country managed to build a dam south of Khartoum, and specifically in Fashoda areas on the Nile, this will limit the flow of the Nile to Egypt. And this could actually, that person or that entity could have absolute control of Egyptians, because he can deny them water, he can open the tap or close the tap. These fears, whether it is real or perceived, were actually part of the intention of the British to recolonize Sudan. They did not want to go back to Sudan actually. But when they felt this, they said no, because Mahdi was existing from 1885, since the capturing of Khartoum all the way to 1898. So they came in. The other threat that they had was the Belgian Congo with Leopold II. They had entered an agreement with Leopold II of leasing the Lado Enclaves until the death of Leopold II. In 1906, there was a talk between the British and the Belgian regarding the control of Lado Enclave, and in 1910, on the 16th, I think, of June, the Belgian officially handed over the administration of Lado Enclave to the British after the death of Leopold, I think it was 2019 or 1909. Now, once the British realized the full control now of Sudan and eliminating the threat to the French and the Belgian, they embarked now into looking inward into the Sudan. To that, they had two things in mind. They had the legacy of the slave trade that they worked hard so much to put an end to it. Remember those of Charles Gordon as a governor of Equatoria, and before in 1874, and before him also others like others who were before him. The objective of the British was to stop slavery, because the Arabs, those of Ziber Basha and many, were involved into slavery, and Dem Ziber and the long stories. So they felt that South Sudanese, they need to protect themselves. So as a Governor General of the Sudan, he also appointed governors of the three states in southern Sudan, especially the Mangala state. The governor of Mangala state, James Stengert, was a independent he was actually a running South Sudan as a different entity from the North. They thought that racially, Southerners are different from the Northern Arab Muslim. And therefore, they felt that it is incumbent upon them to protect them and perhaps civilize them, by allowing the Christian missionaries to open churches. And you know very well, many Christian missionaries came and opened churches in different parts of southern Sudan at that time, early as 1902. They decided to form the Equatorial Corps in 1910. And this was cemented later on with the proposal of the passports and permits ordinance, which became as closed district ordinance of 1922. The closed district was actually a kind of, I don't want to call it christening, but it was actually cementing that policy, southern policy of separate South from the North. As to development, you know very well that the First World War had a really serious impact on the British Empire, the 1914 First World War, just started 1914. So you could see after the consolidation of the Sudan, it's only a few years, the British were involved in one of the biggest war, the First World War. It dragged all the way to 1918. After 1922, the British started embarking on trying to open schools and educate South Sudanese. That also led to 1928, what we also talk again about the Rajab Conference, where they adopted the 6 languages, the Dinka, the Nuer, the Shuluk, the Bare, the Latuka, and the Azandi, as 6 languages to be taught. British, they had what they called the commissioned a team, an ad hoc team, to do field studies and feasibility studies of how South Sudan can be developed. I saw this document in one of the archives here in Britain. It was commissioned for 10 years, from 1945 to 1955. In the report of that commission had all the network in South Sudan, the transportation, the infrastructure. They identified the agricultural areas, which crop will grow where. It was a comprehensive, thorough developmental project that would have been implemented if Sudan did not become independent in 1956. Of course, the northern political elites that were emerging, what became the Gordon, Gordon, in 1936, those of Ismail Assari, they became so much impatient, the northerners. They wanted the British to pack their bags and leave as soon as possible. So that also impacted negatively on the development in South Sudan. And this was raised in Juba conference by the chiefs and the South Sudanese who were then at the meeting in the Juba conference about development. They were concerned that you're leaving us too early. You should have visited a little bit, to develop us so we could reach the level of the norm. So this is my answer to the first question. Regarding the second question, whether William has stopped the South Sudanese on their backs by going in to the Arabs. Of course, we leave this to you as a reader and as a listener. We are telling you how William Deng left Anyanya, left SANU, and decided to write a letter to Cyril Fatim, who was the prime minister at that time, putting his 4 conditions of trying to go back to the north. One of them was him to be given the political space to mobilize. He also wrote, in strong support for federation within a united Sudan. Of course, this is contrary to the voices of the SANU outside who are calling for independent Southern Sudan. So William was now talking about the federation within a unified Sudan. Therefore, he's no longer ascribing himself to the separation and separatist notion that Anyanya and the SANU were advocating for. And then he called for the need for a roundtable conference to discuss the southern question. Of course, he may have his negatives in terms of abandoning the struggle of the people of South Sudan at a critical stage when Anyanya was developing and the voices of the southern revolutionaries were being heard now in Africa and also in the diaspora and beyond. The only positive thing that we could look at into it was the idea of the roundtable conference. He managed to convince the Northerners. And of course, he was working closely with Sadiq al-Mahdi, the Ummah Party, when Southern Front, and he could see the tone in Uncle Gordon Murtad letter. Southerners were expecting William to be working with Southern Front, but instead William put all his energies and he allied with Sadiq al-Mahdi. That's why Uncle Gordon Murtad was referring to him as Said William. He was calling him Said. He was not doing it out of the blue. He was doing it intentionally because William was being called Said. Yeah. These are the language of the Ummah Party. They are the honors and the Nas. Sidi Sadiq al-Mahdi, Sidi Filan, So Uncle Gordon Murtad was alluding to this, as kind of a punch under the belt a little bit, So the roundtable conference, although it was not conclusive, did not agree on anything, maybe for 12 days. The resolution of the 12-man committee, these are the resolutions that will be implemented and taken to Addis Ababa to design the Addis Ababa peace agreement. But this will come later on the second and third episode of this debate. We'll talk about the 12-man committee and their resolution, and how these resolutions were used by those of Abel Alier and Mansour Khalid, these two gentlemen. And of course, Abel was the only South Sudanese leading the delegation of the North, because the Anyanya were all Southerners led by Zbuni Mandiri. And the Northern Sudanese delegation was led by Abel Alier, who was the only Southerner there. The question, of course, will come to answer why Abel was chosen to lead the delegation of Northern Sudanese to go and talk to Anyanya. And why even Abel was chosen rather than Joseph Lago to be the leader. Why Abel was chosen by Nimeri to lead the new government. So the judgment is up to you to consider where William Nyali would like to put him, whether he has stopped the movement in the back or he just went in as a matter of being pragmatic. Thank you.
Yeah, شكرا شكرا كثير ambassador Emmaanuel Ajawin. هيكون ده نفرين ده اللي هيكون آخر نفر هنا. ندي فرصة ل أستاذ أبانيغو أكول. أنت لو عندك سؤال اتفضل. أبانيغو أكول اتفضل.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Teresa Jube. I have questions here which I would like to ask. The first question first and foremost, I would like to recognize the presence of the panel above here, the historians, the prophets, the strategists, and the like-minded Southern intelligentsia. My first question is, who are implicated in the death of William Deng Nyalamaboy between Rumbek and Quebec in 1968? That is my first question. My second question, it is right that Joseph Lago Younger, is it right that Joseph Lago Younger made a coup to Gordon Mayan? Some of our people keep saying this. After Joseph Lago returned from Israel with strong guns and ammunition, And what motivated Joseph Lago to overthrow Gordon Man Mortat Mayan? This is my second question. My third question, my third question, there was something that has been said 2 days ago, and I need to connect the dots here. I want to beg your intelligence to bear with me. The leader of the White Black Society, Ali Abdelatif, known as Nangera Kang Lual from Aliap.
No, any question من هناك خلي أول.
Okay.
Yeah, بس نشيل questions زي هسه. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, شكرا. Ambassador.
Thank you. Who was asking the question? The man gave this move.
No, Abanigo, I call.
Yeah, so Abanigo, thank you for your question. That debate, the first one, who killed William Deng, is still a debatable and it's still a mystery of the Sudanese politics. But what we know is that when William went back, he started working closely with Sadiq al-Mahdi in preparation for elections. They were very close, Sadiq. At that time, those of Sadiq al-Mahdi, people were having intentions of elections of 1967. There were 18 seats in the South. The previous elections, which was boycotted by the Southern Front, William party alone won 10. Because at the Southern Front and the SANU, they were competing as to who is the legitimate representative of Southern Sudanese. Southern Front say that they cannot go to the elections because first, South Sudan was not, there was no good security. Anyanya was stepping up his operations. Many people were displaced and many people were murdered, especially many incidents, whether it is the WOW 1965 murder, the other murdering in Upper Nile and or the 9 chiefs. So they said the environment was not conducive for the elections, and hence they decided to say, no, we have to boycott this election. The Northerners wanted the election to go ahead because they wanted to draft a permanent constitution. Remember when Abud came, he suspended the constitution and Sudan was being ruled under a transitional constitution like what is happening now in South Sudan. And therefore, the country was gearing towards writing a permanent constitution. The NUP, the Ittihad al-Dimorat, the National Unionist Party, and the Umma Party were, of course, the most competitors. They were competing in elections. And they wanted to have a bigger representation in the National Parliament so that they can draft the permanent constitution. And also, if they win, they will share the wealth and the resources in the country. So, William was very close to his Baluma. Now, when he went to the South trying to campaign, it is alleged that he was killed by the opponent of the Umma Party. Now, the question we need to ask, who are the enemies of the Umma Party? Of course, the people who do not want to see Umma Party taking power and having influence in South Sudan was the National Unionist Party and some Northern Sudanese. It is believed that many of the officers at that time in Bar Ghazal, in the Sudanese Armed Forces itself, they were from the Merghani or the Ittihad al-Dimorati, yani loyalty بتاعهم والانتمام كان للاتحاد الديمقراطي. So it could have been them that planned because they are the one who knew the movement of William. Because also they knew the movement of William, and hence also they were trying to send message to Southerners that even if you ally with Sadiq al-Mahdi, you're not safe. So maybe it was a message of intimidation to any Southern Sudanese potentials who were trying to ally with the Ummah in the coming elections. The other second story, people talk about that it could have been Anyanya, but this is very, it doesn't have a strong support because in Chubet area and those areas where the Kubri where William was allegedly assassinated, there were no much Anyanya activities there. There was no big unit of Anyanya to be sophisticated to carry out assassination. Thirdly, Anyanya did not have information. They would not have information of the movement of William Daniel in that area. So the killing of William seemed to be resting squarely on the Northern Sudanese. And to support this further, Northern Sudanese were already embarking on political assassination of Southern intellectuals whom they perceived could be a threat. And also, they wanted to deprive Anyanya from a lot of intellectuals. You saw the massacre of Wow, the party in Wow, Rihan's sons, Chief Rihan, in what became known as the Wow Massacre of 1965. So you could see that there was a pattern of political assassination and elimination of South Sudanese by the Northern Sudanese. That is my answer to the assassination. What was the third question? I did not write that one down.
I asked about the book with the money of my intellectual elite keep talking that Joseph Gordon
I got you. Yeah, I remember now. Tarif, Anyanya and those of Gordon, I think he established something called Niles Republic or something like that. They had a lot of disagreement among themselves in the bush. Anyanya was fragmented. It was not a solid kind of organization. There have been many politicians. Joseph Lago, I think Uncle Gordon did not officially become the leader of the Anyanya. He was the leader of the Nile Republic. And it seems there have been a clear dichotomy between the Equatorians who formed the large force of the Anyanya and some Nilotic, especially some of the Dinka leaders, who came and wanted to claim the control of the Anyanya. But Lago, of course, through his relationship with Israel, and the fact that Israel agreed to supply Anyanya with weapons, Lago came up with something very genius to strengthen his position as a leader. Lago realized there's a lot of squabbles among the Anyanya politicians. And Lago made it a precondition, because that time, in Upper Nile, our people used to move from Upper Nile all the way to Congo to get the weapons from the Simbas, the rebel Simba that were scattered at that time. I remember one of my uncles, the scholar Emmaanuel Ajawin, they moved actually from our village in Dolep Hill, south of Malakal, all the way to Congo to get weapons. On their way back, they were ambushed. So weapons and weaponry was becoming difficult for the soldiers in Upper Nile and Bargazal. They would have to walk distances all the way to Congo to get the guns. So, and ammunition also was difficult. Anyanya, you will find 3 to 5 people going after Abu Ashara or Abu Hamza, whatever gun they will have, you will have 5 people in the line. So if the person shooting the gun is shot, the other person will pick it up. So the guns were in scarcity. Lago played this to his advantage. When he went and opened his headquarters at Winkable, and he instructed the Anyanyans in all the districts of Upper Nile and Bargazal and Equatoria that if you want to get ammunition and guns, you have to pay your allegiance and come to Winkable. Now, many who were desperate for ammunition, they had no other choices. This is a way when many of the Anyanyas in Upper Nile Bargazal, Nazmashu, or Amado Beale Lago. So Lago now, being a very junior officer and young among all the politicians in Anyanya, became a de facto military leader of the Anyanya, and also became the real political leader of the Anyanya. The other uncolates who are fighting under politicians about the Nile, Marif, Shunu Del, they started withering away. Those of Uncle Wara Murtad went to exile, Zagri Jadin between Nairobi and Uganda, Father Santrillo later on in Uganda until he was killed during Idi Amin. So all these leaders, they got discarded, but Lago now consolidated his military position and also consolidated political positions. So it is not absolutely true that he made a coup against Golgotha Muqtad. And Golgotha Muqtad, I used to go to his house when I was in London while he was alive, and we had so many conversations. He was a true revolutionary, to be honest with you. Few of South Sudanese in terms of keeping to the promise, and he rejected the Addis Ababa agreement, and he was in exile. Him and those of Agri Jardine and many who rejected the Addis Ababa. And these are men who died with principles. But I don't think that Lago made a coup because he had he did not even have a centralized power at that time when he made his Nile Republic movement. Thank you.
Okay, let me come.
The last one, the final one.
Abednego?
Yeah.
Yeah, just give me a few minutes. Let me interject and put two things on what Ambassador Emmaanuel said regarding the two questions. And I think he answered it. So I'm just going to put some meat on the bone. Regarding the issue of William Deng, who assassinated him, of course, is a mystery. But like Emmaanuel said, all indication is showing that it is the Northerners, particularly opponents of the Umar Party, since William aligned himself with Sadiq al-Mahdi, and they want to cause a wedge between William and Sadiq al-Mahdi. Excuse me. And they succeeded. But also, to the best of my ability, William made a critical error. When you go to war zone like that, you have to have protection and security, particularly when you are a big shot, leader of a party. He was offered protection from Rumbek to where he was going. And he was informed in advance that there was a plan, and then he should not travel alone. And you find this information in Scopus Roger's book, the book that Teresa read some excerpt from it earlier. He was offered protection, but he turned it down. He said he will go by himself. He doesn't need any protection from the army, despite the repeated appeal to him. He decided to go by himself. He left around midday, and then later on, they found him dead and all his companions. But like Ambassador Emmaanuel said, actually, yes, most of us will believe that it is a work of some northern political party, be it DAP or any other dubious organization. Because by then the army had upper hand in the south. They were given freedom to do whatever they want, and there was no investigation, no commission of inquiry as to who killed William Deng until today, and that's it. So I also want to concur with Ambassador Emmaanuel that Anyanya will not do such a thing. The differences between SANU and William Deng, it was political differences. William had no armed group that to warrant Anyanya to assassinate him in the cold blood. If Anyanya did that, I'm quite sure they would take responsibility. They will give reasons as to why they did that. But it is the northern political establishment that carried out the assassination. Now, going to whether Lagu is still the coup against Golden Muqtad, some people, they want people to believe that Lagu is still the coup. But I agree also with Ambassador Emmaanuel Ajawin in his analysis. Golden Muqtad joined the movement in the bush in February 1966. Yeah, February 1966. you know, after long, Lagu was already in the bush. Now, to talk about Anyanya, we need ample time to analyze who did what, you know, so many armed groups in the bush. But just to be precise, when SSPG, Southern Sudan Provisional Government of Every Guardian, fell because Every Guardian just left, you know, because he felt that his security was in danger. After a quarter term, the defense secretary executed a certain guy from Bahar Ghazal, Philip Nangu. So it decided, you know, it is not safe for him. He just went to Uganda. And those of Gordon Mutat sent emissaries to persuade him to come back, but he refused. And if you read Gordon Mutat's memoir, he said something very strange. He said when he sent people to Uncle Every Garden, Every Garden said he cannot go back to those, I forgot the wording. But I have to find I will check from the book later on. I will come back to it. That's when they decided to form Nile Republic. Lagu was not part of them. His army chief of his staff was General Tafeng from Eastern Equatoria. But then Tafeng himself became
even the now republic. The now republic where he was elected was 1969. Kalam was that, Lagu was not even part of that. It was 1969.
Yeah, Lagu was not part of it. So his army chief of his staff was Emmaanuel Ajawin. Emmaanuel Ajawin, for some reasons, decided to go back to, because all these events were taking place in western central Equatoria, you know, Angudi and all those areas close to the Congo border. So Tafeng decided to go back to Eastern Equatoria. Once he went there, he decided not to be part of Nile Republic, you know. And this is when Joseph Lagu himself, if you read his book, he became frustrated with the politicians. He decided, you know, to take matters into his own hand. That's when he started his own contact with the Israelis, you know, how to get weapons, etc., etc. But to cut the long story short, Gordon Mutat decided to send a group, mostly Denka boys, those of late Emmaanuel Ajawin, who was killed in 1976 in Wow, Emmaanuel Ajawin and those of Albina Kwalakwala, I think, and certain few guys, to go and get arms from Lagu in a Winjibo, because they heard Lagu brought some weapons from Israel, so they want some of the weapons. Those of Emmaanuel, they went to a Winjibo for training, and I think after a short training, whatever happens there, they came back. Okay? And according to Gordon Mutat, they came back, and then they were supposed to brief him of the outcome of the meeting that took place in Winjibo. So Gordon Mutat was at his quarters, at the headquarters. Then the soldiers, those officers, those of Emmaanuel Ajawin and others, they were meeting separately, according to Gordon Mutat. So the meeting lasted from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. So after the meeting, Gordon said 4 soldiers were sent to him. Those soldiers came and they just told him, you are under arrest. It's like house arrest, you know, you don't move, you just stay there. You know, you are no longer leader of the movement. That they have pledged their allegiance to Lagu, SSLM, you know. And I think they interpret that to be a coup. But how can you call it a coup if somebody actually is not part of your organization, you know? His soldiers defected, you know, because if they were loyal to him, after coming back, they will tell him what happened. We'll be with you and to the end. But the very soldiers that he sent turned against him. So how can you blame Lagu here? Yes, maybe Lagu told them, guys, this is what I have. If you want to join me, you are welcome. If you don't want to join me, you can stay where you are. And I think they decided, to join Joseph Lagu. I don't see any coup here, because I have read a lot things that, and I heard a lot from people. Like we staged a coup against Gordon Mutat, like we staged a coup against Gordon Mutat. But like I said, try to find a book of Joseph Lagu himself. You read it, and then Gordon Mutat's memoir. I don't know where you can get it. Somebody gave me a copy. I got through my own contacts. You will get the two versions. The version just I told you, this is what Gordon Mutat mentioned in his book, And Lagu disputed a lot of things that Gordon Mutat mentioned regarding this issue. But of course, today we are not, we are touching a lot of things here and there, so we are not doing thorough, nitty-gritty of things that happen in the bush. But I will agree with Ambassador Emmaanuel that there was no coup. It's just a failure of Gordon Mutat to build his organization, to be a strong organization, to appeal to others, and form a unified movement in the bush. Thank you very much. I will stop here.
Just to put to throw some light on this question, especially the question of coup with Lagu. This story actually is a new story, and it has no sources from any side to collaborate it. But it started circulating in South Sudan, especially Panwell. It started around the time South Sudan got independence. It continued for nearly about 3 years. There have been a lot of articles written about Murtad was overthrown by Lagu. So this is all mudding of the history, but there isn't anywhere in the books that some of us have read, including the book of Lagu himself, that states that a coup was done. So what is trending in social media, all of you can Google it. It all comes from Panwell. There was a couple of articles written by some people claiming that Lagu attempted to overthrow Gordon Murtad. So I think this could be the remaking of new histories, creating more confusion. But I think triangulation solves the problem, and I totally agree with the previous two speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's the last question before you proceed, and then I will stop from here. I have really been very informative about all the...
Okay, just make sure that the question in relation with the topic itself, Lanu Kaman, we need to end here. Those guests were here for a long time. Yeah, Fadal.
Yeah. The question which I would like to ask, because 2 days ago, the elders of Aliap from Lagos State, they went to Salva himself in J1. And you know very well that J1 was built with the cows of Aliap. Now, Salva said that...
what did you say? The J1 was built with the cow of what? Just mute yourself, Charles. This information is not true. Do you know that this information? No, just wait. This information, because I hear a lot of you guys are mentioning this. The J1, Juba 1, was built during the time of the British. Some of those buildings, not all of them even. Okay, so there's nothing that the cow bita aliab wala cow bita munu wala ده حاجة بنو بإدارة يلا يجيب بيو ببقر بتاع يعني يبنوا ببقر بتاع community كده كيف. It doesn't make sense. أنا ما أعرف claim ده جا من وين الناس اللي قاعدين يقولوا كلام ده أستاذ بينيجو. أنا ذات I'm surprised. It is that يعني you took that narrative and you're going with it. You know? Yeah, so لأنه تعرف جوبا ده اللي أنت قاعد تشوفه ده capital حقيقي كان في منقل. جابوه في رجاف، جابوه في جبل لادو ده ذات، يا ودوه في رجاف جابوه في جوبا إداريا يعني. Yeah. So كان في بقر، كان هيبنوه ببقر بتاع باريل جا شالوا ناس دينكابور جا شالوا فيهم شنو ده في النهاية بتاع آخر حاجة باقي بتوع في الثمانينات. فبليز ما تشيلوا معاكم يعني معلومة ما صح يلا زول بيمشي بو قدام. شفت كيف؟ لأنه حتى ذاته كابيتال لنا من جابوه هنا باي ذا واي، وده حاجة لازم انتوا تعرفوا اللي هو الإيسترن إيكواتوريا اللي انت شايفه هسه والسنترال إيكواتوريا اللي انت شايف هسه ده كان ولاية واحد وكله كان إيكواتوريا بروفنس. لما جا قسموه بقى في ويسترن إيكواتوريا وفي حاجة اسمه إيسترن إيكواتوريا. إيسترن إيكواتوريا جا قسموه اتنين بقى في سنترال إيكواتوريا وفي إيسترن إيكواتوريا هنا. فما في حاجة اللي إنه بيقولوا مثلا جي 1 بنوه ببقر بتاع الياب، ده ما كلام صح. وبقر بتاع الياب بيجي يبنوه مبنى بتاع عاصمة في محل تاني، ليه ما بنوه في الياب هناك؟ ليه ما بنوه الياب ذاته؟ So ده and لأنه I heard this propaganda a lot. أنا سمعت propaganda ده في روم بتاع بارك، أنا سمعت propaganda ده في روم بتاع مديد، أنا سمعت propaganda ده كتير حتى في الروم اللي كانت كنت فيه قبل كده من السنة اللي فاتت. فالكلام ده لازم يجيف. Yeah, thank you. You can go on.
From the mouth of Talpa, the Liap elders went to ask him 2 days ago as to why he has never appointed anyone since 2005 in his government from the Liap. And he first blamed Liap for his failure to educate, that they were the one who deprived him of education. And he also blamed the Liap people in Lagos State for being assassinators. And this is very important for me to ask, because this is the forum in which I could ask this question. Because he made the justification that the death of the Mongala governor, Captain Chauncey Hook Stigan by Kona Nok Nger on December 8, 1919, was attributed to the Liap Jan assassination. The death of Abur Matwang, known as Emmaanuel Ajawin, from Awanamo by Alfred Agwenawan from Aliap in Wow, 1970s. Because this thing has caused tribal tension between the people of Yorul and the people of Colonial. Salpa went further also and attributed the death of the leader of the White Black Society, Ali Abdelatif, known as Nangara Kangalwal, from Aliap, killed the Sudanese Governor General Sir Lee Stuck in 1924. So what would you tell us as the wise people, because this one is a very sensitive, and if the head of the state could talk like that, to mean that he is now seeing himself as invincible, and he could bring the old wounds in order to tell the people like that. So thank you. This is the last questions I was asking, and I will never talk from here. Thank you very much for your silent and dignified response. I hope I have finished, Mrs. Perez.
Yeah, shukran. Ambassador Emmanuel, Dr. Alhaj, Ustaz Tito. هل الكلام ده عنده علاقة ذاته بالتوبيك بتاعنا هسه؟ اتفضل.
The question بتاعه from what we know about the Aliap, it is true in history. In 1919, after the British committed atrocities in the Aliap areas, the Aliap organized themselves resisted the British. That is true, which led to the killing of Major Stenget. The Kalamda Sahada Aliab Yakotel Fosora was on Aliab Revolution. As to assassination of others, Emmaanuel Abur, we know Emmaanuel Abur was assassinated. That is true when I think he was trying to interact in terms of dispute. I think Tito will talk more about it. But as to the individuals who assassinated Emmaanuel Abur, I don't know if they're from Aliab. But it is unfortunate that Kir could alter such a statement. But also, my brother Abenego, it is also a mistake from the chiefs of Aliab to go and ask that Nihin as Aliab, why none of our sons are appointed. Is it coming from the understanding that the appointments in government of South Sudan is tribal, regional, or clan? Because if South Sudan is being ruled by a government called the government of SPLM, in the normal, healthy political atmosphere and political discourse, appointments of politicians, it is a privilege of the chairman of the party and the secretary after the recommendation of Secretary General. But because Salva Kiir has become a tribal almost chief in the country, that's why you don't see, it's not a problem from any tribal entity to come and lobby for their sons to be appointed, to ask why none of our sons were appointed. So even the fact that they have gone to ask Kiir for why their sons are not appointed in itself is a mistake, and also is a pity, and is a clear indication of degeneration of politics in South Sudan, that politics is not about the ideas, but it's about appeasement of tribe or clan section. The fact that Kiir has answered them in that way is very absurd. I don't know if Kiir has evidence. Yes, he can get away with the killing of the governor of Mangala as a retaliation from the Aliab, because the British massacred them and they had to fight and they fought bravely. But as to assassination of Emmaanuel Abur, I think this is a very serious accusation. And of course, it needs to be substantiated, because also Emmaanuel Abur, I'm sure he has family members, whether sons or grandsons, in South Sudan today. They can also ask questions, being, okay, Mr. President, into Gulta, Jidena was killed by Aliab, Emmaanuel Abur. That could also become a problem between Kiir and Emmaanuel Abur family and the people of Aliab. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, شكرا كثير ambassador Emmanuel. برضو للناس اللي قبل قاعدين يسألوا في document في ميمو بتاع انكول جوردن مرتاد. شايف برادة جاستن هنا، جاستن جوردن مرتاد، هو نزل لينك في كتاب بتاعهم ده في اسم شنو ده في امازون. الناس اللي عندهم امازون انت بتمشي هناك، الكتاب اسمه The Struggle for South Sudan, the autobiography of Gordon Murtad Mayan، في موجود هناك. so كان نمشي ل تشارلز. انت عنده سؤال؟ do you have a question؟
الحاج يقول حاجه.
سوري دكتور لايج، انا شايف انت فاتح هنا شنو.
سوري.
انت تقدر تقول حاجه دكتور حاج ولا ما في؟ اوكي نمشي لتشارلز. انت عندك سؤال؟ do you have a question في البرزنتيشن اللي عملوه ده؟ لانه انت قاعد هنا قبل انت قلت ايوه بيزي. انت عندك سؤال؟ انا دايرين سؤال you have to give question.
Okay. Where was the first victory of Anyanyawan struggle?
The Soal Ambassador Emmaanuel
in Itahili land.
Ambassador.
Yeah, Charles. I think, let me
am I wrong, Charles? Am I wrong?
Answering. Ambassador, let's wait for people.
Am I
wrong? Charles, I want to hear you. Am I wrong?
Making visual turn into comment, turning. It was trying to say no.
No, I ask you, am I wrong or not, leave alone someone to comment?
No, 100% you are correct.
Yeah, it was in Italy. By the way, it's serious. It was in Italian land.
Yeah, so, correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Neti Fursa Kadero, Brother Justin, long time and Happy New Year. Although Jamutakir, if you want to say a few words regarding the presentation, I don't know if you heard the presentation. Brother Justin. Yeah.
Can you hear me? No, I'm here. Can you hear me, Sister Teresa?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, greetings. As always, you know how to put together wonderful shows. I only learned about it from one of my friends very late on, but I greet all of you. I greet my friend Ambassador Emmaanuel, Brother Tito, Bulldozer, Dr. Al-Hajj, the diplomat, my good friend General Charles, and also Daniel, Stephen, Jimmy, and also my brother Abinago. And I also greet everybody on the forum. I think it's good to always reflect, and at a time when, being all literally at each other's throats, and we're just particularly engrossed in the here and now, we really need to know the journey we've taken and what we've achieved together and what we could achieve again. And not only to dwell on the current challenges of also building a state and a nation, and knowing also the various reasons for all of this. The SPLM is on record, although many of us are SPLM supporters and have been at some stage. They're on record saying that they don't want their movement to be hijacked because their Nyanya's movement was perceived to have been hijacked. But like anything, even in the end, when the flag was raised, we were asked to vote in a plebiscite. But the contributions of any struggle and all our historical challenges have been contributed to by not only people carrying arms, but literally everybody. And so we must salute every citizen and every movie, and particularly call it our fathers and our forefathers, but also equally the current generations in this country would not have been liberated fully, or if we didn't vote in the plebiscite. In saying that, obviously, is to say that it's good not to dwell on the here and now and literally have a sort of amnesia in terms of history and what we've achieved. History is also prone to distortion and prone to being redefined or being wrongly defined. But I appreciate all of you for this particular discussion. I wanted to firstly say about Uncle William Deng, and obviously he was a renowned hero and a contributor. He did a lot, particularly he and Father Sitrin and Joseph Uduhu, among others, were the founders of what was SANU, was related to the close district ordinance that Emmaanuel spoke about earlier. Later changed to SANU, like TANU and KANU, and they did their part. Now, like anything, although I agree with Emmaanuel to some extent that the Nyanya are always accused of being fractured and divided, but equally were the SPLA. And if anything, the SPLA were killing each other, but the Nyanya never killed one another. They disagreed. They even used to have elections in the bush. And if Joseph Adoro one time lost to Agri Daden, and he just left. And so there was always a sense of tolerance among the Nyanya leaders, more so than what we encountered later in the 80s, 90s, and even up to now. literally our military today has been, our politics today has been militarized. Every political movement has a military wing. So we can't do politics with arms in our midst, but unfortunately this is the reality of today. Uncle William Deng obviously, like bickering among politicians, they fell out with Uncle Joseph Wadohu and also fell out with some of the others. I think at the time when he left, Father Santino was still alive. But at one stage, and again, we must appreciate our people to a great extent, but also human nature. We are all prone to think something our way is the best. And so whatever reason why they fell out, one thing we know, for instance, when William came home at the Round Table Conference, they said for 3 days, and all being united, even the external SANU, the internal SANU, and Southern Front, all embraced one another and presented themselves literally as one entity with two heads. Mainly SANU is one, and Southern Front is another. Uncle William obviously got frustrated. He took the view that internal politics could be possible, and particularly, as Emmaanuel said, when Cyril Khatim al-Khalifa and the interim government of the day after the fall of Aboud presented what would appear to have been a willingness to sort of address the southern grievances. Uncle William took the view that this was possible, and as Emmaanuel said, he felt himself to be a leader, and even when he came in, he tried to take over Southern Front. But then he also took the view that people needed to do internal politics, and Southern Front, as you all have discussed, that the letters back and forth between him and Yaba was to say, William, there was no reason to come home, even us, we're looking to go out. And he's even on record telling my dad, if you think the Bush is simple, Motad, they were very good friends, literally, like brothers. Go and test the Bush. And in the end, even Dad tabled that the Southern Front should disband and all go to the Bush. And the party actually disbanded to some extent, but only 3 of them went to the Bush, and later on resurfaced. But Uncle William, because of the frustrations and also internal realities, because he was trying to mobilize all the indigenous African communities, and so he was perceived to be a danger now, like Deng talking about the black majority or the indigenous people of the Sudan rallying together. This was seen to be a threat. And actually, it's on record that the Egyptians had a hand in this. So his Ummah, who were supposedly his friends within. Now, Anyanya could not have been the killers, because even he wrote back to the Anyanya to say that he wants to go back, because he found the reality at home within the Sudan that you couldn't do politics. And so actually he was somebody writing and willing to go back and join the Anyanya with new vigor, because he felt that there was no way of resolving our issue with the North internally. So I think that's my little interjection there. With reference to the let's call it the South Sudan Provisional Government, and also later the Nile Provisional Government, both of these political parties, obviously led by my good uncle Agri Jaden and Father Motad himself, with the Nyanya Patriotic Front, both gentlemen were very good friends. And when Uncle Agri Jaden got frustrated because, as somebody mentioned earlier, Uncle Kwadatim decided to overstep his powers and literally kill Nanga Marik, who's from Rumbek. And when he killed him, this obviously caused a bit of a rift, and naturally, as our communities are even to today, we are always very loyal to our own, and unity, our sense of loyalty starts within our particular group. But that whole thing was stopped. But then Uncle felt he was really undermined. And although he left, those of that tried their level best to persuade him to come back. And you could see the level, although people say that the Anyanya were fragmented, the relationships among them were very strong, and they were always very committed to each other and to the cause. And they would never at any one time take the view that my issue or my reign or my humiliation is bigger than the country, or bigger than our cause. So literally, Uncle refused to come back, And in the end, being said, and in Bilga Bindi, that was elected as the new leader of the Nyanya movement. And again, as we said, they used to have democratic election in those bushes. So literally, the movement as a whole then became under the Nile Provisional Government. Yes, some broke away. There was this, what they called the Sioux River, of Uncle Joseph Adorhus. They set up, I think they called the Sioux, it's under the Sioux River, but it was Sioux Liberation Front, I think it was. It was also set up, and in the end, those of the thing went and joined it. But even Lago was a part of Uncle Lago was also a part of the Nile Provisional Government, but he didn't take up his post. Now, what's worth mentioning here, the arms that were acquired from the Israelis, it was primarily negotiated under the reign of Uncle Joseph, under the reign of Abi Daden, with the help of those of that, and they really worked hard to try and get these arms. In the end, they were told by the Israelis that you need to send us a military leader, and that even told, in a meeting, told everybody that Lago cannot go alone. We need to all, there should be a delegation. Uncle Lago then got upset, said, why am I not being trusted? As Emmaanuel said earlier, he had a bit of an issue, and even told me he was also, he and my dad had their differences, but we're like a family. So he was of a view that the politicians were bickering. He even told me that one time, I told you, Dad, don't join yet, just wait. And Dad said, how can I not join? We were politicians inside, and we've come to join the movement. He said, no, these politicians are not really serious. Why don't you wait? Even on record, he one time told me that your dad was very different from the rest, but unfortunately, the way the movement was being run and the way people were behaving, there was a lot of issues. But I can say, really, in fairness to them, they might have bickered, but they did not kill each other, and they did not fall out permanently or end up dividing our communities. Theirs was individual differences, but it never was never extended to the communities. So literally, they negotiated the arms, and in the end, the Israelis with the West, I think, wanted an end to the liberation, because the Nyanya was under those of father were willing to fight, and I think some of you might have seen videos where they were really willing to, and were getting very organized to try and fight the war. Uncle Joseph Lago, obviously, when he got the arms, he was allowed to go on his own. When he got the arms, he did not deliver them to Valgobindi, but to his own camp. And in the process, obviously, he started to, wherever guns were, being wanted guns, as Emmaanuel said earlier, people sometimes would share one gun among 10 or 20 people. So in the end, people started to go and look for arms. Now, the Israelis, when those of Burmatong and those of that Nile Provisional Government approached the Israelis were saying, basically, talk to Lago. Lago himself was saying, I'm not against the Nile Provisional Government, but clearly the Israelis are telling me I should be the one to do my part. And so indirectly, the Nyanya, even in the camp of the Nile Provisional Government, went over to they were promised 200 guns, and I think as Brother Tito said earlier. And those guns they went to get them. And in the process, obviously, negotiations were done, and those of Uncle Burmatong came back. And even historically, he wrote to that later to apologize that we were misled. We didn't know that this movement was going to be compromised. Within 9 months of taking over, Uncle Lago started to negotiate for peace. Yes, you may say that it was not done directly by Lago, but it was instigated by Uncle Lago because he wanted literally to take over and to do away with the politician. As somebody said earlier, he had issues and grievances, and I also said grievances with many of the politicians. One of the politicians he got on with, but also whom he sided with, was Father Seferino. But clearly in the movement, there was a lot of backstabbing and undermining of each other. So they had, I think the biggest issue were that did not have an issue, as many know, that he had a force. For instance, when Lago's forces came and surrounded his camp, his forces also counter-surrounded it. They wanted to fight, and that said no, that we came here for the South. If Lago thinks, and that was the statement which says that he knows this was Lago instigating this. If Lago thinks that he can liberate the South, all we will tell him, liberate the South. Let him not stop in fighting and in organizing our people to fight for their country. So literally, it was it could be an indirect coup, but it was instigated indirectly by him, and the Americans were behind it, the Israelis were behind it, and the general view was obviously, and as we all know, later on, Uncle Lago, even when he was told to sign, he struggled, and the King Haile Selassie had to sat on him for days. My son, accept this. My son, accept this. Even reached out to those of that and said, well, when you guys to join me? Those of that said, we can join you, but on the condition, and all the
Brother Justin.
I'm about to finish.
No, we want to say, because some of those events, or we actually started with part 1. Next time we're going with part 2, which is actually going to be maybe part of from the time of Nimeri, and then with Addis Ababa agreement, and then from there we go also part 3. So we don't want to jump there, yeah.
That I understand, yeah. But I'm just saying, in the bush, while because for instance Uncle Lago tried to approach all the politicians, he had some reservation, because I think he felt he might have been thrust into the limelight, and he wanted the politicians to play a role, and obviously the enormity of the task and the difficulties. So he approached many of the politicians and said, let us talk, and they told him that let's elect the best of our people to go and negotiate with the North, because the North clearly are a state. They have all the apparatus of a state. Let us do this. But then he was not given time. The World Council of Churches and all the conspirators literally rushed this whole thing. So in the end, he felt very bad, and I think to some extent because of how he felt, this is how he ended up conceding power to Nimeri, manipulating him to make Abil the leader. So again, he's a patriot like anybody. He tried his level best. But I think in fairness to history, and I'm not trying to be biased, there was an element of a coup. That's what I wanted to say. Now, in terms of I think and basically because he had the arms, he had no choice but to forge ahead. And in forging ahead, obviously, we all know what became of that particular timeline. Yeah, but with reference to the Eliab issue, finally. The Eliab issue, obviously, the rebellion of 1919, their villages were devastated, because what they did, they ambushed the British, and clearly Britain was a very advanced military force, had guns, and literally villages that nobody knows how they. One time, Douglas Johnson was asking some elders among how did the Eliab people know how to do ambushes and literally demobilize and annihilate a modern army. When this was done, obviously, they were condemned, like the many who have fought, communities who have fought, have been victims of their resistance. And Eliab people were one of those communities. Now, the herds of cows that were actually stolen are on record to have actually been confiscated by the British or stolen or taken by force. And then that money, because the British felt very humiliated, that some of that money was actually used to build some structures in the south. And again, at the time, Eliab and many parts of those territories, in the south, the administrative areas were never static. They were constantly moving. So Eliab was actually part of Mangala, although they were under different jurisdiction, but they were also managed from Mangala. So thank you. But it's a lovely discussion, and thank you for giving me some time to contribute.
Yeah, just
Brother Justin, nice hearing your voice. But it is not true that J1 was built by Eliab with Eliab cows. This is just a far-fetched imagination. It could have gone to other things. It's not Eliab alone. But they're cattle. Then cattle
let Maulana now speak. We want one mic. Yeah, kalam maluma da masa. This information is not true.
The job of 1990 was not the money that J1 was built. J1 was not even built at that time in 1990. So the information is not correct, literally, in terms of, yes, in terms of Aliab cows and other tribes, especially even the Nuers as well. Remember, they fought against the British, the bull, and how for the first time they shot down a pilot, brought down an airplane in the modern history of Africa. There was heavy taxation, but also we cannot claim that this is the money that other part were built. Yes, they may have done something with it in 1919, but the building in 70s of J1, it has nothing to do with Badr Aliabia.
Yeah, that Maulana Emmaanuel, I don't know why some people really want to spread wrongful information. When Juba was made like a capital now of Equatoria, because the capital was in Mangala before, and then later in Lado, after that brought to Rajaf in 1926. This is where now the capital is brought to Juba. So this notion that in 1919 doesn't make sense, Bagar Bita Aliab doesn't make any sense. And also, who are the people who established Juba itself? Those are the Greeks, the missionaries. They were having good relation with the Bari people here in Juba Nabari. Because now Bari, the Juba, it's actually maybe about 4 or 5 clans of the Bari actually. Juba is actually consists. But the tribe, the clan that is actually being affected a lot, those are the Nyang, those of the Nyang. So for you to say that the J1 was constructed by the cows Bitalia, this is not true. La'anno, the cows, let me tell you something. The Bari used to have cows. Even my great father here in Juba here. Because my mom, she's Bari from Juba here. They used to have cows. Until the 80s, we used to drink fresh milk. The surround bita Juba, the kulu lahaddi, ita ka mashed fi korji Krambur, Langwelan, mashed lahaddi fi Dura, fi Jofa, because those are all villages. Rajaf and so do kulu kan bagar tabari. Bari used to have cows. Mundari have cows. Fojulu have cows. Kakwa have cows. Even those young bara, they are the nearest neighbors to the Bari. The same way with Mundari. The Tobosa, the Dinga, the Boya, the Otuho, Kulu Danzel Bagar. They used to have their own cows. They combined the two. But the reason why they left cows, Nimbrawahed, cows always bring issues. Bitamod Ketir. Some people will come and take those cows. The last cows al Shalom in Juba, cows Bitabari, they Denkabore al Shalom. So there is no any connection between Bagar Bita Aliab, Jabo, Ashan Gali Shalom, British Shalom, Ashan Ijab Nubo J1. Lanu J1 was not there. The capital was in Rajaf. Mafi Hajazer. And even Rajaf itself, when it was established as a capital, they used to say, the Bari used to say, Bekona Rajaf for Juba, because it was difficult. They used their hands. Hatta Nas Alkana Jabu Jebnuda, those are the local here. It was difficult for them. لأنه تانين نما ندينهم بزالة من أشجار الكم فيه هناك because بالذات حاجة the trees بتاع لالوب. شفت كيف؟ So there is no any connection between the cows of the Aliab were taken and جابنا وبوا شنو ده ما في حاجة زي خالص ما في. لأنه Juba ذاته it wasn't a capital by then. Juba ذاته wasn't a capital. شفت كيف؟ capital ده جابوه في 1926 and was finished in 1927 في Juba. So حاجة ده حصل هناك بتاع اللي بقر بتاعهم شالوه في 1990 كده يا جماعة. شوف الفترة ده يا مولانا إيمانويل كده، شوف الفترة ده إلاغة بتاعه شنو. So ده كلام بتاع propaganda ساكت كويس. و some of the وذات building ده some of the building اللي انت شايفه ده تاني ده بنوه ده بقروش قاعدين يشيلوه من اسم شنو ده المواطنين هنا. شفت كيف؟ وانت ذكرت بانه يا اخي دي الياب كان تابع لمنغلا. البروفينس we were actually part of the Ladu kingdom and then later Ladu Inclif. مولانا إيمانويل جبال ذاته يتكلم عن بعض من أجل بالذات لما في أحد بتاع Ladu Inclif. شفت كيف؟ So those are the information. And then again, if they say that there is a coup, Uncle Joseph عمل انقلاب. Uncle Joseph Lago wasn't وما كان بقى في movement ما اسم شنو ده مع Uncle Gordon مرتاد. زول بيجي يعمل كو كيف يعني؟ مثلا أنا زول بتاع ناس إيمانويل أجاوين زول بتاع NDM Patriotic Front. أنا أمشي أعمل له انقلاب وين؟ هو زول movement بتاعه براو، قاعد بتاع movement براو، وانا قاعد بتاع movement براو. والكلام ده كيف؟ انا ما اعرف الدكتور الحاج ولا الاستاذ سيتو ممكن ده تقولوا حاجه.
Yes. Before Alhaj comes, okay, on the issue of Aliyah, I think it's worthy having a footnote. My apologies, Dr. Alhaj, just give me a couple of minutes. I have some quotations here. I will read them regarding the incident of Aliyah by someone called Collins, but I'll give you the full reference. Let me read. The Aliyah Dinka uprising began on the 30th of October, 1919, when a force of some 3,000 spearmen attacked the police station at Menkaman, located on the west bank of the Nile, south of Bor. The station itself was overwhelmed by the Aliyah, but the Mamur, Yusuf Basha Abdul Aziz Submit managed to escape to Bor with women and children. Eight of his police, however, were caught outside the station and killed. 2 days later, a band of Mundari entered a telegraph lines, men Zriba at Mula, and killed 2 linesmen, 3 women and a laborer, and carried off their guns and children. On November the 2nd, the Aliyah struck again, attacking a rest house and killing 2 policemen. These incidents were immediately investigated by the British officials. They made a detailed list of all the chiefs associated with the attacks, the number of spearmen, and the estimated number of cattle possessed by the Aliyah. 21 chiefs were listed, having under them 3,833 spearmen and 7,850 cattle. At that time, and for many years thereafter, British officials in southern Sudan assumed that each Dinka tribe like the Aliyah had a chief. Now, let me come to the expedition. Within a week, British forces were on the move to carry out a reprisal. First, a strong punishment expedition was to concentrate at Tombe, on the Nile south of Minkaman. On November the 7th, the 7th Company of the Equatorial Battalion arrived at Tombe, and on the following day, a reconnaissance patrol under the Bamish Lawrence with Inspector J.H. Pelly as political officer probed northwards toward Minkaman. They returned on November 11 to report that not only the Aliyah, but also the northern Mundari were in rebellion, and that neighboring Dinka tribes across the Nile were restless and if not eager to attack government stations. To prevent the spread of rebellion, the governor of Mangala province, half of number 3 company, to Kongor the governor of Mangala province, Major C.H. Stingat, decided to rush to Jungule and march with 60 men, half of number 3 company, to Kongor, in order to discourage the Boer Denka on the east bank from joining the Aliap uprising on the west. At the same time, Major R.F. White, the commandant of the Equatorial Battalion, was to lead a punitive column into the heart of the Aliap country to force a fight, or if not, to drive the Aliap northwards towards Fatriang, where Stingat and his troops, having returned from Kongor, would block the retreat. In this way, the rebellion would be contained and the rebels crushed by White's force of 200 men. On November the 13th, the White column, which is the commander, Mr. White, moved north and west from Tombe, crossing Khorgawar and passing through Malwal Latuk to Awal, which they reached on November the 15th, and where they constructed a Zeriba. During the march, no Dinka villages had been destroyed, and White naively thought that the Aliap were unaware of his presence. At 3 a.m. on the 16th of August, the Dinka crept and close to the Zeriba undetected, and then rushed through each man, making a whistling noise so that they could recognize one another. Stopping right and left, the Aliap dashed through the Zeriba, killing 7 soldiers and a porter, and wounding 9 Equatorials and 4 porters. Stingat calculated that the Aliap suffered considerable casualties. Over 100 spears were found the next morning beyond the Zeriba. In fact, they probably lost far less. Suddenly, the ease with which they had surprised and broken the defenses of the Equatorial troops was hardly a suspicious beginning to the campaign. Meanwhile, in the north, Stingat has shown the flag from Jungule to Kongor and received in return protestations of loyalty from the Dinka tribe. He then steamed up the river to Fatriang, where he and his men disembarked to march overland in Minkaman. On December the 2nd, Stingat joins White's column at Fariang, or Fanyiriang, I don't know what's the correct spelling, and prepared to advance against the Aliap, who had driven all their cattle west of Gale River. The advance, however, was to be gradual and made by a series of clearing operations, which will allow time for the streams to recede and the grass to dry. Moreover, sweeps through the countryside to burn the grass, and villages will reduce the opportunities for a surprise ambush by the Aliap from whatever. So this is a long thing, but let me quote. It's actually who wrote it. It's the title is the Aliap Dinka Uprising and its Suppression by R.O. Collins, and you can find this in the Sudan's Notes and Records, Volume 48, 1967, pages 77 to 89. So I'll stop here, Mulan.
Yeah, thank you, Molana. Allah lakin gisase gutala بقر تعليب برافو قال جيوان نمشي لأستاذ دكتور الحاج انت في دكتور الحاج انتوا صابرين يا جماعة ولا دكتور الحاج بعيد؟
I'm here. I'm available.
Okay, تفضل.
Thank you. I just want to make some clarifications. I think the issue of J1 being dealt by Aliap Keto is a fantasy. It is a fantasy. It's a total fantasy. J1 was part of the British buildings that were built between 1925 and 1940. Those were buildings that were planned for by the colonial power for staff administration and the commissioner of Juba at that time. The colonial government had a budget for that, as you know how they operate. There was a budget for that. All those houses, including the ones that are near this, the old station for bus that goes to Mariti, those two that used to be for lower workers, including the toilets. There used to be toilets which use buckets. Those were all part of that program, and they were built between 1925 and 1940. Now, when Addis Ababa Agreement came, these people, what do they call them? The name is here.
Yes, Albano Matar or the
No. They built the houses. They built these houses only.
But Yugoslavian or Romanian?
Yes, Yugoslavian. The Yugoslavians.
Yeah.
The Yugoslavians, and then it was then followed by Condago, which is a Portuguese company.
Condago, Lumbano, Musheshwa, Ayada, Mahal, Osratuna.
Correct. So those houses were built with the budget of 1992 of upgrading the residences of the ministers and the High Executive Council to the level that fits those positions. But the current J1 itself was built between 1925 and 1940. Okay? So the Aliyah cattle would not have built all those houses. Forget about this. This is just a distraction. Now, let's come to this problem of a coup was committed by Lago.
Dr. Al-Haj.
We ought to be honest to ourselves.
Dr. Al-Haj, makalam bita bagar dagda fi 1919 yala banjad da banaw hina fi aje 20th century.
Yes. So it's not adding up. It's not adding up. The Aliyah people themselves cannot generate the income, cannot generate the capital that is needed for building all the staff administrations of the colonial period. But the most important thing now is the Lagu question. I'm sure I appreciate Justin's contribution, and Justin, of course, knows me very well. We go back to, his father, us working with his father during those tough early years of 1990, our travels to arts, British Institutes of Arts, those discussions whereby the wife of Hassan al-Turabi, who is the sister of Sadiq al-Mahdi, how she was abusing us with the high heels and calling us all those sorts of things. Your father was there, we were all there also out. We fought this battle from this end together. Now, the reality is that we have to be honest with ourselves, to putting the record straight. And I think maybe, Justin, you've given a very good story to it, but I want to also give a story with concrete evidence. The history of Anyanya, as I've said many times in Clubhouse here, 1969 was a very interesting period. Lagu himself, in his book, Sudan, Odysseus Through a State from Ruin to Hope, which was written in 2006, and I'm sure he would have given your father a copy, because he distributed these copies to us here. I've kept my copy. And Lagu is very clear about what happened, which many people, especially now Agot has got it, this is going to be his new song. But Lagu writes in his book, and I'm taking it from a point whereby subtitle where he says, airdrops at Owinyi Kibble, and that's in page 212 to 213. He was now writing about the airdrops from the Israelis, and this is what he has written. The delegation arrived as scheduled with same members except that a medical officer replaced the political officer. This is the Israeli delegation. I took them, that is Lagu saying, I took them to Owinyi Kibble, following the same route as before, but without Oduho and Fuli. The delegation's objective was to arrange airdrops as soon as possible. Owinyi Kibble was considered appropriate as a drop zone. An airstrip for light planes was also prepared for an emergency evacuation of the delegation should the need arise. Soon, flights started to deliver various types of long-awaited arms. Also, at the Garamba Park is the place in Congo, they were mainly old infantry weapons, Mark IV rifles, Brain light machine guns, Sten machine guns, 2-inch mortars, etc. The news is spread to the rest of the Anyanya, who came there in waves, in far greater numbers than those who had come to Garamba. This time, food provisions came along with the arms. The first objective was to strengthen the Anyanya in their various locations as they were, and then reorganization and training later. At the West Bank, Jaden's delay in returning to Bongo prompted Gordon Murtad to declare him a deserter and to call for a convention to elect a new leader. I want you all to note this. At the West Bank, Jaden's delay in returning to Bongo prompted Gordon Murtad to declare him a deserter. Him is Egre Jaden. He declared Egre Jaden as a deserter. Okay? And to call for a convention to elect a new leader. So Gordon Murtad arranged for replacement of leadership. This move was not unanimously agreed upon, and it caused division. Gordon Murtad was elected by a fraction of the few that were present. At this election, he christened the Southern Sudan the Nile State and called his government the Nile Provision Government. He also renamed the interim capital and called it Balgobindi, a location in the same area as Egre Jaden's Bongo. Atem, Jaden's Minister of Defense, did not accept the change, as was Major General Emilio Tapen, the Commander-in-Chief, and Frederick Bagot, the Acting Chief of General Staff. They refused to recognize Gordon Murtad's arrangement. They broke away and formed the Anyidi Provisional Military Government under Major General Tafen. Skirmishes between Anyanya units supporting Gordon or Tafen followed in the area with some loss of lives. What was happening in the West Bank drew attention there. It helped the operations in the East Bank go unnoticed. It provided the quietness I needed at the time. The airdrops went unnoticed for quite a long time. On the other hand, we paid no attention to what was going on there on the West Bank. We continued our operations with our Israeli friends as if the government in West Bank did not exist. By the time people had become aware, I had built a force to be reckoned with in the Eastern Bank. So we can see clearly here, it was actually Gordon Murtad who, by himself, arranged to change the government, and few people voted him in. All the Anyanya officers, Tafeng, Frederick Magot, the rest did not agree with him. Lagu was busy working with the Israelis. So where did this claim that Lagu carried out a coup, where did it come from? Actually, the reality of this, what I have just read, it is Gordon Murtad who tried to change the system. And that can technically be analyzed as coup. I'm not a lawyer, but maybe Emmaanuel can actually give us his assessment of this statement, which I'm happy to read again. And let's put the history straight. Gordon Murtad was alive by the time this book was written, and I'm sure, knowing him as a person, if this story was not true, Gordon Murtad would have written, and I knew he was a prolific writer and a person of truth and a person who would stand up against anything that was not right. And for that, I respected him, I worked with him, and many of us. So let's put the record straight. This book, as I said to you, the title is Sudan, Odysseus Rule, a state from ruin to hope, written by General Joseph Lagu in 2006. And if people want more information about this book, I'm happy to provide it. If people haven't seen it, it's published in Khartoum by the Center for Sudanese Studies, Omdurman Ahliya University, and you can find it. Its ISBN is 9999-42-457-00-5. So page 212 to 213. We have got clear evidence here. If there is anybody who did not agree with this, would have written the different account in another book, and that would have been subject to now triangulation. So let's keep the record straight. Thank you.
Molana Al-Haq has finished.
انتوا سامعني؟
We can hear you now يا
بس كان عمل لي اسم شنو شوية ستاك. وفعلا ده حلقة دي انتهى. أنا بزر نقول إنه شنو تاريخ بيحكوا بحاجة بتاع الكويس والكاب كله. ده تاريخ كده. Today كان قال تريزا كان حرامي وتريزا يطلع كويس بونسو كده مش. يا أنا دار نقول في زول بيسأل هناك قال اسم بتاع جيوان ده كان اسمه شنو؟ واسم ده أصلا اسم الحقيقة اسمه جوبا 1. انت كان مشيت مباني ده في جوبا 1 في جوبا 2 جوبا 3 مباني ده كله ماشي بصف. مباني ده جي 1 هو اصلا جوبا 1 يعني ده رقم 1 بوست نمبر 1 في جوبا 2 جوبا 3 يعني هو جي يعني اسم شنو ده يعني يا عشان قاعدين يختصروا جي 1 جي 2 جي 3. حتى في سينية بتاع مديرية بتاع جوبا اللي كان تشوف سينية ده tu kan shuftu fiu عملوا كان زمان من محل ده جيت بتشوف ده بيحدد لك مسافة من مسافة ده من هنا لتوريت كم كيلو من نص مسافة ده اسم شنو لمانجلا كم كيلو ولا مايل كان برضو اسم شنو لسادن باري لبنان برضو لاتجاه لكوبويتا بيحددوا لمندري ليه ده تحديد ده أو سنتر. So بيود هناك ده نمبر ده أنت بتشوفه ده هم أصلا جوبا 1 جوبا 2 جوبا 3 ده أو نمبر. إنت كمشيت بتلقاهم ده أو اسم ده جا منك J1 ده the first address J1 جوبا 1.
Not only that, you remember you have Juba Commercial Senior Secondary School, and then you have Juba 1 close to Juba Hospital. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yes.
ما ده عشان كده سموه مدرسة بتاع التموبيل ده سموه جوبا 1 ده ديندو إلاقة كله هذا ده عشان ده كله yeah ده أو دايرة.
Yes, they categorize it as Juba 1. So it's not particular for J1 like the regime now is calling that building J1. But all northern Juba was categorized as Juba 1 in those days. You know. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
Yes, exactly. انت كان مشيت that's why يعني ده بقى في الدايرة. يعني مثلا انت كده لاحظ كان ما انت كتركب قطر مثلا الناس اللي قاعدين كان في يوروب ولا وين ولا في لندن ولا شنو، انت عندك في زون 1 مثلا الدايرة الأول دي يلا A مثلا A، انت في certain amount انت بتدفع، انت كان طلعت برا ل B أو C أو عندك B C لسه انت في الدايرة، طلعت C قروش اللي هو charges بيزيد. ده دايرة ده بوش اللي هو الاتجاه الجغرافي البوصلة ده هون الاسم شنو المحل ده بتاع جوبا وان وكده وده، لأنه أصلا جوبا used to be very small. Juba used to be very small town. يعني الناس اللي أسسوا جوبا الحقيقي ده أو أغاريق دل هم يزادوا دكاكين اللي هناك وشنو، حتى محلات بتاع ناس النرويجن ده اللي انتوا تشوفوه ده كلهم هم يعملوا، كل محل هم يبنوا. حتى الفندق جوبا الأول ده هم يجي يعملوا، لما جاء عملوا فوق رينوفيشن بقى جا خطوا فيه أمال بتاع ايش شنو الجرف الماي ده، ناس ده بيسموه شنو ده، ناس الجرف ده كان بنادي شنو ساسيتو لما جابهم دي ممكن تابع مطار برضه تجرف أمال تجرف الجسد كانوا كان في يجري في فندق جوبا ده CC ده تابعنا CCI يا أنا CCI yeah. So even أسماء بتاع محل جريك كود يعني اسم في أحياء الكانت زمان ده جريك كود ده جريك كوتا سوري جريك كوتا ده كان أحياء أغاريق ياخدوا. شفت كيف؟ يلا أي صح يلا برضو ناس الري المصري يلا يا هم ناس بيسموه ناس السودان سفاري ده. So حاجات ده كله is put there by يعني ما ساكت yeah they address J1 ما عنده. في ناس هم بيقولوا قال دينكا 1 no J1 يا في J1 J2 كده وماشي بيوت ده كله زي ده. يلا طبعا الدائرة الأولى ده دي أو الأدرس نمبر 1 يا جوبا 1 والله لاقين جنوبين يعني. المهم يا جماعة أنا أقدر نشكركم كثير لأنه والله إحنا قعدنا حتى في يوتيوب كان حلقة ممتعة جدا. نقدر نشكر أمباسدا مولانا إيمانويل أجو جا من سفر لسه ما جت لك بتاعه يا ما قصر معنا هو جا، وبرضه أستاذ تيتو رغم في الشغل برضه ما قصر يا هو معنا هنا، ودكتور الحاج برضه كلهم جو، ويا هو برضه الإخوة اللي جاي انضموا لنا جنرال ديفيد بيال مع أستاذ ستيفن، أستاذ دانيال، جنرال تشارلز إتاهيلي مع يا أستاذ برضه brother Nyere.
Teresa, sorry, just give me like 1 minute before you conclude.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to ask brother Justin. Here, I think we met in Clubhouse several times, but we don't know each other. But I met in Clubhouse several times. So thanks for coming. I just got a quick question for you. Before your father passed away, may his soul rest in peace, do you have an idea? Were they able to reconcile with Joseph Lagu, to say, to talk about the past and then forgive each other? That's just my question. Thank you very much.
Hello, Brother Tito. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
أنا فاضل لي حاجة بتاع 7 دقائق بس في يوتيوب. I just want to remind عشان كان أنا ممكن داير نقول للناس اللي في يوتيوب لو أنا قفلت live video you have to know that because the time is up. Yeah, go on, Justin.
I just wrote something to Brother Tito. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm sorry that I haven't been around for a bit, but it pains me sometimes when we but instead of I know obviously everything is politics, but I think we're terribly divided at the moment. And thanks to the politicians, obviously. But as intelligentsia, as young people, as people of tomorrow, I think we need to be bigger if we're to appreciate anything that our forefathers, and particularly the Nyanya movement, used to say. We're not fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for our people, the future generations. And even when they came, they literally looked for the best of their people and put them in jobs. They shared power with everybody. That spirit obviously might have disappeared for a while, but even to some extent, the current our leaders at the moment have also accommodated others, because at the end of the day, we are one people. But what is very sad sometimes is that we waste a lot of time when we should actually be thinking of solutions. We're analyzing problems, but it's not the problem. We know what the problems are, but we actually need solutions. And I think if we spend more time looking for ways to find solutions, to build bridges, we've never been in control of our destiny. And we, as being in particular, we're an amalgamation or mosaic people of one heritage in many cases, very related people. If all of Africa has failed in terms of nation building, we should not fail. We should manage diversity well. We should create fairness, because that's what we fought against the North for. We fought the North to build a society that is anchored on all our people, that celebrates and gives everybody an opportunity and every community an opportunity. Even if we have failed, we as individuals should also find ways to continue to build bridges, to build that national identity, to do our part as a diaspora. But it seems when one of us catches the flu, we all catch a flu. And the tribal flu has been caught by all of us, and it's very shameful. Now, in the case of the older generation, and I told Dr. Al-Hajj earlier on the chat room there, he knows late father very well. He was not a tribalist, nor was he, and many of those generations, even Uncle Lago is not a tribalist. I've defended him on many forums that he was not a tribalist. And he even tried, when were fragmenting in the regional government, to try and tell them, we're in the midst of an enemy, let us unite. And they didn't see it. Hence, he reached out to the Southern Front group, brought them in, and then they were playing party politics when they should have actually been playing national politics to protect Junubin. So all of these mistakes have been done. But yes, to answer your question, they reconcile. Sorry, let me finish Al-Hajj's question. So Al-Hajj, I was saying to you that in as much as...
Yeah, problem, we are left with only like 2 minutes. So, and we would like to really conclude the room also as remarks as presented. So I think just answer Tito and leave Al-Hajj. We will come next on the next phase when we come back, because this is 3 series we are having.
Thank you. That's fine. But I think she said that it's the Facebook that is closing, not here.
Yeah, and now we want to close. Lana, and now we have been here for long. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine, yeah.
Let's just answer what Tito said, and then let's.
Tito, they were very good friends at some stage. Even Uncle Lago himself said he wanted that to lead the negotiations again for the Zababa agreement, and that told him, if you only on the condition that you invite all of us, let us have a convention, let's appoint all our best people to go and negotiate on our behalf. That never happened, as I said earlier. But yes, they were reconciled. He had a lovely wife called Auntie Amuna, and Amuna reconciled them, and they were good friends historically. And so they forgave each other. They used to, in London here, they used to sit in most communities and they stayed together. And again, it's about ideological difference or strategic. Nothing is personal, and I think they were better in that sense. They didn't take things too personal. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Teresa.
Second time, best number comment.
ما في كومنت تاني CPI معلش انت ما احسن من
انا كان في شغل طبعا.
لا ما مشكله سوري معلش تشارلز كده. شوف انت مشيت انت قلت ساعتين، انت جيت بعد كم فتره. معلش يا جماعه، انا لانه احنا يا جماعه ده السيشن بتاعت تاريخ، وهنكون عندنا السيشن الثاني هيكون انا ما اعرف، ممكن الاسبوع الجاي كان ناس امباسنا ايمانويل انت موجود، او كان احنا اتفقنا برضو في خلال الاسبوع لقينا وقت مناسب كويس احنا ممكن نعمله، لكن احنا we will still stick with next Sunday، وهنتكلم بقى هنبدأ من فترة بتاع نيميري بقى لحد اتفاقية بتاع أديس أبابا، وبعد ذاك نشوف لو في أكتر من كده احنا نتكلم فيه. يلا عشان جزء تاني بعد ذاك، لأنه داير نربط الماضي بالحاضر وكده. We are ready ناس تيجي بدري، ولما نيجي when we come please let's talk in what we have presented. So because we want to go slowly and to make this history to sink in the new generation. شفت كيف؟ when we are coming here احنا we are not coming here يعني مثلا دايرين نغير حاجة من تاريخ، بنقول الحاجة حسب برضو المعلومات اللي عندنا وبرضو بالdocumentation. A lot of us we have a lot of documents اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم فيه في حاجاتنا. فالمهم شكرا لكم كثير، نقدر نشكركم الناس اللي جو في غرفة هنا والناس اللي برضو في يوتيوب elsewhere you're watching وهنا في كلاب هاوس. شكرا لكم كثير. والضيوف بتاعنا راسهم كان مولانا إيمانويل أجاوين، الدكتور الحاج جان دمة، وأستاذ تيتو كان برضو مساعد، وكلهم كانوا مشغولين لكن قدروا إنه يجوا عشان إحنا نكمل التوبيك ده اللي هو بيتكلم بإنه والله شنو بتاعي بقى مليان ذاته للدرجة إنه يا سلام. بيتكلم إنه هنا بيقول the history of South Sudan from the perspective of nation building. ده topic بتاعنا. We will have part 2 and then يا جماعة مرة الجاية تعالوا بدري، انتوا هسه عرفتوا احنا هنبدأ من الساعة 6. تعالوا بدري.
Yeah, before you conclude, yeah, I think you can bring Martina with you if it is possible, because I know she's in London, and if she's active. Last time I saw him in Clubhouse 3 years ago. If it is possible, you can talk to her, to join us. Thank you.
Yeah, شكرا كثير أستاذ تيتو. بنشكركم كلكم يا جماعة. تعالوا بدري لأنه المرة الجاية أمباسادور إيمانويل أجاوين ومعه أستاذ تيتو وبرضه دكتور الحاج هم هيواصلوا من هناك، وبعد ما هم يعملوا برزنتيشن and then احنا بندي فرص لأسئلة. لما ندي فرصة إنك تقدم تعليق بيكون بسيط في فترة بتاع 3 دقائق أو 5 دقائق، ما يزيد أكتر من كده. ده لو انت تقدر تضيف حاجه ليش مش توبيك، لكن ما نعمل حاجات انه برزنتيشن تقدر تعمل برزنتيشن من تاني جديد، لانه already things have been represented here. يا شكرا جزيلا، ربنا معاكم. انا ممكن كان اشغل لكم غنى لكن الدنيا متاخر عندي هنا. نقول لكم باي باي ناس بتاع يوتيوب. God bless you.